out your window. No, you can't sleep, you pretend though. You don't have to play the hero. Cause I got you like you got me. When the earth shakes, when the bombs scream until I last breath.
Week 7. Give it up for week 7, everyone of EGFC Valorant. My name is Sam Tonks. Joining me, of course, the amazing Strive. Strive, we have an interesting night, especially starting off with our first game. Our two teams, the Battle of Texas, so to speak. University of Texas at Arlington versus Texas State University. And we got an opportunity to watch Texas State last week, falling to University of Cincinnati, but looking to strike back at their, I guess, friendly rivalry, I suppose.
See how you caught yourself there. Very good. No, they're friendly rivals indeed, of course. Same state makes for a lot of good fun. I'm super pumped, of course. I've seen these two teams play time in, time out. Great energetic series ahead of us. But speaking of series, I'd like to bring up the schedule for this evening and get your guys' brains all settled in and knowing what to expect and when to come back to the monitor if you're not so keen to watch this one. There's a lot of Valorant ahead for this evening. So, of course, we have University of Texas at Arlington versus Texas State, as Sam just mentioned. The second series of the evening is going to be University of Cincinnati going up against RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology. And our third and final, the pièce de résistance, is the University of Connecticut up against Montana State University. A fantastic series. A lot of notable names and teams that have been performing excellently, is that even a word? Fantastically throughout this entire season, Sam.
You know what? They're all words. Strive. Go ahead, Webster, call them up, put it in the dictionary. Bada bing, bada boom.
Facts.
Still though. Oh no, what?
I just want to say something. The fact that you say that everything's it's if it was that easy, the English language would actually just be jargon. Like everything technically is a word, Sam, but is it really? Is my question.
Is it really? Well, I'll tell you what really is, Strive. This matchup between UT Arlington and Texas State University. I think we should go ahead and take a look at the head-to-head and, of course, the amazing players that are on each of these rosters, starting off with the UTA. We got Maybe, Crad, Jaquavius, Rain, and Julian. I've seen these players before. They are a force to be reckoned with. On the flip side, though, Strive, Texas State University, we saw them last week. We know that even though these players can be, they can take a hit, and they can also hit back just as well. Chief, Luke, Maynard, Okarin, and Aaron. So many fantastic players on the screen tonight. Really, the question is, are the Mavericks or the Bobcats, which animal is going to come out on top? Which one has that fierce competitive spirit inside of them to take the win for this week?
Yeah, that is indeed the question to be answering. And I think part of answering the question is going to be looking at the map lineup here, right? Let's have a peek at that, throw that on the screen for y'all. We have a fun little trio, as per usual, and I was just bantering before the game here, Sam, amongst my lackluster choice of words of English. We've been seeing these three maps a lot. They've come and gone week after week, and they're a lot of fun, but the order of them, I think, is what's got me super excited this week particularly. We got the Haven, Lotus, and Ascent trio, and starting off on Haven gets me super, super pumped, by the way. Really fun map. We typically see it sandwiched in the middle, with Ascent being the starter, and sometimes we see a Lotus at the end, or a Breeze, or vice versa. So as we get into this one with UTA starting on the attack for Haven, Lotus and Ascent, which makes life pretty easy for those that want to track one team throughout their adventures. We'll see how they fare here, starting us off on this fantastic map of Haven.
It's also kind of crazy when you think about it too, that we have both 3-site maps already right off of the bat, right off the rip. Haven, though, to start things off, and we're already looking at pretty similar compositions already. We kind of know how this is going to be played out. What does kind of ring a little bit of alarm bell? Okay, Okarin, you're on the Yoru for a second. I was kind of excited for it, but going back to some more typical lineups that we see here with the double initiator. Again, they're kind of debating me out hardcore right now, Strive. I thought we were going to get the breach, but now we're hovering deadlock. Deadlock, that's 100% going to be the meme pick. Okay, back over, picking the breach. Now, big differences between these two teams already. One team, double controller. The other team, double initiator. And really, I think it all kind of stems from the fact that we're going to see 4 University of Texas at Arlington. They're kind of like, they're starting off on the attack, so they want to have these controllers be able to initiate on site. And you got to remember, right? 3-site map, you're going to need those smokes. You're going to need different ways to be able to control the sight lines. And so to have that in your favor makes things a lot easier. Weirdly enough, though, initiator for defense you would think kind of like, oh, great, the name Initiator's in there, Strive, but really, it's also going to be massive for defense. So you can still gather information. And of course, Breach, fantastic at so many different angles of the game, whether it's concussing, flashing, stunning, all of the above.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a cool little comp to look at, and as much as you have the double initiator look, I like what they bring to the table from a retake perspective. I think the Viper setup's going to be really nice on the defense side, as well as an attack, a very balanced agent that can set up a lot of opportunity in alleyways to permit the jet entry to occur. Crowd on that smoke, of course, with Maynard. You mentioned it, almost a staple here. Really diverse. Flash potentials are critical on this map of Haven. A lot of narrow choke points, alleyways, corners, and places you can hide that make it a little bit sticky to manage. But this Viper wall is going to be, I think, the fun part of this game, at least, minus the three-sidedness of it. We'll see how this gets utilized on the attack side and offer some nice UTA entry potential as we get onto the first round.
And Luke's going to ping a couple of shots out before abandoning their spot on a long. And then we also see for Texas State University, unfortunately, Julian is going, or not Julian rather, but their jet for Texas State is going to be abandoning their life. It's already picking around all over the map and giving a little bit of a poke, seeing where exactly they're going to be going. Neither side until we see just at this stage of the game inside of Garage, 3 stacked in there before making their move. Okran hearing those footsteps, setting themselves up for the concuss, and Maynard. Oh, Maynard, you're clean to go. You're ready to fire. You're ready to start putting things out there. But so is Julian with a 3K before finally being brought down and put away. Now left alone by themselves. Okran, not alone by themselves. They do have one teammate to help them, but maybe alone by themselves.
How much can maybe accomplish here? Has the angle for the one. Nice. A bit more shots than I'd like to see, but position revealed. 26 seconds on the board, and good patience here looking towards Garage, expecting a swing. The comms have been made, though, on the damage done, and look at this breach. Maybe you're in for a surprise. And that's going to be Okran cleaning up shop. Nice play and nice hold there on that C side. I will give 10 brownie points to Maynard for being so well positioned and so committed to the picks there to halt that push in. That paranoia and everything that came in through Garage side is super traumatizing, Sam, if you can't halt it off and swing out of the way and or halt the push in general. And from the the UTA side of things, they put their best foot forward, but the shots were just that much cleaner for Okran and Maynard.
And sometimes, in these pistol rounds where you don't really expect that to be happening, right? Your aim can really lend yourself that well, and especially when you don't have much utility to be able to work with. Massive gains already right off of the bat here from Texas State University, but how much longer can they put that forward? Again, another Garage push here. Still, Aaron, this window, peering into the sight lines, waiting for the opportunity, swings for it, but no kills converted, just a lot of damage going to be happening there. Not wanting to give up that gun too quickly, though. Got to make sure it's going to be safe in the hands of the aggressors, of the attackers. Thankfully for Chief, not going to suffer that same mistake from what happened on their compatriot. A lot of damage being done.
Ooh. Speaking of a lot of damage, I heard that one clap there. The attempt at it. Luke shuts down maybe in a different area code. This is really thinning out the herd for UTA. And the HP bars are also looking immensely thin, paper thin at that, Sam. Whisper quiet here as UT wants to make a burst, move together, and try and get on the site. Luke, nice little jiggle. Here's a bit of activity towards short. Gets off that pick onto Rain, and the remaining two, Cypher and Jet, are going to be in a bit of a problem here to entry. There's so much post-plant to retake potential from Texas State. Although they have a low Sova and low Omen HP-wise, I think they're going to be just okay with Jet and Breach to manage here. Okran, so confident. You can't go wrong with a little fault line swing action.
No, you can't. It works out so perfectly every single time. Jaquavius alone can't see anything. The near sight blinding their vision. And Maynard giving themselves some space, a little bit of distance before putting away the final player from University of Texas at Arlington. Texas State University looking pretty solid still so far. Only losing out 2 in that round. Not a massive blow to the economy, but one that can kind of be felt. And one here that hopefully UTA is going to be able to take advantage of.
Absolutely. This is where I have my eyes completely peeled, by the way, is the third round. On Haven, precedence, I think, is the most important thing. Thus far, C Garage take, not been the greatest. They didn't have enough long C control, in my opinion, coming in through Garage like that. They made a great attempt to come out on Pistol. It was just shut down so well by Maynard. What this is telling me is that Texas State knows how to take individual fights, and they're very confident in their gameplay. The breach is echoing that you saw just on the swing, albeit early Pistol rounds, but you still got to take that in stride and remember. Now with this gamble stacked towards BC, this might be UTA's opportunity in the saving grace to get on this A side.
But look at how hard it is going to be to get on that site. The KJ utility giving a little bit of pause before the rest of the team's able to join in, but no one was on site to be able to take any defense of it. This is going to be completely given up to UTA. Spike is going to be planted, and now for the full site retake. So look at how spread out everyone is on the site, and you kind of not planted it for long. Oh my gosh, Julian! So many players flooding on top of it, but no one to try and pick up the gun. Maybe a slight misstep there, but regardless of whatever happens, University of Texas at Arlington finds their first round win. But most importantly, they found it off the back of very few casualties, only losing out on their duelist. And they're doing pretty okay themselves right here. Strive, look at that. Pick up the ult orb. They're going to have knives. They're going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah, 110%. Really good job there. And you hit the nail on the head when it comes to the economy portion of this conversation, right? Getting into a gun round is one thing. Not getting bonused on is a whole different conversation. And UTA, they have to be feeling good after that round, especially. Coming in with the knives, Julian, like you said, A-OK. This sniper wall still hasn't necessarily made the impact that I've been looking for, but I'm going to be patient with it, give it a chance to spread its wings, and spreading wings. Oakwood and Chief both doing just that. A very quick response from Maybe and Rain as they fly the coop along with UTA, getting on that board nice and early. With these picks out of the way, though, now we kind of dial back the volume knob a little bit here, Sam, and look for some more opportunity elsewhere.
Ooh, Maynard. The tripwire. They want to so bad, but they're not going to be able to. Instead, just going to hold that angle, waiting for someone to make that lurk right past it. And it's going to have to be so careful on the shoulders of Maybe. They saw just enough, but Maynard was quicker to the draw on taking them out. So only 2 left, but they're lurking actually through CT. This is an interesting play to go about doing this. And they're not planting for long either. Just putting the spike down as quick as they can. I'm going to try and win out in this 2v3. Aaron, a little bit of a timing difference, but not a skill issue on their part. Flicking back over into the window. A sightline once again to their victory. Rain alone now in a 2v1. It's going to be so difficult. Oh, it was right there. But Aaron, a prime opportunity to be able to take that fight with the distraction of the bullets hitting their teammate. Another easy take here for Texas State University.
Yeah, interesting look. With so many exchanges back and forth there, I think the default was the right decision for the side of Texas State, for the side of UTA. They were smart in not overcommitting. I think had they had gone with more members down long A right off the rip, they would have suffered really badly. Okarin did a great job there on that swing. I believe it was a Chief out of long A to get the 1s and 2s. I could be wrong about the second. Coming into a timeout here now, UTA, very, very early timeout, by the way. It's been a hot minute since I've seen one of this nature so early on in the series, Sam. But conversations across the board, yeah, I agree, right? Like it's a bit of a fresh air, breath of fresh air when you see a timeout coming early, because really UTA is looking to put a stop to this bleeding very nice and early. Texas State did a great job of isolating that retake as well on C. They worked together, very patient. And for UTA's side, I mean, it's tough to be in a 2v1 like that, stuck in back sight. You're exposed to garage, long, and spawn. You only have one set of eyes and one crosshair to manage it. So take it in stride here for UTA. I think they still have a really good look ahead of them. Just have to get a little bit more of a handle on this 3-sided map and look for some more control early on without excessive casualties, I think, is the play.
Yeah, their excessive casualties that they suffer so early on in these rounds, right? The flip side is that they were able to equalize it out. So they have the gun skills on them to be able to do that and to be able to make that happen. But you lose out on some very valuable players. When you lose out on Maybe, you don't have the smokes anymore. You don't have Crad to be able to do anything. It creates these issues where you're trying to execute onto site, but it's just not going to be possible. And then it all starts to fall apart when you're surrounded on all sides. Hopefully, with this timeout, though, they can have the realizations in their head what they need to do. Oh, Corinne, you mad lad with the Bucky! 1 swing for 1. 2 times more, but nothing to be given else outside of that except for the 1 kill they found. It was traded out, but the neural theft spread out the information, spread the love, figure out where all is hiding. The alarm bot catching out the approach in through mid, but it's all going to be an A game.
That it is indeed. The party's in a whole different area code now. UTA have great control of that site. Setting up, however, a very occupied Jet and Sova here are about to be met with a friendly Jaquavius with the crosshair in the right neighborhood. Nice jiggle from Chief, had the right opinion, but got denied in the court of law by Jaquavius for the quick 1 and 2 jab cross.
Gotta leave it to the lurking Cypher. And now, what is Texas State University's plan here? They're trying to make sure their backs are covered. They don't want to get stabbed by them. But wait a minute, Maynard could be the one doing the stabbing themselves. And the knife sharp, no! Unfortunately for them, it's dull as can be. Aaron alone, knowing that the Cypher has to be somewhere. So careful in their approach. And so careful in how they take these engagements. Jaquavius looking in a completely different direction. This was beautifully well executed here from UTA. Strive. And they may be able to catch this KJ out. Stuck in the corner. Now they're just gonna fire off a couple of bullets. They're not gonna push any more than they have to.
I gotta say, Sam, it's pretty remarkable with not just Valorant at the title, but any first-person shooter, how one positioning or one position of one individual team member can make such a difference of the world, right? Not only did we see Jaquavius get 1s and 2s, but that lurk was an immediate halt for Aaron to be able to get anywhere else near sight and even look for a pick opportunity to take out a gun or something before the bomb blew up. I wasn't expecting the defuse to happen, but for Jaquavius, that is really well played. And being so decisive as to not get swung on, but be the swinger, I think is, it speaks to UTA coming off the timeout here, still feeling A-okay and very much at home with themselves and continue to play ahead.
They're gonna have to be, right? You got to be feeling yourselves. You got to be firing on all of the cylinders. Neither one of these teams going to give up too much there. Jaquavius spotting out the alarm bot, but the swarm grenade could still burn through some toes. Julian, the smoke comes up and the bullets fly through it right into the face of Aaron. Still going to try and get the spike planted. That's going to be a little scary for Rain, seeing their teammate fall in front of them like that. And even more so, the recon start picking up some valuable information. In comes the Rolling Thunder, concussing everyone who dared to stay on this site, clearing through them, but maybe, again, these lurking players finding so much value off the back of this. Now Oakland to try and push forward once more. Still peeking, a lot of footsteps, maybe gonna try and take the swing, but it's all alone. It's all an Okarin game.
Stuck in a very precarious spot now, dancing around the Cypher. And it's Jaquavius, again, just one step ahead of the dance class, looking super fine. UTA, I think, are really capitalizing on one of Texas State's, I guess, playstyle choices. On all of the site takes, you don't see Texas State holding anything very passively. They're very much looking for a pick and an entry pick on the way in from UTA side, and UTA reads that so well. They're expecting the presence of Texas State on common angles, like we saw on A-Link and C-Link, for example, and they're capitalizing by spraying through and knowing that Texas doesn't know necessarily how to sit back and play a retake after the site's taken. They're playing a bit more of an active role. So good learning, good adjustment from UTA. Whether that occurred in the timeout or not, it's a great bit of recognition.
I haven't seen this from them yet, though. Oh, look at how quick this is gonna be. All over, swarm it. And Julian getting dumped with all of the util in the world, but still alive and still able to fight. Same can be said for Prad, though. These share shots from Okarin are on another level. Finally, this beast has been brought down, but not before the blood they've spilled on Seaside completely denies anything that University of Texas at Arlington was going to be able to accomplish. And even worse, the spike right at the toes of Chief, the knives in their hand. Will they fly true? That is a question that needs to be answered.
The answer's 51 seconds away, Sam. We'll see how far they can get away with this. Viper wall now. Least helping to isolate some angles, but it's not the ones that are that important. Jaquavius is fighting for space. Aaron, nice crossfire. That is the Texas State brick wall, the blockade of doom. Ain't no attackers getting by to get that spike. Not on Texas State's watch. I mean, you can't make anything up here. Okarin on that initial swing and commitment to getting an opening pick on C, it was value add. I mean, getting walked on by a sheriff is not a good time, and holding firmly on that back side and not allowing them to get any deeper permitted them succeed. I think had Texas State been a bit more passive in their gameplay, in that particular case, they would have definitely not been in a happy time. So maybe their active defensive style is really what's holding them together on this map so far.
I think so too, and also really speaking to the way that Texas State University was playing off of the utility, they realized that it was a quick attack. They realized how fast they were going, and so just dump everything and try to get as many picks as possible. And I don't think they were really expecting to get that much value either, and even more so when you have the spike literally right in front of you. It makes things so much easier when it comes to the defense, because then you're no longer playing their game, they're playing your game, and it makes it a lot easier as the defenders to be able to start dictating things back around for you. After suffering that painful loss, though, UTA is slowing things down massively until Julian hits the full speed ahead, baby. That's what it's all about here. Not missing a single shot. Julian again, the tip of the spear to try and bring them back over onto C. Chief caught out. Needs to back away for just a second. Regroup with their one remaining player on their team. And it's just going to be a firing squad down in CT. They can't get out. And guess who's coming up again to try and fight it out here? Maybe you bring out the utility, but just in the nick of time, the gun comes up. And the aim, always crisp. Maybe a feast for the senses, what they just did there.
You got maybe from spawn, Crad on B, bike. Wow, you can't plant a bike. Spike planted on C. That's a messy situation to be in for Texas State. Like there's no single one rotatable avenue for you, and it makes it so difficult to manage. That's really well played from UTA. Like that strat with Julian being so decisive on that garage take, dashing into window, by the way, which you don't see too often. Let's be honest, Sam, was just chef's kiss, beautiful stuff.
Chef's kiss, beautiful stuff. And let's see if they're going to continue to be able to cook another round victory. We're seeing a tied scoreline, 4-4. This Haven matchup is proven to go all of the way, it feels like, almost. And again, this KJ utility comes up the second that alarm bot pings anybody coming towards them. It's all just about slowing things down. It's all just about buying time to gather more information. But the most important thing here is that UTA, they're not biting. They're going to see that as an opportunity to rotate around. Texas State University might respond in kind if they see this garage attack happening once more. Jaquavius poking them. They want to go. They want to press that go button. The dog is going to push away Maynard, who's operating on the sheriff again. Julian throwing out the knives. This utility, the way that it's being used, is just so perfect. And Lucas, too. The perfect shots, the perfect player.
Super strong setup from Texas State. I was going to say, I was very shocked that UTA didn't take that A site after whittling through the KJ utility and not having them push or peek. But after some time, we do have that coming through. Julian, excellent lurk there onto Garage to get one on the rotate. We'll take one for the road. Okrin, like you said, the Sheriff Demon as well. This Viper's Pit, though, going to be a problem on A. It looks like Crad had an opinion to go for a side quest and get a pick to at least gain some advantage back, but instead pays a very, very hefty price for it.
Oh, and this is beautiful. You're going to use the lockdown for... Oh, what just happened? Rewind it. Play the tape again. 2 kills from falling? They go right into the Viper's Pit. Just good enough. Low HP. This is just complete fortune. It's really all it is. And then maybe makes the swing. Gets the home run. Saves the day. And brings University of Texas at Arlington into the lead. 5-4.
That was really fun to watch. I think when UTA start getting comfortable with the situation and finding a rhythm, they're just unstoppable. Their spread on this map can be recognized and heard from blocks and blocks away, Sam. You can't deny their presence. Like 2 rounds ago, that C take with the presence on spawn and B, just spectacular to watch. The setup that they had on A with the Viper's Pit, I mean, adventurous, yes, but it worked out in their favor. I like the direction that Crad went looking for the pick or the equalizer. Paid the price for it, but it's the right discipline and the right approach, and I think that's what really summarizes UTA's gameplay.
Oh, Luke. Hunter's Fury pings 1. A little smidge of damage, and now the recon dart may be able to gather some more information. Rain's going to deny that. They have to hear all of the footsteps on the other side of this smoke. Whatever's going to happen here, it needs to be coordinated. It can't just be left to chance. You gotta wait for the team, or you gotta wait for Aaron to make picks like that. Thankfully here, for UTA is gonna be traded out in the Owl drone. Gathering as much information as it can. Now Luke to make their approach. Maybe be able to ping the spike just a little bit. Bring it to half. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Someone's got to stop. Oh my gosh, that got way too close. K-Rad. Crad, rather. Yeah, doing it, making it happen. Chief's just going to back away with that operator.
Yeah, valid decision to save here for Chief. I'll take it. UTA though.
Wait a minute,
Feeling frisky, Sam. Looking for the pick. Chief getting spammed out. Gonna have to make some steps. And Brad! Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. UTA, after that timeout, a whole different team for me.
I couldn't agree more. They're operating at what feels like a different level. And it's not even just like one player really starting to outshine the rest here, Strive. Maybe, sure, they're sitting at top with 12 and 4, but Julian, Crad, and Jaquavius are not too far behind. Rain, the only one who's really kind of languishing, but they're still doing their job. They're still throwing out flashes. They're still clearing out the site using the dog. This is a team that's operating really well together right now and kind of giving Texas State University some pause. A-site, though, no one's on there. This could be easy for UTA.
The key word here is could be, and this A-site or Texas State has historically been a solo KJ setup or empty, and I don't really know how it hasn't been picked on more than it already has by UT, but I think they got a good whiff of it here as they all walk in and say, wait a minute, there ain't no utility here. There's no people here. I guess they just left the door unlocked, so we'll just go ahead and take the spike plant and run with it.
We do see Reagan taking at least a little bit of a jolt from that shock dart, but nothing that's going to cause them too much concern. Poison Orb comes up. Crad again. Oh, wait a minute. Rain, though. The Rolling Thunder passes right over them. The Aftershock may flush them out, but they're going to push themselves over. And Julian, firm in their position, firm in their conviction, taking these fights. And most importantly, winning them now. Aaron is going to suffer the Julian curse as well. 3 kills for this Jet. And most importantly,
before the switch.
7-4. Whatever happens here, Strive UTA has secured their position as the dominant leader in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the revitalization of UTA post timeout. If we ever get to the interview desk with UTA, assuming they do take the series, I love to converse about these and learn more about team insight as to what changed and what clicked after these spectacular moments. And you know, in Rocket League we say in between games things change, and sometimes during to the micro adjustments, but in Valorant the timeouts really do mean the world. It's been one of my most recent interests. But in terms of interest, looks like Garage again is on the agenda. Maybe gets a nice little pick onto short. And yet again, it is a wide open door for UTA, and I think they're starting to recognize quick rotate. You can see everyone's shifting away. They do see Luke on B, and that should be a little bit better for them to solidify the take as they also pop the Neural Theft to gain the information and confirm what they already were hunching over.
Oh yeah, throw out the Seekers, throw out the Neural Theft. You want to secure this round. You want to go into the next half 8-4. Throw everything. Leave nothing to chance. It feels kind of like what Texas State University needs to have is just a chance. A way to be able to break back onto the site, but you don't have your Jet, and so whatever chances, whatever you're going to be looking for. Rain! Oh, they got spun out by the recon dart. This beautiful recognition there. But again, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and Julian is beholding nothing but death in front of them. Again, they're holding this angle, and again, they're coming up massively. Hand in hand with Crad, this site is under the dominion of UTA, and this first half under theirs as well.
Yeah, 100%. They played that so well, by the way, Sam. Like, if there was one half that I can, you know, memorably recall for the next couple weeks to come, I think it's that one from UTA. They absolutely abused that A site, like you said. And what I love is that although it seemed too good to be true, they didn't venture away from it. You know what I mean? Like, as a team, you're thinking, there's no way that A is another one that we take. There's no way they're not going to expect us to go A again, right? Well, in fact, no. They recognized that A was on the board, and they took it and took it and took it. Now, on the defense side, I didn't see that Viper do what I was expecting in terms of major impact, but look at this wall across BNA. From a site protection perspective, coupled with Omen and Cypher, there is a lot of site take negation that can occur here from the UTA side of things.
Oh, wow. Look at this speed, though. Texas State University, they're ready to start equalizing things back out, but you see the walls are up. And even though you can walk through it, do you have the bravery in your heart? I'll tell you who does have bravery is Julian. They may be low in their health, trying to regroup with the sky, but may be able to cut off the head right here, right now. They're not going to go inside of CT, completely sidestepping Julian and Jaquavius. But how much longer can they do that?
Remaining.
It's Ocarin and Chief, and now
Spike
all
down, B.
by themselves. Chief on site. They do have the spike, but can they even be able to plant it? That's going to be the real question. Right behind them, Rain knows they're there. They didn't know from which direction. The adjustments were beautiful. Rain takes a small sidestep, throws the aim of Chief off just enough to be able to secure their kill. Most importantly here, securing their first pistol round just in this entire series.
UTA is just surgical. I mean, you watch this team do what they do. It's like a, I don't know what the word is or what exact statement I want to use to explain it, but synchronized dance, right? Like, you know, square dancing almost. I don't know how to, it's just so nice to watch. They flow so well together. They have such great sight presence. For me, if I could, you know, sum it to one and I could say, oh, what does this team do well? I think their comms have to be just absolutely impeccable, and their individual game sense is just beyond on point, by the way. Feels like in the back of their heads, they have a constant awareness as to what's happening on the map, and an individual on A is aware of what's happening on B and C, part and parcel to, I'm guessing, great teammate setup in comms, and also just their overall awareness of the map. This is UTA really showing their true colors on Haven and setting a great precedence. Texas State now in the timeout state of the Union. A lot of work to be done here. 5-round deficit, and UTA is just ripping and rolling like it's no one's business here.
And can you 6 rounds in a row now? That's how many they've won. 5 in the last half, now 1 in this one. Should be able to convert easily enough here. And again, I want to stress that word should. Texas State has proven that they can win out in these thrifty rounds. We're already getting kind of an idea of some ideations of grandeur and how they're going to accomplish that. Chief going for that sheriff buy, a little bit back and forth, but they haven't really been finding much success here. Really, the only one who's having a good time from Texas State is Ocarin, the Breach, 14 and 12. It's not easy what they're doing, but now it's going to be this garage push onto C. Krad is there by themselves, but the recon dart is going to ping them. The paranoia might be able to buy them some time, and you start spraying through the smoke. Julian, come, Julian with that Marshall. You don't see me, Julian, please. You can't just be doing them to this like that. But they did. And everyone is gone. That is flawlessly well done here for UTA. And, you know, in these anti-eco rounds, Strive, right? You want to try and get as many kills as you can. UTA, whistling a happy tune.
That goes there.
Oh, man. Texas State, from a strategy perspective, I think they played that well, right? They went for a traditional C split, which I'm all about, you know? Not running up long C as 5 always makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside, whether it's me playing in a comp or watching teams play. But you said it very well. Julian, 20 and 10 now, going ballistic with a Marshall. Not too much analysis can really break down the clapping that just occurred here, Chief. Like, let's be frank here. That Marshall, from a $900 value perspective, just stellar. You can't complain for UTA. As they now walk ahead with even more rounds, even more momentum, Texas State, super passive because they understand that UTA is going to be looking for aggressive picks and plays. They're just steamrolling, and why not? Julian gets the one, Aaron for the trade, and good respect there from this guy at long C with a little bit of Maynard smoke to get him out of that situation. The damage is already done. The map control has been gained, and the folks now on A and B can get a little bit more room to breathe and understand how they can rotate and cover the remaining spots on this map.
And Texas State is just stuck here. Kind of like a fly trap. They haven't scaled up too far, except for Chief inside of sewers, but there's still that Cypher utility that you got to go through. There's still that tripwire right there that you need to break. And once that's broken, Cypher's ready. Jaquavius is not going to let anyone come through that paying the ultimate price in blood. And ooh, it could have happened there. Had they not gone in like that, it could have been a completely different story. Perfect fault line to catch maybe out. And Chief really stepping up to be the jet that Texas State University needed right now.
Take flight.
And becomes spike planted.
Positioning here from Krad. That
One
little
enemy
movement
remaining.
towards backside. That's just really clean now. It's down to Krad now to 1v2. Ocarin stuck in a precarious spot, goes for the swing. And why wouldn't you, Sam? I mean, your back's against the wall, and I'm a true believer in, you know, peeker's advantage, right? You really want to be that person to step out and force the mouse movement of your opponent and just look to finesse them. And Texas State really did that. What a different round though, eh? Like after getting bludgeoned for 7 in a row, to really be aware and flexible and to rotate to A so fluently and also have the utility to get on that site, that's just great stuff from Texas State. Whatever changed that round, I would love to see more of that, please and thank you.
I agree. We need more of that. It kind of comes down to the guns they have. Oh, Julian. Keep an eye on this player. You know that they're going to be cooking with something on that operator. The generator is their domain. B is where it could all go down, but the shot misses. Chief had their eyes on them. They had their eyes on the prize, and now they may be able to take an operator for themselves. Spike is going to be planted, but in Chief's attempt to go up in the air to grab it, Rain is going to rip off their wings and maybe through the smoke again. Oh, but maybe kind of like an assassin from above. The shots flying wild, the shots flying everywhere. Trade comes through. Quavius playing it perfectly again. And it feels like right now, University of Texas at Arlington playing it perfectly. The only downside to this round, I don't think they can get the operator. I think it's still stuck firmly up there.
That's okay. I mean, op or not, fine by me.
No, they do get it. They do get it.
Oh, good. How nice. Well, Christmas is like still a month away, and look at that, presents already.
You give it right back to Julian, and Rain still has enough cash in the bank. No biggie. It's still kind of a shaky economy, I think, for UTA, but definitely not as bad as what's going on over there at Texas State. They gotta make some saves. Some people are forcing out though, Okarin and Aaron, and I guess they kind of in this situation want to because we're about to go into match point, and so maybe some hero plays here. But I don't know if that's play Chief, and I don't know if this play was the one from Luke either. Mid. Obliterated.
Here.
Julian now on the prowl for more opportunities. Ha ha ha. Sam, I'm so witty. Making up for my lackluster English on the desk there. See if we can get another pick. Thanks, man. I try. You know, I try and keep you on your toes, and I also try and keep myself on my toes. I find myself on my toes more often than not. So keeping it 100 here. Let's see what Texas State can do. Just meandering down long A here, looking for a pick. Chief, Blade stormed hot. We have that Omen watching the backside. That Viper wall, the moment a step is made, is going to go up, which is going to make this entry just a little bit more difficult for Texas State.
Oh, the flashbang for maybe, but Cage is going to save them, but not for long, though. Not as long as Chief is on the case. Quavius is still hidden out here. The Aftershock is going to push them away, but again, the smoke's coming up. Saves them so many times, there's no way. The timing difference is going to be just like that. Still firing through the smoke, but guess who is here? Julian is here. Julian is angry, and Julian is already looking towards our next map of Lotus.
Get the defuse here, Jaquavius. Just run with it. Spike defuse. You're just stomping your way through this map. Texas State, though, I mean, here, for a quick moment, Sam, let's just converse and be frank. They've had great little moments, by the way. Like, moments where they've shined and had some great moves and great shots. Like a couple rounds ago, that A-take, the one they won very recently in this half. Stellar. Like, that looks so good. Then comes the UTA, where all of a sudden, they just say, nope, 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 and they hit great openers, great shots. The Jets mobile, that off is doing work. And they just gain so much value out of individual players in moments like that. And that's what makes Haven a very tricky map to play, by the way, is the fact that a single pick and the numbers mean so much on this very congested and tight-cornered map that it is. And Julian, again, gets the duelist out of the way, which, think that through for a sec, opens so much space for UTA now, knowing that Texas State doesn't have a hard initiate that can gap close and get on the site.
Julian caught off guard by their own teammate. All right, what are you cooking, Julian? Oh, is it gonna be a full course? Oh, spectacular, no. Cooking license revoked, but still you have Rain on this operator. They gave it up, and it was the right decision. They switched weapons, and Rain is gonna continue to push forward. Oh, they're bloodthirsty. Oh, they're ready to go for more. They may have been able to do it there, but Aaron, it's a Guardian V operator, and the Guardian looks like it's going to be just a little bit quicker there. But again, you have Jaquavius. Time to throw out the Neuro Fed, figure out where exactly Maynard is. You know that they're in mid. All right, Maynard, what are you going to do here? You don't have an ultimate. You have a paranoia, one smoke, another one coming up in 10 seconds. Give Window a little bit of cover, but Jaquavius bunny hopping like the rabbit they are. Putting him into the cage, though, is Maynard. Only 21 HP left in 2v1, and they still need
30
to
seconds
plant
left.
the spike. They still need to do something here. Strive, what can you do? The fear that has to be going through their heart. You can't replicate that.
No, it's a very difficult place to be for Texas State now. 13 seconds, no
10
time on the
seconds
clock.
left.
I believe this is going to be the UTA W, unless Maynard's got some sauce in the back pocket that we don't know about. Spike goes down. No, I shouldn't be speaking too soon. That's very, very rude of me here. Holding a little bit of a far angle, looking for the pick. No, Krat, oh my days. That is a shot. That is a game. That is UTA running away with the first of this series. Sam, they played so well. Coming off that timeout, I saw a whole new team.
Defenders
They
win.
polished up their odds and ends. They got aggressive. They got confident. They found picks and opportunities. They played such a solid retake. They had so much presence across the entire map, particularly on attack. They were able to block off major rotate and choke points. Just felt like UTA was checking box after box after box for us.
Well, they've checked off the box of Haven at the very least. I wanted to say Ascent, it's the collegiate special here. You get that in your head sometimes. Now they checked off the box of Haven. Now we're gonna wonder if they're gonna be able to close out the series here. Now they are on series point. Lotus is looking to be another 3-site map where potentially they could come out on top of, and especially when you think of how Haven is, and especially when you think of how a Haven is built. You're kind of still leaning into that same fashion. We're going to see some of those agents being shaken up. We're going to be seeing things moved around, and this could potentially work out in the favor of Texas State University, but we're going to find all of that out and more Strive after this break. University of Texas at Arlington asserting some very early dominance here. Strive on the map of Haven, now looking to close the series out on Lotus. Texas State University, though, has to pull out every single trick in the book to prevent that from happening. Otherwise, that is going to be the end of week 7 for them.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see how Lotus works out now. This is, again, I mentioned during the initial opening of this series, UTA is going to be on that attack side one more time. So how does that work out in their favor? Is this their map? Is this their comfort zone where they're looking to be and accelerate their let's say, road back to success and hopefully taking the series? TBD. If we have anything to learn from Haven, though, I truly felt like looking at UTA, they were so sharp on their shots. All things aside, right? Pretend it was just an open playing field. I think if you put these teams 5v5 in a death match, UTA's crosshair was so warm. And that's going to be, I think, what the Bobcats are going to have to fend off the most here, right? Is can they deal with the amazing shots and lean a little bit more into their strategy, brains, positioning, and agent setup to work in their favor to isolate these individuals and be able to capitalize on trades at the very minimum.
All right, now brought into the agent select here for Lotus. Texas State University already mostly locked in. I wouldn't be surprised if Chief is going to be the residential Rays. Oh, so very popular on this map. And I don't really think that there's going to be anything else Jet just doesn't quite work the same, doesn't quite hit the same. Both of our teams are kind of giving us a little bit of a question mark on what's going to be happening here. What is interesting, however, out of what we already do have, though, is the, all right, there we go, we got Chief, but the Luke Fade pick. I don't see Fade very often, and the fact that we do have her is an interesting one, right? Because typically when you think of Lotus, you don't think of Fade. You think of Sky. You're gonna get the dog. You can get more value. You're gonna have flashbangs. Thankfully, though, Ocarin on the breach is still gonna fill in that gap, but not having Sky here is always a interesting choice, and choosing that over Fade.
I love Fade. I think especially on a map like Lotus, it works superbly well. And some friends and I were bantering a little bit ago about Fade, right? One guy was like, I don't know how to play Fade. The other guy's like, it doesn't really matter. You're going to be just fine, right? Fade will give you utility one way or another. The dogs are just so strong. The ultimate is really, really great and offers superb flank potential and for sneaky plays on the rotates and such. So I think for me, Fade as an agent is just a comfortable selection, really balanced and a great agent to step into if you don't already play, and can offer a lot. On the opposing end of the spectrum, looking at Gecko, I like what Gecko brings to this map and only this map, I think, for the most part. It really has a great set of utility and a great kit that leads into what Lotus is about, those longer sight lines to a certain extent. And with a very, let's say, a big desire or big need to not necessarily play post plant on site in the case of A with Mound and B on B entrance, for example. I think Gecko gives you that opportunity to basically get in, plant a spike, and already be positioned for a flank and rotates and such, and have your crosshair as a +1, a value add to your team to be able to click a phase or two.
I'm also excited about the Crad Chamber. That is kind of sending me into a PTSD spiral, right? You see Chamber and you go back to the glory days of Chamber. Not as great, not as powerful as they once were, but still a very viable agent in the right hands. But that's the big problem, right? When it comes to some of these agents, you really need to make sure that they're in the right hands. Oh my word, it's fast. Already out of C. Smoke goes down, but they're in the wrong direction. They had the wrong read, and instead it's going to be a B takeover. Pretty much no resistance here for University of Texas at Arlington. Spike is going to be planted. You're going to look all over the place. Maybe on the flip side, it's going to get a kill, but traded out.
Mega stuff here. Ocarin. Ooh, Jaquavius receiving a dome piece one time from that ghost. Nice swing. Ocarin, though, my goodness, these shots, that crosshair, tracing Julian so nicely, snapping to the Gecko flash as well. Ocarin feeling nice. What? Hello?
Okay, Ocarin.
That was a galactical flick, by the way. Holy shnikes.
Okay, all right, we get you. Texas State University feeling pretty frisky on these defensive pistol rounds. It's going to be another win for them. Second one of the night. And what a spectacular showing here from Ocarin, I think.
Can you even punch a ghost?
Especially with that one moment where Jaquavius was behind them, but flashbanged out, so didn't know that Ocarin was in front of them. Nah, Ocarin casual. I'm just gonna look behind me because I heard the footsteps, and then click, like you said, click the dome piece. Beautiful round though, really is. The issue here though, right, Strive, this happened before, might be getting a little sense of deja vu. Texas State cannot count this out just yet.
Nope, not at all. Take it easy now. Chief hitting aggro, about to give a bit of a half-wall punishment. Nice job. Stuck in a precarious position. Note the crossfire is there. Paint shells coming in. Forces Chief to take the wide angle and pays the price indeed. Nice down. The wall actually didn't go for the swing as I was expecting, but you got to love Luke there being posted up to offer the trade. That's going to take us back to that 2v2 situation. The A wall is up and looking alive, but Chambers on C. Viper's now rotating away. I was going to say, please don't go with your Chamber. That would be detrimental. With Crowd on the lurk here and looking towards B Link, this could be really nice, by the way. Either for a shift back or a shimmy to B or A, but even to get a rotating pick too on KJ and Breach, this would be absolutely church for UTA.
Well, it's perfect too because of the way that you make that come.
Thrifty.
Take their guns.
Crad!
Jeez.
That couldn't have been done by any other player than this beast. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. All right. And this is what I was saying. Strive, right? Texas State can't take it easy. Can't make any mistakes. Because guess who's going to capitalize on it every single time? University of Texas at Arlington. That they are. And even more so, Crad. Oh, that was disgusting.
That was sick. That was actually so nuts. Round 1, we got the Ocarina pop off. Round 2, we got Crad getting adventurous and delivering a nice 1-2 punch. You gotta love it. Chamber's such a amazing agent to watch in these early pistols. I don't know how much I love that Sheriff as the rounds progress, but in these pistol rounds especially, can do so much now. Getting aggressive, locking the crosshair. Crad is so patient, by the way. Big W to this Chamber.
You've got to have that patience. Finally, Crad is going to meet their maker, pulling out the guns, thinking that everything was going to be safe for them.
Spike
The Chamber
planted.
Extraordinaire. But still, it doesn't really matter. They've done their job. They got a kill. They've been having the time of their life. Spike is going to be planted on A, and now it's just going to be spreading out all over the map and spreading the joy of the University of Texas at Arlington, spreading the carnage that continues to feed upon any who dare goes against them.
Stellar stuff here. Really well done for UTA. Dude, what is it with, it's like when UTA get, you know, a little bit of a crisscross slap across the face, they get upset, you know, and they're just like, they turn red, start to balloon to 6 times their size, and then just absolutely explode and assert their dominance. Such a great round to watch. Now getting into round number 4, we got the guns all across the board. Be patient here, though. With what Texas State showed me on pistol round, they can easily continue to flex their muscles a little bit here and punish UTA when given that opportunity. Looks like thus far, though, initial look with that C take. Ocarin. Jiggly jiggle, getting some intel, and with the fault line, do we get the swing off of it? We do, but good respect to the Viper wall. Here's the Gecko flash coming in, and at this point is just screaming for help. Get over here. I wouldn't mind a rotate onto B to be a little bit more aware of the situation if they decide to take it.
And so Crad is putting up the numbers, man. It's just unfair. Every time they're playing around, and this is even more disastrous. That Spike right in front of them on the site. It's still trying to even just get there, but it's so difficult at this point. All right, finally. That could have been a bright spot here for Texas State, but no, doesn't really matter. They're still gonna do their job. Send in wingman forward. Aaron, the bulwark, the defender, sturdy. Doesn't really matter at this point. They're gonna push away, maybe gathering information, stepping into the shadows. Full control of tree, and even more full control, inching forward onto A. And the realization you're gonna be setting in that, hey, this is free.
Oh, yes, it is, but only for the time being, as Texas State now making their moves now towards spawn,
30
rotating
seconds
as well.
left.
Nasty.
Oh, Crad's got a good spot here. Crad's got such a great spot. Really good patience. UTA, disciplined, strong shooters. They're so well-rounded. What is Texas State going to do, though, here to respond back? Got 2 members. Chief looking to whittle down the numbers onto Crad, brings it and equalizes. Boombot, good for the information. A very low HP, maybe in back sight. Both are low. This could be it for Chief. The time to shine. 1, 2, transition down to the Omen now, and the plant position is a little bit sticky.
Oh, Chief scared off pinging the spike.
Like you could
All they had to do was shoot the body, but Chief wanted to go to the extra level with a headshot and really send University of Texas at Arlington reeling. A clutch from them, but most importantly, tying up that scoreboard and stopping this from spiraling out of control early on.
Yeah, good patience. Really great shots as well. My heart sank there for Texas State the moment Crad was on that flank. I'm just so grateful that that didn't materialize into more and more. For the side of UTA now, it's a happy time. They've got the guns to support this this rally. We'll see what Texas State can do. We saw how scary they can be on pistol, by the way, and with sheriffs in hand,
want to play?
everyone
Let's
minus
play.
Chief, that is. I think they're going to be in a great place to hopefully do a little bit of damage at the very minimum.
Speaking of damage, it's going to be maybe through that half wall towards connector. Luke has this sheriff in hand. A couple of peeks, a couple of jiggles. It's so much danger. The reinforcements thankfully are there, but the second anyone has to try and peek this out, Luke is going to have so much pressure to try and win this out here. The decision from UTA, though, to continue pushing forward is kind of scary, but it's only as scary with the kills that they don't get, and they're getting the kills. They're getting everything and then some.
Not ready.
However, a call. Abandon this, go towards the mid round, we gather our information. Time to make plays on C.
Yeah, I love this positioning on Mountain, by the way, not committing every marble on the bag towards that A site. Jaquavius, as what we've seen previously from UTA, much like what we experienced on Hayden with the Jaquavius
enemy
flank,
remaining.
I believe it was, on their C take. This is Jaquavius again side questing, holding
Spike
firmly
planted.
on the choke points of B and getting picks ones and twos, just whittling down the numbers of Texas State. Crad is doing the dance, the salsa to get away from Okran's crosshair, and you like to see UTA there to get the quick trade back in. This is what UTA does best, I think, Sam. Really good defaults, great shots coming up from individuals, and then when they find an opening, they say full steam ahead. We got this in the bag.
Speaking of the bag, yeah, Texas State, look at what they're working with. No, not much, not much. And even if they were to win out this round, unless everybody's pretty much alive, you're kind of looking for that flawless moment from them. It's still gonna be pretty. It's still gonna be pretty rough. On the flip side, though, UTA is big time banking it. Even caught out by this haunt, Julian is not afraid. Julian is ready to keep rolling. Look at how far they want the blood. It may be denied some of it because the rest of the team is firing on all cylinders as well. Thrash is going to clear out even more of this site, gathering even more information. You gotta know that Aaron's up there. You have to, and if you didn't, well, now you do. Still pushing themselves forward. Rain sees this KJ and rips them off the map. That is another beautiful round from UTA.
I think that's a great word to sum it up, by the way. Beautiful. Like I mentioned in the previous game too, UTA is just truly art in motion when it comes to their attack. They're so strong and they don't leave anything on the table, right? If there's a pick to be taken, they take it. If there's a trade available, they trade it. And for Texas State, they made some good adjustments early on, but now they're kind of falling back to their previous shortcomings on Haven. I think leaving one too many openings and not necessarily thinking proactively as to what UTA has been known to do these past 6 rounds now. Hopefully they can make some adjustments here. Do like the KJ setup on seat. That's going to be good. Hasn't been giving us a value that we wanted thus far. Even on Haven, it felt a little bit lackluster. It was more of a time waster than a damage dealer, if anything, Sam, which I think part of KJ's kit really needs to be delivering damage with those nanoswarms and not just being a full stop to a push per se.
Can agree with you on that assessment, but maybe this might be that moment where damage can be done. Crad just barely missing out on the swarm grenade, but it doesn't really matter. You've pinged it, it's gone out, and now you don't have to worry about it anymore. One less in favor of that. Now in comes the showstopper. Array's ultimate is going to be fired through the smoke, but not going to gain too much, except for a lot of space. Jaquavius on the flip side, getting first blood in this round onto Chief, but the trade coming through from Luke. You're still gonna have to wonder just how much more can be done with 3 players. Texas State has swing from Aaron, a couple of shots miss. That's just not meant to be though. Julian, again, every time you see this player, they're like the Reaper of Death. And now Maynard may be getting their own slice of that pie. Crad eliminating them, taking them out, and that is 5-2. UTA just continues this train nonstop.
Yeah, timeout here. I don't have too much to necessarily talk about, except I want to, from my end, before I pass it off to you, Sam, is talk a little bit about Aaron on that C setup, right? Prior to the round starting, I did mention what I expect from that KJ, which was really that utility doing damage. For Aaron, I can understand wanting to pop it, expecting them to push, but once that nanoswarm is popped and there is no real contest or people funneling on in, then it's wasted, right? At the minimum, if it is popped after one entry comes in, either via a raised double satchel or something, at least you've isolated that raise in sight now and you've committed that individual, and will allow you to hopefully swing and pick it off with some help, or to at least isolate and buy some time for a flank. That's what the KJ needs to be doing, being a little bit more patient, conserving those nanoswarms, relying on a deeper alarm bot maybe to make that utility work in their favor. From there, I think the rest of Texas State can then support. But when you just give up that valuable utility right off the rip, you're left very much stripped of any future round potential, or at least ability to isolate some picks here and there.
And I think what makes those rounds hard too is just not having access to the full kit. Only one swarm grenade. There was one swarm grenade, one alarm bot. That alarm bot gathers the information, and then you have just the one swarm grenade. I think if they had more, Aaron may have been able to do something a little bit, but it was just going to be difficult regardless. And especially when you leave KJ on Seaside by themselves, it's all just about how much information you can gather, how much time you can delay so everyone else can get back over there. Crad, you mad lad, are you really going to single-handedly put yourself right here, before you take the fight. Look at how far they're lurking into this too. But now we're finally going to see some ultimates committed from Texas State. They have a whole case full of them, but it's going to be responded almost in kind. Krad's over-ambition is finally going to be punished. And now how much more can be done inside of this Viper's pit? It's definitely going to be difficult, but not impossible. Wow!
Down B.
Strive. Massive. What are these fires?
One enemy remaining.
Oof. That Viper's pit.
Okay, who's got this now?
It looked good in theory, right? But once the execution came out, it was one big green blob, and you had no idea where anyone from Texas State was looking to swing from. They could easily have come in as 3 through door there and absolutely swamped them. And, you know, what's UTA going to do in that position? I like the fact that it got dropped at one point, you know, knowing that this is not working. We need to have some more vision in sight. But by then it was too little too late.
And also, I think Krad going off on that little cheeky lurk of theirs. Texas State has to be picking up on that, right? They have to be picking up that someone's going to try and flank them or contest them in these different areas, and so really need to watch out here. Again, we have another fast push. Aaron, the defender of C, once more on this KJ. Can they do it? And how well are they going to pop this utility? It seems to be a lot more conservative this time around. But K-Rad this time around is not going to suffer any losses, instead imposing losses upon Texas State. Spike is going to be planted by Wingman.
Spike planted.
Of course, it's going to be planted for Mount.
Let's see how this works out now.
Initiated.
Lockdown set for the retake.
Oh, pain.
Is that nade going to be enough to take it out? No. It's not.
Ooh.
All good. See how it works out here. About to pop. Going to be doing the deed, pushing UTA way back out towards Mount. Raise at Waterfall. They got to make a quick move here. Spike's already getting shot.
Last player standing.
TV5 getting swarmed. And you can't look left, right, up, down, sideways at the same time here. Maynard looking to fend for thyself. Ooh, clean shots, but eventually the Julian nade comes in, and if it wasn't that, it was going to be the crosshair placement of UTA, just having numbers to throw at that round. Really well done. Texas State had to look at it with that lockdown, but you can't dismiss the numbers and what UTA is able to hold on to deep into these post-round plants.
What is that Jaquavius is buying? Is that an operator for a Viper on attack? The whole storyline, the script just needs to be thrown out at this point in Strive. There's too much craziness going on here. And now it's going to be another force buy from Texas State. They're really going to try and win out this round all over the board, too. They're really throwing it all, leading it all as best they can. Up in the air, though. Julian, those satchel packs were beautiful. And then to pick off Maynard, but is going to be traded out. Not much more they can accomplish from that. But let's see how the rest of this is going to be found. Krad's stuck in an awkward corner. No rendezvous to get them out of that pickle that they found themselves in. And, of course, suffering for it with their life. Wait a minute. Peek through this, Okra. Peek through it. Maybe he's on the other side. You found them now. The boldness and put into them. The alarm bot's going to be able to cover you even more so, turning back at the right time. But Jaquavius and the attack operator bites. And what a bite it has. Maybe another one to be found. No. Maybe?
Poison's off.
Yeah, okay. You got to respect it.
Yeah, no, maybe, possibly, unsure, potentially. Yeah,
Spike
it's just
carrier killed.
it's all a
Spike
toss-up in
down
the
A.
with UTA. It feels like I'm on a roller coaster when it comes to their tempo. Slow and fast, slow and fast. They really know how to make the rounds work in their favor now. Texas State, good position though.
30 seconds left.
Getting very committed to this B site with Jaquavius on that main, getting the pick with that off.
One
They're on
enemy
now,
remaining.
swinging as the smoke begins to bloom. That is super nice play. UTA now, Jaquavius. Confidence on Falik with that operator.
Jumped right into it. You don't see that very often here, Strive. And that's what I'm saying. Throw the script out. It's not making sense at this point. The Viper operator. It worked. In any other world, that shouldn't have. But again, this is UTA that we're talking about. This is a team that is absolutely feeling themselves right now, operating on another level, another realm, another dimension. It feels like. And of course, the bye for Texas State. Yeah, not good.
Here.
Pick opportunity, Jaquavius.
Toxins going up.
Let's see it though. Texas State respecting it. Okran now. Aaron there. Gotta be careful. Aaron does jump away. That's gonna do a good job of halting the first, but minute 21 Sam, Julian isolated. Big showstopper coming in as well. And it does a really good job for the time being of pushing them off that site, but it looks like UTA doing what I would have done, exactly the re-hit type of approach, right? Texas State's blown everything they've got. They're just exposed, and UTA understands that. Whether it was on C or A, they would have capitalized.
That was disastrous too. Luke, though, not suffering from any of that disaster, still lands those headshots with the gracefulness that they can muster up right now. Pushing the way forward, the smoke is gonna
Spike planted.
stop them for a budding moment, and then mosh pit. You do not want your feet blown up. You do not want to suffer from that. Maynard flicked right over, landing one body shot onto maybe 40 HP now. The paranoia catching them just enough, setting themselves
player
up on
standing.
the box. Oh, beautiful Texas State, but still got Crad alive and angry. Again, if it is any other player,
Last round.
they would have
in the half.
crumbled under the pressure, but no, Crad standing tall, standing firm, and saving the day for UTA.
UTA, three-letter abbreviation, so is the word Zen. I mean, absolutely at peace with themselves. So composed, so well positioned. Like, I don't think they expected Pratt to be there. The shimmy and shake off the spawn. I mean, I mean, okay, dude. Why do I feel like I keep saying Chef's Kiss in every game? Like, that's the
You
one.
want to
That's gotta be
play?
the PS
Let's
resistance, but
play.
it isn't. UTA trumps themselves game after game, play after play. Time to thrash though. Rain clears the left. I don't know if they saw that.
They didn't.
Okran in the corner. Oh, Okran. This could be detrimental, Sam.
Okran can find so much value off of the back of this. Once the smoke goes away,
Spike
that's when they're going to
planted.
make their move. Spike is planted, but Okran, like we've been saying, the patient game. And what a game it possibly could be. Now is the time for them to strike, make their move. Not too long now, though. Beautiful. The patience is paid off with two in Okran's pocket. How much more can they go for? Gets a Chief out. The rest of the team is going to have to be the bodyguard for
Last
them.
player standing.
Chief may have fallen, but Luke is going to come up with massive victories on their own. And then the Jaquavius stun with the fault line is
Switching
going to clean
sides.
it up. Not the best of halves, but a great way to end the first half here for Texas State. We're looking at an 8-4 first half, obviously in favor of University of Texas at Arlington. Now we're going to hope that maybe with Texas State being on the attack, it's going to be a little bit easier for them. Lotus obviously in these 3-site maps, same could be said for Haven here, Strive, more attack-oriented.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'll take that half all day, every day. That was a very turbulent first game. Coming into Lotus, this is super nice now. Texas State still have a lot of work cut out for them, but I think watching UTA play, they've learned a lot about their play style, right? UTA is not afraid to take fights. They're very, very smart on their positioning. I think Texas State now will have to expect the unexpected and really work together in numbers to shut these guys down. Look at the situation, though, on Long A. It's an absolute mess, an aggressive setup. Oh, that nade also doesn't go the right way. However, Jaquavius still getting aggressive. Luke, nice positioning behind this wall. Really good 1s and 2s. Julian coming in for the trade now. The rest are going to flurry out of this smoke by the looks of it, but Julian is putting a full stop to that very nicely.
Push them back, push them away, and give them a little bit of pause. It's a 1-2 punch that's happening here from both teams on this A main position. Now you're going to give that all up and make your way back over towards C, where there's really no one to defend it, right? You don't have to worry about KJ utility. You just got to worry about Crad. And if there's anyone that you're going to worry about, it's definitely going to be them. Is Crad the Extraordinaire going to land their shot? No, they're not. Going to look for more opportunities, setting the rendezvous up for another shot here. They're going to peek their head through the smoke. The headhunter is in hand, but their head is the one that has been hunted.
player standing.
Okran is on fire.
planted.
Another pick through the smoke. How do they do it? Wingman's going to clap a little bit, causing some chaos there, but Julian is by themselves. Not an ideal position for them to be in, even more so with the way that the spike is planted. Peeking through, slow going. Every inch by inch needs to be cleared. You don't know where they're going to be hiding. The swarm grenade is gone, but the paranoia is going to send Julian reeling right into the arms of Okran and right into Texas State being able to take another pistol round. This is their third pistol round in this series, and all of them being won here on Lotus by Texas State.
Really, really good work. I mean, with Texas State now off to I think a superb start in their first half. They got their best foot forward, and we'll see how it pans out for them. UTA and in a bit of a tricky position. We've seen these marshals though work really well for them in the past. Hopefully, it gives them some opportunity to take these picks on the long sites, especially at the A zone, which is where they are for the most part. Look at this fiesta! My goodness, get in line, take a ticket, join the firing range.
Marshal extraordinaire. Anyone who walks in front of them, they're gonna be in for a lot of pain. Oh my gosh, what is this?
Just nasty. Imagine there was actually people there though. That would have been traumatizing.
There might be some trauma here though, because Crad had that Marshal, but he's just not even gonna be able to use the rendezvous again. They're just getting taken out. They're trying to go for these aggressive peaks. And I guess for UTA, oh my word. All right, blowing things up is Julian again. And it looks like the Marshal decision is actually working out a lot better than it should be right now. But the rifles and the Spectres are doing wonders for them. Jaquavius is it just feels like it's gonna be free firing one after another. And the decision to go Marshals was the right one. But is the decision from Aaron to have that Phantom gonna work for them? Wrapping all the way around Jaquavius and Aaron. It's a little dance with each other, but it's all going to be who catches the other one first. And it's going to be Jaquavius. I can't believe my eyes. The lucky stars on this player. The Marshal gamble paid off, and Jaquavius gets an even better weapon upgrade from a Marshal to a Vandal, all for free.
Put yourself in Jaquavius' shoes, right? I mean, to be so committed to that Marshal, you're not going to go ahead and switch guns and make noise at that point, right? You're you're deep at that in that moment, wrapping around. Marshal diff, I mean, holy cow. I didn't expect it to work out the way that it did, especially once that firing range kind of didn't fall into place right off the rip and then you get their peaks. I thought they'd be in trouble. Like, those Marshals wouldn't win those close battles, but UTA, whether it's with an unscoped, we'll say, long-range weapon of choice, they still make it happen. They're so good. Texas State, let's see how they can manage off though. Viper wall's up, doing what it should do, blocking off that B entrance for the time being. Orb also placed well. Snakebite is just doing so much work for them as Julian goes on a side quest. He gets a nice opener on Luke, a nice one onto Aaron. Where's Chief? Chief is trying to rebuttal. Showstopper, a swing as well from behind UTA. If they didn't have plan A figured out, they definitely had plan B, and Julian is just running around. Free for all situation here, mauling Texas State.
Oh, Maynard, 1v4. Ain't that 4v none? That is a beautiful round from UTA, one that was almost flawless, but one that was given into the hands of Julian, who was quite literally firing off all of the shots, and it felt like they were hitting all of them as well. And then even to further press that issue some more, that showstopper, it's that kind of ultimate where you can go one of two ways, and it definitely went in the way of Julian there. Now 10-5 UTA, stepping foot into the double digits. It's going to be Texas State to try and figure out how to clap back.
I like UTA's push first. Nice long A control here. Posted up. Julian and Rain, the dynamic duo in the previous round, now dominating this position. And with the one Guardian onto Luke. Julian looking for some more information. The boom bot doesn't go the right way. Big paranoia though. Okrin, I believe, was actually blind from that, but still gets the pick onto Julian. Maybe retreating back to site now. Looking to play the angle with Viper as well. We'll see how this works out for the duo, but keep your eyes peeled on that C situation. You have a very lurky chamber that can get some nice positioning here and maybe get a spawn flank done.
And there's no one to catch them out either. You see that they're looking in this direction. You see that they are very wary of Crad. And that turret, when Crad does eventually make their move, is going to catch them out. What do you have cooking for us, though, Jaquavius? A couple of bullets that are going to miss is all that's going to be found there, and an immediate runaway to try and regroup with the rest of the team. This isn't Texas State's ball court, especially considering that B is under their control. Set itself up for that nice spike post plant. Maynard is going to get that down. Wait a minute, though, Jaquavius. Give it to us right now. Do you have it in you? No, they don't.
All right, now second look at it. Maybe from above. They got a good little two-angle approach. Is it going to be what the doctor ordered? Crad it is. Mater now from above. Looking from below. Okarin, Chief, dancing, good patience. Like I said, very zen with the mouse one ability, but it's not enough to whittle away the numbers of Texas State. Turbulent back and forth, but they hold on to their beans and don't give in to the vices of UTA, right? Expecting that aggression, they got their ones and twos, respected the rest of Long A, and from there found great opportunity at B site.
The ability to be able to transition from that A site where you were finding, you were getting some picks here, right? But you were also getting picked there. To make the transition from A towards B, which can be kind of risky in and of itself. You don't go towards C because you know Crad's there. And even though Crad hasn't quite been popping off yet, you don't want to give him that chance to. You don't want to have that opportunity to be found there. So just make your way towards B and find it out on that site. And it worked out so brilliantly. And especially with the damage that you did to the numbers already, just kept compounding on top of each other. And this has kind of put UTA in a position we haven't seen them in very long, on the back foot.
Yeah, but a UTA on the back foot.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, I was going to say, UTA on the back foot can be a UTA actually on the front foot because they really start to show up. A lot of damage done though off the rip. I'll take that. Breach, suffering at 15 HP, but all's good. Again, good respect with that B area. Similar to what we saw them do on A with the transition to B. We got that look at B. We're going to go ahead and transition off for that C site now. Big entry from Chief there. So confident. The rest of the team is late, but they're fairly aware that this site should be relatively empty. Okrin watching the flank. They do have a Rolling Thunder as well, so the moment UTA makes a peep, if they decide to play off-site, with the KJ on top of it, they are well situated for a great post-plan setup.
Oh, they really are. Right through the doorway, too. It's just a murdering squad. It's a firing squad. Texas State University, the aim is activated, and it is hitting everything. Jaquavius on the other side. Oh, just barely had the head right in the crosshairs, but not good enough to be able to take the kill. The Aftershock is still going to be safe enough that Jaquavius is not going to die from it. Just push far forward. At this point, though, for Texas State, they have the numbers advantage. A couple of players are bloodied, but not dead. And at the okay, Jaquavius is still going to be able to land shots like this. It's always something very scary to be happening there. Maynard not going to give them too much room to work with, and may be able to get maybe here. Maybe. Yes, unfortunately for Maynard, the pinky toe was in the spike detonation. And they fall along with it. Still 7-10. That scoreline not looking as grim as it once did here, Strive.
No, far from it. But if you look at how history has played itself out, it feels like a couple rounds pass and UTA figures out some little loophole that they can work with. And hopefully after 2 now consecutive, this is their chance to get their footing back into it. Texas State, though, are really, really playing into what's working, right? That opening pick, that confident look is what's been yielding them results. And you pointed out something a couple rounds ago about the chamber. Brad, who hasn't been able to, let's say, rendezvous out of nasty situations. I think that's part and parcel to Crad being passive and waiting to get peeked on rather than being the one to initiate a look and then rendezvous out before they get swung. So I think that could be something that the chamber can change. But here's that Fade ultimate that we talked about there in the pregame coming in. Julian can't hear a single thing, but that is whittling away very quickly. Texas State, although they Fade ult, they don't necessarily play off of it right away.
Yeah, that's a very strange decision. It's something I think that's Texas State suffers from a lot, is they don't go off of the utility as quick as they should. That was a massive opportunity to take on Julian in there, but deciding not to is possibly going to cost them a lot. Now the rest of the team is there. Now you're going to commit the Rolling Thunder, but guess what? Julian, not caught inside of it, is still going to be able to pick up one before the trade comes in. Now Rain, a lot on their shoulders, but the shoulders are beefcakes right now. You stand on top of them, and it's just going to be bench pressing everyone in sight. Get rid of the dog on the other side of that. Luke needs to be very careful. The awareness is there, and even more so now that Thrash is out, ready to chomp on somebody. But oh, wait a minute! Ray doesn't know where they're gonna be. The gun comes out.
Player standing.
Oh, it was so
Spike
scary for
down
Rain.
A.
That could have gone horrifically had they been found out there. They may have died, but it doesn't really matter. And now hearing the step into the shadows, the quick adjustment towards C, knowing that's where they're gonna be.
10 seconds left.
Uno v uno, my friend. Is it the Jaquavius, your martial op maestro? Just sneaking on into sight here. This position from Texas State. Really good, actually. If Jaquavius does manage to clear out all the angles, including close box, which doesn't happen now, venturing out, deciding to look at Waterfall. I mean, it's a tough 50-50, Sam. You're not going to have all the angles covered. Maynard played it well, just waited for the tap, not getting aggressive. Well done. Texas State, 3 in a row for the first time in a hot minute here.
It just feels like it's getting hotter and hotter in here for UTA anyways. The heat is starting to get turned up and the pressure has to be making them cooked. Texas State, this is a monumental recovery and an effort that I think isn't being stymied by them making any massive mistakes. We could have called out that Nightfall. Yeah, they should have gone off of that, but they still had the Okarin Rolling Thunder. Maybe if they had gone off that Nightfall, they would not have needed to use that Rolling Thunder, but they did. And I'm assuming that was just really to gather information, figure out where they're at, and then use it.
Agree. The Nightfall in itself is not going to be a disabling ultimate, right? It's just going to give you that intel. It's going to keep them deafened for a short period of time. But UTA can click, right? They don't need their ears to press mouse 1. Texas State, though, seems like they don't need any motivation themselves either. Quick 1s and 2s. Getting a nice set of picks on B and C respectfully, now funneling in with that raise, leading the charge. All that utility gets invested right off the rip. Rain now. Marshall in hand, the weapon of choice at UTA. See if this will be sufficient enough to get a pick or two, but they are in a very precarious spot and a really well posted up Texas State's going to be just going to whittle away at them slowly here.
Yeah, Mosh Pit gonna throw some chaos, shuffle them around a little bit here. Rain's gonna try and make their way to the spike right in front of them. It was like a neatly wrapped gift that they are gonna open. It was only able to get that one though. Julian now.
Remaining.
Oh baby, he's kind of like the bodyguard here, the defender. Julian's just gonna stick it. You have no other choice than to do that. Now make your way, picking up a better weapon. Pull out the knife. Oh, what a way to bring the insult here. Where it looked like it was all going for Texas State, but no, it's the UTA Thrifty. And now what a way from match point and series points.
Indeed, Sam. The way Texas State was placed up on that or positioned on that post plant was just great. I love how they were committed to site, right? Knowing that smokes were still up. They didn't want to isolate themselves out of long per se or mound, but the shots just didn't connect. Everything kind of funneled into UTA's hands, and that's been the common theme here. When they're pushed up against the wall in situations that you're like, no way they can retake with 4 people on site holding these angles, they truly do. Crad now holding the back foot of this rendezvous. Big fault line comes in as well. That's going to give them some space. Still sitting in their zone, and okay, this time able to get away. We'll take it.
Oh yeah, absolutely going to take that. Still are able to use that tour de force. Dog is going to cost them another bullet, sailing through, of course, the rays. Unfortunately, there's some holes in that sail, and the ship is going to capsize, sink down into the ground. Crad not going to get too much more out of that. The flashbang is going to scare them off just good enough, along with that KJ lockdown. So much utility being expended to push away the tour de force user. That's what you need to do. Everything in the toolkit and then some is going to secure you. Seaside is going to secure you a spike plant, is going to rob Rain blind and give Maynard a kill.
Yeah, be careful though. The powerhouse is still around. Both Crad and Maynard are, are on the board here. Choosing to play off-site. KJ utility gets popped early. That could be detrimental to the grand scheme of things. Smoke down now. They can play a little bit of a side angle. No, Okarin connects on the headshot. Maybe you're gonna have 3 crosshairs spanning in a hot second here, along with someone pushed up near water. Time is not in your hands. Neither is the placement. And yeah, finally, woof. I was gonna say, if we got some more out of maybe, there might have been a slight chance there, but time didn't work out. Texas State able to get that round very, very nicely.
I'm being reminded of last week right now, Strive, when Texas State was going up against Cincinnati on Ascent, and we were brought into quintuple overtime, right?
Yeah, I remember that. That was
almost
great.
quintuple overtime. We were on quadruple overtime, and it was getting very close to that possibility. Texas State is a team that operates so well. When you think that they're down and out, you really cannot discount what they're capable of. And even more so in how they're showing up in force big time. Another go around, another A site hit. And this time, UTA is just, they're not taking any space. They're not going any further than they need to. Okarin, coming up big. Big.
Green giant kind of big, you know what I mean?
Is that the on the veggie package? Right.
You got
that's
it.
That's that mascot. Yeah, I thought I remembered.
Yeah.
Been a long time since I've seen Green Giant.
Right.
Julian under assault has to be scared. The rocket didn't even do any damage to them. They get off scot-free, and then they get a little bit more to go along with it. Now they're gonna try and return to Cinder, the showstopper of their own, but the fuse is not as lit, running out of juice, and not even gonna try and fire it. Just okay, all right, whatever. That's cool.
Spike tap. Oh. Ooh. The trademark
30 seconds left.
gets the info, but Okarin so
Last
aware that
player
UTA
standing.
plays the aggressive angle. Maybe hello, Luke. Oh, this is a big issue now. Okarin though does have Rolling Thunder, is aware that
One
this is
enemy
happening
remaining.
outside of grass. That's a shot, and we have the Rolling Thunder now too, Sam. This if there's a round that's got to go Texas State's way, it's got to be this one here. Oh, UTA, baby,
read it so
nice
well.
play, Okarin though with the shot. The read was great, like you said, but Okarin just mouse one galore, really connecting on the one pieces.
You got to give it to Maybe there for knowing that the Rolling Thunder was coming in, but then you got to go and give it to Okarin for killing that round and basically giving this to Texas State. The scoreline is just a one-round differential at this point, and again, we were so close for UTA to being able to close this out. They are at that almost a series point. But if Texas State can clutch up 2 more rounds, right, they're going to bring themselves onto the 10th, and then they're going to be the ones on match and series point. Again, a massive victory here for Texas State, regardless of how you put it. Crad, though, the Maverick, the one who always likes to push the envelope, but signed, sealed, and delivered. Crad's death certificate.
Toxin screen down.
Texas State's really turned up the heat, by the way, on these opening picks, eh? Like, if you look at the first 30 seconds, 20 seconds of the round of, like, the past, let's say, 6 rounds, it's been Texas State getting that opener, and that's what's been giving them the space to work with. The fact that it gets down to such a deep 1v1, despite their early deficit for UTA, scares me, right? It makes you wonder how much this defender team has in the tank, but it's working for these attackers right now as they're going to go ahead and funnel and hit this A site off of that opening pick here.
It's time to flood all over A site now. Texas State University hasn't really found any resistance until Maybe
Spike
enters into
planted.
the equation. The stinkers are poisonous, they are venomous, and they are scary. But now this Nightfall is going to rob sight, it's going to rob sound, and most importantly, it's going to decay them down even further. Jaquavius, get that weapon upgrade from a
Last
Singer
player
to a
standing.
Vandal, has put it to massive use and finding massive value. Luke on the other side of the smoke is just not even going to try and survive. Julian is just with a Sheriff. Going to come and going to deliver some yeehaw justice. Spike to be defused, and now finally, a little bit of time to get there. UT Arlington, match and series point.
I
Match
have
point.
this deep, lingering hope and dream that Texas State can pull some magic together here. Really dig back to those rounds where they were able to find opportunity and do so at the most optimal sites. They did I think for Texas State, their C-take has been nothing but beautiful, right? They played it so well in terms of getting in on site. They've kind of fumbled on the post, but they have the right idea. In this round, though, where it gets unfortunate is there's not a lot of ultimates. No, sorry, backtrack. There's 0 impact ultimates available for them, which I think is going to make it just that much harder to commit to a site take. Historically, their rounds, even on Haven, were built upon ultimates that earn them space and earn them opening picks.
Oh no. Sheriff's in hand. That can mean only one thing. Economy not going good. It's a downward spiral. The recession is hit. Jaquavius dodging the fault line expertly in the snake bite, buying so much time. They're not even able to take advantage of that fault line had it been there. The wall will come down. Okarin bunny hop to the other side safely. They're fine. Guess who's on the attack once more? Crad. Are you watching your flank? Are you keeping an eye out for them, Texas State? You cannot let them get away with it. Not at this stage of the game. You have to win these next 2 rounds, and they need to be clean. But Julian, a shining, sparkling bastion of justice, is ready to deliver it all onto Texas State. Quavius on the other side of this wall again. Once it comes down, how are they going to take these fights? Poorly. That's how it's going to be. Maynard thought they were safe, thought that Crad wasn't pushed up. Guess what they
30
are?
seconds left.
And things are really starting to unravel. Crad, the shot misses. They may be able to pick up another one. Oakland has to use the fault line to make sure that they're safe, but they haven't regrouped with the rest of the team. Crad uses as an opportunity to flashbang. The shots go wild.
Planted.
Julian is there to bail Crad out of trouble. The spike may be planted, but it's a 2v4.
Oh, they don't expect Crad to be at mound after that pick on the back of Oakland.
One enemy remaining.
I don't process that. But Texas State now, boy, it falls apart at the seams in a matter of 15
Out of
seconds flat.
charges.
Came down to the wire, but University of Texas at Arlington, just that much
Defenders win.
more primed up this evening. They take the series and they take this win.
Au
13-7.
revoir.
And we also didn't go into quadruple overtime this week, so I'm a little bit thankful for that. The heart rate and the stress and the adrenaline is not going to send me into an early grave, so I'm very thankful for that. University of Texas at Arlington, obviously, though, big congratulations to them for being able to close out this series 2-0. Texas State University, though, for some reason, is his team strive, and it only happens on the second map. I don't know why, where it's like they need a whole map and a half almost to warm up before they're able to put themselves into gear. But it really feels like at that point, it's too late. And University of Texas at Arlington or University of Cincinnati or whoever is able to pull ahead just at the last second, whether it's through some taking advantage of some flaws that Texas State had or push themselves even further where they're able to recover nicely. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, Strive, Texas won.
Yes, Texas won. You were right, Sam. Congratulations. I'll PayPal you the $15 that we bet on. All good. Just kidding. None of that happens here. We're going to be conversing. I'm sorry, Sam. What if we do meet one day, though? I'll make it up to you somehow, my friend.
you.
On the note of moving ahead in this series and this evening, there is a interview that is going to be occurring very, very shortly. We have Maybe joining us, so that's going to get put into place here very quickly. We're going to shuffle off desk, hit a quick break, and let's bring that interview, converse with Maybe here from the UTA squad, and learn a bit more about what worked for them and what they had struggles with throughout the series. So quick break and back to you shortly.
Back with the penultimate week of EGF Valorant. I'm Tenrek. With me is Anton tonight, heading into our second of 3 matches. Going to see University of Cincinnati being taken on by Rochester Institute of Technology. Anton, these are 2 teams that we know are such powerhouses this season. We know they're going to make a big run forward in the playoffs. So this game, pretty important.
Yeah, of course. And like you mentioned, 2 powerhouses, especially RIT, I think, coming into this week, only having been felled by only a couple teams. And one of them notably last week by Delaware, which was a little bit of an upset coming into it based on how the standings were figuring out. But now they have a second chance, of course. I mean, they've had a lot of chances, but this is the next week that they have to play to redeem themselves for their own loss. So we'll see what can happen. Like you mentioned, Cincinnati also pretty much a demon in the season currently. I think they come off last week a victory. I will have to check the standings again, but I'm pretty sure they did take it against Texas State last week, which Texas State happening to also lose the matchup earlier today, 2-0. Looking like they were able to come back almost on Lotus, but Arlington were able to close that one out. But yeah, right now we do have RIT versus Cincinnati, and it looks like we should end up having the map bans fairly soon, but first we have to take a look at the rosters real quick. Cincinnati and RIT, I don't think should be fairly, like these should be familiar names, right, for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And a reminder that, of course, after this match, we will have UConn taking on Montana State University, so stay tuned after that. Another best of 3 match that I think matters a lot as well. UConn has been a team that has kind of been throwing themselves in the ring a lot this season, and I think that they might have something to show for it against Montana State. But in the meantime, like you said, these are two teams that we know pretty dang well by this point. They both have a pretty storied history when it comes to EGF Valorant. They both placed quite well last season as well, and here with these with the rosters for tonight, yeah, not too many changes. These are two really goated squads.
Yeah, of course. So, of course, RIT with Hunter, Wills, Vision, Killer, Gungai, and Sticky Rice, and their opponents is Cincinnati, Dummy, Vulcan, Jectile, Taka, Waldy, super tenure names, and of course in this season especially. But for now, we should have the maps fairly soon for you guys. I think we are going to one of our favorites here at EGF. Of course, it's not an Ascent, but we do have a split to start off. A Breeze is our second map, and potentially if we get there a Sunset. We thought that we'd get there for the side of RIT last week, but again, it was a 2-0. It was also the map 3 against Delaware, but we didn't end up needing it. But for now, they're going to want to take this 2-0, of course. They're going to want to keep that round differential as far apart as possible. But for the time being, we will have to get to it first, and we're going to have to get through Split and Breeze guaranteed before we head on to that one. So right into Agent Select we go on map number 1. Agents quickly getting locked in from both sides. We have already a stark difference in terms of Vulcan versus Hunter. We have the Omen against the Astra on the side of RIT. So this is going to be quite interesting.
This is the norm for Hunter, going for this Astra on Split. We also see him pull it out on Haven every once in a while when we rarely see that here in EGF. Ejectile is hovering over this ISO. I do believe it is a tease. I don't think we're going to see ISO today. Indeed, going to switch back over to that Viper. Yeah, don't play with me today. I'm not going to fall for it. But other than this controller, I don't think that there's going to be too many changes in this composition. We see the double Sky, we see the double Raze in the composition. The question is, does Taka match the Jet, the double duelist, double dive that has been kind of such a blanket pick across the scene, despite its kind of uneasy success?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think that's one of the reasons why ISO is not too favored right now in terms of the current meta, because you kind of need the double dive, or you play like a double sentinel, but right now they don't even have one. They're going with the double smoke, so it's probably not going to be that. I'm expecting they're going to really lean into the fact that they can have a lot of lurks with the Viper, probably up a ramp. They can have a lot of defensive power, and they're going to go with the double initiator, which this is usually what teams do. The unusual thing is more teases with the Jet, but it's going to be the KO instead of the breach that we usually see from most teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Breach is the best pick either, but I am a little bit interested by this. I legitimately thought we were going to see a Cypher, honestly. Taka is no stranger to playing the Sentinel on occasion, and his Cypher, I believe, has been pretty good. I think he's pulled it out at least once this season. But beyond that, I don't know. I don't see the value in KO compared to Jet on this map, unless you have some sort of like crazy pop flash lineup that I haven't seen before. I don't think that he brings a kit that can value this map as much as how much space Jet and Raze can take together. But of course, we're gonna find out as we see UC starting out on that defense with this KO held by Taka on the right side of the problem here over in A mid.
Yeah, he's playing, well, it's 15 seconds left for prep time, but for now, yeah, he is going to be rotating into the vent position to watch over the mid with the Viper. Of course, the smoke being so powerful, basically just cutting off this entire choke point for at least 20 to 30 seconds to start the round. But it doesn't look like they're going to be on the side of RIT. They're going to be pushing into it right away, looking towards that B main, likely wanting to get this over the Raze. There it goes. Just slow it down. And we know this is how they like to play, right? Even last week, this is how RIT was. They just slowly play the ultimate game. These guys are very like Fnatic-esque in the sense that they really play around these orbs around the maps, and of course Split being very attacker favored in both these orbs, especially B main. They go and get that first flash out for Taco, but it's a fake smoke, so he has to back off. Gets driven off by the dog, and it looks like, yep, Sticky Rice does Sticky Rice things, just takes vents immediately.
Yeah, this is the classic MO. Once you find a kill, you kind of just jump right on top of it. Hunter going to be able to open that board up, and now Sticky Rice going to deliver that final blow up vents so that RIT can start to circle the boat. Taka good for one, holding up from the ledge, but RIT still has this overwhelming control. But do they have enough bodies to launch at this? With Geo low, Vulcan in this back line could turn it to a 2v2 very quickly, but Jectile has got to watch themselves. Vision Killer watching from the ramp.
Last
all about
player
where you
standing.
watch, and Projectile is watching in the wrong spot. Vulcan can't land the shots. Hunter watching from screens now to take over, and RIT will end up keeping 3 up to close out that round.
Oh, the timing's favoring the members of RIT. Nicely done from them to not only, I mean, yeah, it's standard stuff, right? Raze takes mid, they have a split up ramp, and if they happen to get a kill, they just commit towards site, and they do just that. So nice try from Taka, even getting a kill up in heaven, and they're dodging the paranoia, I think. It was someone's, it had to have been a teammate, there's only one Omen, but I think that was a backup paranoia to try and help him out and survive the heaven push that would be crunching him. Unfortunately, he just loses the fight bottom ramp, so once again, well done by RIT to make that stuff happen. Now they go into this one with 2 rifles, two lower tier rifles in Vision Kill and Hunter. And they have, once again, the orb. Raze is already up at 4 points out of 8, so halfway there after 2 rounds. And a push outside A main by 3 members of Cincinnati. And I wonder how RIT are going to react to this, because Astra's kind of staying around, a bit of a risk here. Waldy's going to take the fight, use the first one, and a second one. Yeah, Hunter's good for probably already. If Hunter wants to take this as well, it's a bit risky. Okay, out of bullets. We get one back, but Sticky Rice just runs him down.
Yeah, these are just the flukes that one expects from a pistol round. Once
Gun here.
once the holds against the stacks finally collapse. Once you run out of bullets, it's kind of done.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
So Sticky Rice will be able to kind of put pieces here, make sure that no one else can push too far.
I
He'll
have
take
to
that site, knowing that Taka has to play reactively here, if at all.
I dropped
And
the
he
spike.
will. For the sake of dropping this body, getting an extra point. Not gonna happen. Sticky Rice is going to farm a showstopper by round 3, so RIT really putting it together here to start out.
That is a strength of their playstyle, right? Just always go for the orbs. They've pretty much gotten the B main orb without contest at all from Cincinnati. So I wonder now with the rifles, are they going to start doing this? But of course, RIT don't need it, right? They have the Raze ult. They're even one off the Cosmic Divide on Hunter, so he could just go the smokes down while everyone else is running and just grab the orb from outside A main. That's also an option. Orgle plant, that's another one. But there's a lot of stuff they can do. Looking towards this A could be quite fast because all 5 are here, but they're going to hide from any kind of sky flash, any kind of vision. Yeah, that doesn't hit anyone. Perfect positioning from everyone on RIT. Now they're just going to walk up, and Cincinnati not having the info, they're not going to send any more players here. So it's going to be a 5v2 to exec on the site.
And there's that showstopper from Sticky Rice. Gonna clear out every semblance of A site. No one wants to touch this. And so a lot of the heavy lifting for RIT is already done. Planting nice and open so they can play without the need for these smokes, which are about to fade away as the rest of UC comes crawling on back. Not a lot of angles to play off of here either. The dogs will meet in the middle here on vents. Projectile gonna launch that snake bite to try and open things up. It can't cover the whole area though. It's just so tough to run into this without that much to call your own. Projectile will at least grab one with the Vuln. But in the end, RIT are still able to trade out, and honestly, at this point, they can just play for time. Vulcan is going to hold that defusal,
Last
but
player
there are
standing.
lineups, there are rollouts, and there is Sticky Rice on the field. RIT will
Satchel out.
start things out with a bang. A 3-0 lead here on Split.
Satchel out.
Can Waldy get out? He's going to try and cross, and it looks like he does manage to keep one rifle. But yeah, that is a perfect attack from RIT. Using the showstopper, knowing that they have the worst weapons, they need to use any other tools that they can possibly have to get into the site, and that's exactly what they do with the rocket launcher. And then, yep, this free take, and the Astra has the ulti now into the 4th. So even with Cincinnati on the back foot, they couldn't really be they could have lost the weapon, but Waldy having the hero rifle is going to be the one that has to really make the play unless someone else lands a miracle sheriff round. But there is a Cosmic Divide. They're close to Sky Ult on the side of RIT. It's 2 away, but they could get a kill maybe, trying to get in the site. But they're going to have a lot of tools and a lot of win conditions for round number 4 here as they look into this mid, leaving the spike just in case Cincinnati want to pull any sneaky stuff. Maybe a fast play to try and catch them off guard, but there's nothing of the sort. It's 3 towards A, Viper towards Vents just to make sure that people up in heaven and ramp don't get backstabbed. But he should need to drop away fairly soon, or he's going to be taken out if he sticks it. And Sticky Rice does take the position, and now these guys up to heaven have to worry about their backs.
Give this a go. Not really anything to make of it. If RIT are able to take rounds this cleanly, you know, in the gun diff, then this attack half might be a little bit unlocked for 4 or 5 more rounds.
Spike planted.
It's Cincinnati have a lot of catching up to do right now. This is a great attack to play coming from RIT. They look very practiced. Taka will land at least 1 shot. And,
Last player standing.
they're gonna fish for more, but they will not find much. Vision Killer will find 3 though, and RIT will find 4 in a row.
They're going to
A
scatter.
lot of money
for
in
my
the
stuff.
pockets.
Super easy
9K
to
for
pick
Wills. 9K for Sticky Rice, pretty much. I mean, he's losing a couple, but I don't even think he needs to rebuy armor in that round. Full rifles now for Cincinnati, but they're the ones yet again on a swing round. It's been 5, and they've already had 2 of them. So this is looking quite scary so far. We haven't passed the first quarter just yet, but like you mentioned, this could be quite unlocked for Rochester. They have to lose a lot of rounds in a row in order for their own money to break, and they even have options for ops if they really want to, but they're on the offense, so it might not even need to come in. Vision Killer and Hunter with the ults ready. Sticky Rice is once again fairly close after having used it in the previous round, which is kind of ridiculous. It's 6 out of 8 already. 9-1 on the scoreboard, by the way, so it's looking frontlining for the team. With 4 people pretty much up ramp, the Vipers kind of staying behind just to make sure they don't get flanked from the site itself, which we have seen from a couple teams. But Cincinnati does not look like they even want a hint of what might be going on. They're kind of ready for what Rochester are doing right now, ready for the push up heaven, not playing anyone inside of it and playing someone in vents just to make sure they don't wrap towards B. But whatever Rochester want to do, they should have the tools to do it. With the Seekers, they know there's 2 on site and 1 in vent, so they have the entire idea on how this site's structured right now.
They're just going to push into it with that knowledge, with that intimidation factor. Will's the opener and Goon Guy the follow-up. The both on A are cleared and the 1 in vents is backed out to mid. But guess what? That's under Hunter's control. As they have snaked from sewers to be able to take 1 down. So now it is a very long-winded split counter push back from Cincinnati. And there is really no gas in that tank for it. So they will lurk, they will save, they will hand a 5th over to RIT very early in the post plant. And for very good reason. Anton, they just cannot find a way in right now.
It's so difficult to find like a very solid solution for Cincinnati because I feel like Rochester are just, like you mentioned, they're practiced, right? They are very drilled on this map, and we can see that over the multiple weeks as well. It's not even just this game. Like every single time these guys play on split, like even when I look at them, it's like it does look like this team is just they're put on a masterclass on this map, which is another reason why it was so surprising that they actually lost it last week against Delaware. But no shade to Delaware, they're a great team as well. But given the history of these rosters, it really felt like Rochester should have taken it. Like they're so clean. That I guess this is a testament to how good Delaware have gotten this so far. But let's get back to the game at hand. Cincinnati, they are not playing the same, right? They're not a Delaware. They're 2 different teams. Like it's so obvious. But right now Rochester don't seem like they're having the little letdowns that they had last week as well as Cincinnati are not playing as well. So it's a double factor in that, which is allowing Rochester to just completely snowball this game so far. There's a fast play outside A, which is probably one of the only solutions that they can possibly find. But Goon Guy, this guy just gets 2 out of nowhere, and he's looking for a 3rd. Has the shorty only because this main weapon's out of bullets. There's another fight in mid, and now Cincinnati are trying to pull back. But it's so close already, and they've already lost more than they bargained for outside A. Goon Guy did very great to secure the advantage in the early round, and now Cincinnati needs to try and retake with only 2. Make that a 2v2 though. Taka makes it even.
And this is the closest that Cincinnati has gotten so far. They have plenty of time left as well. Vulcan will not lose that opening fight, but Sticky Rice is gonna commit to the showstopper. Taka has found their way to Link though, and will be able to get the timing on Vision Killer. So Sticky Rice has to play for the 1v1, and on such low health, that is so difficult. Has to readjust. Another tap from Taka. Sticky Rice gonna go for the drop here, and Taka's only gonna hold half, but Sticky Rice has just enough time to adjust for it, and will win a 6th straight round for Rochester.
That one is so insane because Taka, like not only him, but also like the 2 alive for Cincinnati, they did so much work to try and pull that back. It's just, again, up to Goon Guy outside A. He should not have gotten more than 1, but he gets 2. So already guarantees an advantage. It's a trade in mid, like fine, they go 1 for 1 there. And then Taka plays that 1 versus 1, I think, perfectly. It's just that Vision Killer, or excuse me, yeah, with Sticky Rice in the 1v1 as well. This guy plays it even more perfectly. Like, you couldn't ask for anything else from Taka. He knows that this guy's dropped. which means he's going to take some time to wrap around the pillar. He just sticks it to half and gets off in time to be able to catch the peak from the raise, but it doesn't matter because Sticky Rice is just pre-firing that and is faster. So very nicely done for both players, but even still, it's 6-0. So that kind of was a must-win for Cincinnati. They might have weapons now, and they might be close to the ultimates, but they have to have, they got to find some way onto the board that hopefully doesn't involve them blowing every single ult in this round, because this kind of thing's not repeatable, but they're going to be talking about something. Like in right now, they've had a minute to discuss. That fast play outside A was the best chance that they have had so far to end up taking something. So I'd be surprised if they don't go for something similar, some kind of early control, make sure that Rochester don't just have the time to go for the setups, go for their execs on the sites that they've had. Because that's basically what Cincinnati have let them do, right? They've let them take space, let them come up mid, let them into vents, just like give up space, don't have anyone die early on. But then when it comes to the execs, it's always 5v3, 5v2 on the sites for RIT. So now RIT are kind of expecting some kind of fast play, expecting them to kind of try and fight back and take some space, but it's not happening yet. Still, and Cincinnati's still giving up Garage for free. They might go for a flash play here for the Omen. Flash could be a lot here. It's a 1-for-1 until Taka pulls one back. Vision Killer trades it back again, and it's still all even, and they still have control of the B main orb.
Cosmic Divide has been tossed, but it's not being utilized. RIT are on a time crunch here. But in response, the rest of Cincinnati has rotated to this. And with a minute left, could very easily bluff this out. They're going to stake out C. And with it fading, feels like Cincinnati have accidentally thought that it was a bluff, but too early. As they'll now head over to mid for a stakeout that isn't necessary yet. Because RIT haven't moved an inch. Cincinnati have been playing mind games with themselves, chasing their own tail. And RIT are either just like the Galaxy Brain demons who are about to enter a B-side vacated, which it looks like it, or they just had to go get a snack real quick. Either way, it looks like they're going to be able to get sight, but Jektile's flank is unwatched at the moment. Could they get away with taking this back before it's even planted? Vision Killer's not watching, and Jektile is going to get away with the one. Now you have to commit to planning with both controllers left. Really, there's not a better way for RIT to have a comeback, especially when Goon Guy is holding the wheel over in steps. Able to get rid of Waldy pretty quickly. Now that the spike is down, it is once again Cincinnati.
One enemy remaining.
Has to press the trigger, but Goon Guy is just too good at doing it earlier. Dummy gone on tower, and now the drop down means that RIT are holding all the cards yet again. They'll both hold from the 90 as Jektile waltzes into death. No line of no possible spray transfer that Jektile could come up with. Certainly gets close, but RIT will maintain the streak.
Oh, it looked like there was a chance there when he took the first kill and backed out and didn't lose his life just yet. But yeah, RIT keep it not clean, but they still keep their flawless round count so far, which is, again, absolutely insane. Because Cincinnati, they kind of psych themselves out, like you mentioned. They go back towards A, RIT, wait for so long, and they wait for so long they get flanked, which means that Cincinnati know everything about what's going on in that round. They know these guys are locked into the B site right now. There's nowhere else where they could be, but even still, RIT just pull out the gunfight wins when they need to, and everything works out for them no matter what. It seems like they cannot do any wrong, even though they are maybe making a couple mistakes. Cincinnati now trying to go fast, and they do trade 1-for-1. They have the lower buy in this round, mind you. So this is already a great, I say a great win. They're still 0-7 down, but they need anything they can get. So they'll take this weapon right after they find out that the entirety of sewers is pretty much clear. They have the time to go do it. But Sticky is here to maybe punish. No, it's Wills, in fact, that tries to also help him out. Flash into mid. The gun is still dropped, and they've wrapped all the way through the A site. Now taking duels inside mail. They don't need to do this, but they can just get the kills if they want to. This trade back from Jektile, and it looks like no, they still want to take the fight. Sticky Rice has got it.
No,
only one remaining for Cincy.
Yeah, they need to swarm this 100%. Like they absolutely need to punish for that, for that reswing. Goon Guy did not have to snake like that, but the fact that they did meant that the round got finished just a little bit quicker, and I think RIT's just a little happier about that. Because there were no ults utilized there, so now there's a backup in the economy here for Cincinnati as they have all their guns on the table this time around. The question is, what do you throw into the ring here, and what do you throw into the remaining 3 rounds? You have everything you could ask for, especially if you win this round. The question is, what do you do with it going forward from here? RIT have been too ahead of things for Cincinnati to really have a game plan even materialize so far.
Like they're starting out with just using the Viper's Pit in mid, which is great. You just gotta toss it out, right? Like you mentioned, there's not many rounds left. So he just does that. They cut off one entire choke point. The Omen is on the other side of the map on B. Luckily for him, he's not getting pushed. The entirety of RAT is outside A, where they have the triple stack, where they have 30 extra ults to use. So this could be great. It could be terrible if they blow all of them. But honestly, if they can pace their ults and win the rest of the rounds in this half, this is already, at this point, you'd call that a win for Cincinnati. You want a little bit more, especially on the defensive half of split. But if they can get something here, which they do trade 1 for 1, this could be fairly fruitful going in the second half.
Now, all they have is Heaven at the moment. They need to play from the distance. He's going to drop down, and they're actually just going to go for the rush here. Do they have enough in the tank? Dumpy is able to go unfettered for a little while, but Wills is on a rampage and is just unstoppable on it. Another ult tossed into the fire here, as Vulcan will TP over to CT. But the Viper's Pit thrown up in response early on, before the spike even comes down. RIT feeling very good about holding on to this A site, and they should. Screens is still a bit of a question, though. There is a potential for Cincinnati to get around this. Unfortunately, neither of them are in a position to play from screens. Play from main. Projectile is just forced to walk into this. So difficult. Everyone watching the right way. Goon Guy, good for another, and Vulcan has to just try and hop in to the one place where Hunter is looking. RIT 9-0 here on Split.
Oh, there were a lot of coin flips inside that pit. He could have, if he looked the right direction, that could have been a game changer, but he got a little bit unlucky inside there. But even still, before that even happened, Cincinnati have pretty much a perfect setup. They have everything they could want into the round. They have a Viper's Pit cutting off mid completely. They have the Omen solo on the other side of the map, able to TP in if needed because he had the ultimate as well. And they just lose A fast enough. The Jet on the side of RIT does so well. Wills just gets the multi-kill on the site to open it up. And that's exactly what they needed. So well done, winning all the 50-50s. And that has really been kind of the story so far. They played not only fundamentally well as well, but they just win all their duels. There's a 13-3 player. There's one guy that's 8-2. They're not losing fights. That is the other half of the story, other than their amazing macro, which they're showing off again. They're making sure, even though there's only 3 rounds left in the half, they're still collecting their ults. They've got Hunter up at 6 out of 7. They've got Sticky Rice again on the raise, 5 out of 8. This guy's gonna have like 4 rockets in this half or something.
Yeah, he's pretty good at farming them. And it's funny because Goon Guy has been like frontlining first as well. So I don't know how he does it. And Wills has just been just as apt a duelist. He just hasn't been necessary a lot of the time. But now he'll be able to get that first blood. Vulcan will be running away after getting hit by that cabbage, but Hunter is on the garage push for a reason. The site is under the control of RIT, under the guise of just 1 ultimate. Both teams now left with 2 for the post plant. Everyone coming from CT, everyone on RIT prep for a 2-angle shot. They don't care. Wills gets the opening peek. A hawk toss in response. The Sticky Rice is down, but Wills is once again on a streak. Only 1 left, and it's Taka stuck between a rock and a Goon Guy. The Goon Guy is going to get the kill, and RIT is going to get a 10th round in a row.
Show me where to go.
Oh, man. This would be a little bit tragic if RIT win 13-0. Not for them, of course. It would be tragic for Cincy. They would love to do that on the side of RIT. Which, at this rate, it looks like it might happen. Cincinnati are 3 ults down from their round where they had 5 in their pockets. They have Takas, they have Wallies, which are big ults, by the way. These are absolute win condition ults, but they haven't been able to find too much success with them so far. They're once again playing very, very standard, very safe on the sites. No one's really playing any far forward. Well, he does finally, as I say that, he actually goes forward and sends a rocket out at Hunter's face. So big win for the side of Cincinnati. They got the primary smoker, but they can't do any more. They lose their own as well on the other side of the map. Vulcan goes for a push, tries to get some information outside B, because they think the smoker is playing the strong site, but he just gives up his life. And then another one in mid as Vision Killer takes a duel. Plant going down on the side of B, and he's gonna get away for free. He doesn't even want to. He wants to stay in the corner just to try and catch someone off guard.
Yeah, they're going to assume that they've just left that, but they have to push this. They just don't have the time. The null command thrown in now. They have to act off of it. The flank watch will come later. They have to deal with what's on site. Waldy's gonna have that first tap. Goon Guy is suppressed. Sticky Rice
player
is available
standing.
to deal that first blow, but Dummy and Waldy can hold it down.
One
Will's
enemy
now stuck in
remaining.
link, but has the perfect setup against one. Now only half necessary for Dummy, and can get the kill, but still doesn't have the time! 0.09 seconds that RIT gets to clutch onto
Last round
for an
before the
11-0 lead against, again, who I think is an undefeated team right now. I cannot overstate how crazy this is right now. Because I straight up think RIT are the underdogs in this matchup. I didn't say that before, but I do believe Cincinnati are undefeated going into this matchup.
It really, like, this month is like the season of underdogs right now. It's like if you're not favored to win the matchup, you're gonna win the matchup. It doesn't matter what the map is. Doesn't matter what the pick ban order is like. It's like there's no content. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I struggle to see how in the world Cincinnati could fight back into this. Opening pick though, that's a good start. Another opening outside A, but this has happened a couple times. Right? They've gotten the entry kill. Not only outside A, but lately it has been here.
out of my
They've
way.
gotten the one on the Astra. This time they get the one on the Viper. So one of the smokers each falling at the start of these rounds lately. RIT probably have a way past this. This time they had their primary smoker. They don't even need the Viper. It's just a little helping point to let them up ramp. This time they don't have that little bit of assistance, but they are still looking towards this A site with all 5 players. There are 3 here from Cincy, but they have had 3 here most of the half, and it's gotten broken into.
Hellcats! Blinded! Fire in the hole!
That's a little bit. It's tough. Waldy though, Waldy with a nice double, lucky little spray transfer
30
there.
seconds
And
left.
gives him a chance on this round. Cincinnati with 2
Spike
up
planted.
against the team of RIT. The plant still in position, but there is already
One
a flank
enemy
up into
remaining.
heaven. But the guy on site is immediately dead, and it's not planted for Sticky Rice. The first time in a while that they haven't got a plant for heaven. He's
enemy
able to put one in the back.
Grenade!
Nade still to delay. So Projectile can't even go for this. Sticky Rice has the entire read too. This guy's not up in heaven. He's already sticking the spike, and Projectile's not gonna get off of it. Easiest skill in the world for Sticky Rice, and they come out the half without dropping a single round.
Switching sides. Match point.
Well, this is... How long? When did we start? When did we start this game? I actually don't know. This might be a 30-minute map. This is a league game, kind of length.
Here.
Rochester. 20 minutes. I'm getting information from my producer. Thank you, Apcon. I don't know what to say. It looks like Cincinnati are just a little bit absent. Kind of like my co-caster, sorry, Tenrek. I think his internet might have gone or something like that, or he got called by someone in his spam. But yeah, Cincinnati hasn't. They're not here. They gotta be here. They gotta get their way here, and they're here. They're on the
Here.
site. But how long are they going to stay on the site? Because there's one round. Watch this just to win one round in the next 12.
Spike planted.
It could be a pistol, it could not be, but they have a lot of chances, right? They have an even playing field in pistol. They're gonna have an advantage in the third round. Plant going down for Cincy. At least they haven't lost anyone just yet, but Rochester with full util, and they have a lot of that. It's only 2 ghosts versus 2 ghosts on both teams. Armor for the Rays and the Viper on the defense. And they're gonna get very close once again. Cincy letting them get very close before they need to exit. Taka only takes 1 in return for 2. Keeping their numbers in check. Projectile gets another one. RIT has to run through their own nade to try and get to the spike itself. They've already hold everyone off. This should be just done. Projectile gets
enemy
1.
remaining.
Has to get through 2. But Vision Killer shuts it down. And
Defenders
RIT,
win.
map 1 is flawless towards them. Oh boy. Since he seems to have stolen my co-caster from me as well, because this is just, I mean, look at the scoreboard. Look at this. Like, what? This isn't like, we just to make sure, we haven't clicked on the individually sorted button to make it grouped by team. That's actually what it is. The entirety of RIT is just they're a level above. There's no one from Cincinnati that is over 200 ACS, and there's no one from Rochester under 200 ACS. They are. There's when I'm God. I like to try and do some like thinking when it comes to games most of the time, and like kind of say like, oh, this is why they lost. This was the turning point in a certain game. It really didn't look like Cincinnati was here to play at all, at least in the map number 1. Sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes you see teams completely waffle a first map, and they come back to beat them back. But Rochester, they showed no weakness. Sticky Rice has half a stack times 10 ACS, 17 and 5. I mean, this guy, he was solidly 2-player. He was Waldy and Taka combined. it's so tough. I don't even know what to say. I should stop rambling. We should just get on with it, because map number 1, 13-0 once again for RIT against Cincinnati, and we will be guaranteed a breeze. But at this rate, not looking like Sunset's too likely, but we'll have to catch it and see. We'll have to see what happens on the Sunny Haven of our next map, but we're going to get there after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for watching so far, but we'll have a short break for the players and casters to reinvigorate themselves and hopefully get Tenra back in here as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
They have a better composition, and they also have a better TTK.
Yeah, when it's a 13-0, it's hard to blame everything on one thing. It probably didn't help. Like, there's a lot of building blocks going to this one, and maybe the KO is one of the reasons why they weren't really able to find a foundation. But yeah, whatever the case, the pass is no matter what, they can't really go and redeem that right now. They have to try and take Breeze back and bring us to a third map. But RIT, from the way they've been playing, oh my goodness, they're shooting straight. The strats are great. I would imagine on Breeze they've got some stuff cooked up as well. I mean, looking at their comp alone, going with the double smokes, they have the Harbor, which is unlike their opponents, going with a solo Viper, very classic composition for them, like before the Breeze reworks. But RIT opting for the double smokes, there's no sphere smokes on their side other than the one Viper orb, but realistically no Astra, no Omen, which to me is a little bit of a shocker. I mean, not everyone wants to run it. Of course, there's some compositions with obviously like this even before the patches, or at least before this map was back competitively available. But even still, now we have the double wall smokes, and they're going to be looking at their defensive map first, because they have been a side switch from excuse me, I can't even talk anymore. Map 1 to 2, sorry. Cincinnati looking foreign to mid temporarily as they kind of shuffle their players around. Looks like the Cypher's going to go for a solo lurk into A, which he might be met by a couple players, but for the time being, he's going to be dodging some kind of flash. Has done just that. In the cam, it's watching top mid, just to make sure no one else is actually in the balcony position, but Sticky Rice taking a position inside A main. Might have a player to try and help him get out of here as well. Looks like RIT want to go for something very aggressive and take the space, but they might just catch the Cypher off guard.
He's gonna walk in. Sticky Rice is not watching the right way, and the entrance is perfect so far. Nobody from RIT landing their shots to start things off. Cincinnati
Spike planted.
absolutely demolishing that attack to start things out. Now let's see if they can metamorphize that into a victory here. It looks pretty guaranteed. RIT, not too much to swing off of here. Vision Killer will get that opener on Projectile, and Wills will use that as a way to sort of start to invade site here, but time is a vicious demon, and it's just not really enough of it. He thinks Vision Killer not good for anymore. Will be found out with the opening, and Taka is good for 3 to close out that first round for you, Sin.
Wow. All right. Bit of a flip from map number 1. First off, we see a 13-0, but now Cincinnati, they don't come out of that flawless, but they take some pretty amazing duels inside A main. Not sure how those ends up happening, but it looks like Sticky Rice kind of fell asleep at the wheel, might have been looking at minimap or something like that. Just completely did not react to the first player that ended up taking the gunfight, and then the Cypher wins a second one, so very nicely done from Waldy to take both kills inside that A main, making sure that no one was flanked from mid because they just went for the A split. Super simple stuff. RIT now on the back foot, only pistols. There is a single frenzy on Hunter. A bit of a surprise here to see on the map of Breeze, but we'll see what this guy can do with it as Cincinnati come in with a plethora of rifles. 4 of them, in fact. They're going with a lot of half armors. It's a bit risky. If they lose this round, it's an absolute devastation, but they shouldn't, right? They have to let them do it. There is a play. Now Vulcan's got to. This should be fairly clean because they don't even continue into mid, so this setup from RIT is not going to find anything.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is the attack on Breeze. This is par for the course to start things out, really. Vision killer, a fluke, a needle in the haystack that will get dealt with pretty quickly here.
Revealing area.
And same can be said for the remainder of this RIT squad, which will inevitably
Spike planted.
walk into this and just see what they can drop, see what rifles, like you said, they can get rid of, which is essential here to, you know, making sure this bonus can be as easy as possible. The lines are going to be playing really downhill from here. Again,
Last player standing.
So genuinely good. Goon guy blocked away by the shock darts and Injectile, able to suss out Hunter. So no one else will drop here for Cincinnati, and they'll grab that second round.
They collected the rifles too, which is well done. Vulcan had the Spectre, yeah, and he was the only one that didn't end up buying a rifle. He had the SMG, so he gets the Bulldog up from the ground right at the end of the round, and now they come into this one with a massive, oh, it's not an advantage, but they have pretty much as good of a bonus as they could possibly ask for. Unfortunately, they did lose one gun. Dummy is left on just the Sheriff, but he has so much money in the pocket. So this is like an unimaginable start for Cincinnati based on their map 1 performance. There's a dart going through the wall in mid, letting them take some space. Aqua is so far up though, not expecting Sticky Rice is just going to go for the peak, but you gotta imagine after having a 13-0, it doesn't matter how your first 2 rounds went, you're going to have the confidence to make those kinds of plays, and he does just that, takes out one of the rifles on the side of Cincinnati. Mind you, one of the weaker ones in terms of it was only Guardian. Still, any kind of advantage is something that you'd want to play for, and Vulcan does return the favor.
So ultimately, I think still a better start for Cincinnati. Losing your jet there is not as consequential, I think. Oh, Hunter getting rid of Projectile. Now that's a dangerous duo to get rid of, I will say. Double Initiator is kind of everything here. And Dummy's only going to be able to grab one.
Shield going out.
You really just have to be able to swing onto these one at a time and deal with them, no problem. But, I mean, hey, already getting rid of 2 here, with the easy potential to at least get one more, is a really solid bonus round taken up by Cincinnati. See how they do here is, you know, Spike will get planted again, more creds. So still very happy with this round already. Sticky Rice is going to be the first to push this, very low. Already found out.
Not ready yet.
Tough to swing onto, and with another
Last player standing.
Waldy going to hold down the spray. Sticky Rice actually the one to get away with it. And so coming into this is still a tough fight ultimately for RIT, but they'll double swing it, and Sticky Rice will grab a third as they'll be able to crack out that bonus round, keeping 2 alive.
Yeah, that's got a bit risky, but RIT, I mean, they play that as well as you could possibly have done, so Sticky Rice just smoked across to make sure that they can get to the Cypher without having any kind of interference from the guy at Bricks, and they double swing that. Again, that timing, the double swing is kind of rough because the guy at the back is very, very low, but they play that perfectly. Just keep pre-firing the corner, make sure that he can't get out of it, and at that point you make it to the same angle at the same time. So 1 to 2. It is a lot of damage on the side of Rochester. They lose a bunch of rifles, so that means that they're going to have even a player, a Vision Killer's not going to have one of those coming into this round. And because of how successful Cincinnati were in their first couple, and even in their previous, they got that many kills and the plant, they're able to have full rifles and an ult and full armor. So they're going to go fast into this one, straight into B site. Ult to make sure that Taka can get in safely and find no one there. Get some information as well if that's clear. But Unga is pushing down mid, has a massive flank, and they look at 3. What in the world is that transfer? unreal, and Cincinnati might have gotten the site, but there's only one guy here without the spike.
And you gotta give him his ace. Come on now. What else is gonna happen? Yeah, throw him into the fire. The attempted 360, Taka will shut it down, and for that, will not get away with anything else. And so round 4 will very easily go the way of RIT thanks to an insane push. I mean, those were Goon Guy's first 4 kills of the game.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of you don't really say like it's not even is that even a good play? I don't even know. He just sends it into them. Yeah, I guess he like has flashes for himself. That is a great flash, by the way, into B main. He just monster transfer on the guy on the left. Like poor dude can't even fight for himself. Big flash again, and you just always got to be scared for this here if you're Cincinnati. You can never ignore this position anymore. And RIT aren't gonna do it twice. They're not gonna fall for that kind of mistake. But they do let them on site, and Cincinnati go a little bit faster this time than last. And wonder why. They have gotten 4 on the site, and they even drive off the sky that did so much work in the last round. A lot on the little solar. Trying to go for some more fights, but they lose one instead of gaining one.
Camera hellbent on making sure that Mr. Golder's re-entry is impenetrable, but they'll ultimately have to back away, and Goon Guy has been able to enter. That opening kill right on top of Golder. Shut down by Walkie though, but Sticky Rice has come the other way around, and the sandwich will deal with the rest of the lineup. Lane is clear. Site is clear. Spike is defused, and RIT is back in the lead.
I think it's been a long time coming, but like even that round in and of itself shows the difference in playstyle, which I think is one of the reasons why RIT are so successful against Cincinnati, is because of their very contrasting playstyles. RIT are very confident, they're very up in your face. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is, they're 0-2 down. Of course, they have a bonus round in their hands, so it's pretty decent. So they just push into mid, right? They walk into you. But Cincinnati are completely different. I think they started to try and do that at the early little sections of that round, right? They go fast in the B, they get the plant down, they even get aggressive spawn, but as soon as they lose one person, they revert to how they play usually, which is very passive, very slow, and they let RIT walk into them and let them set up. And even now, Goon Guy is not afraid, he's just gonna walk in the mid, one tap the jet off the Blade Storm at the high ground, and now he's getting baited in, tries to get another one, but Dummy does shut him down. Vulcan with a second. It's now a lot of success for Cincinnati. First time in a while they've had this, but an ult's gonna slow them down even more. Wally does get a kill off of it though.
I know exactly
B site for the side of the attack.
Neural Theft is going to give that intel on the remainder of RIT, who are now a little stranded here in mid. They don't know where they need to go here.
Spike
They also
planted.
don't know how far up his flank is. Watching. Yes, you are. Waldy does not have his gun out. And so it will be a 2v2 re-entry on side. RIT do not have too much else to throw into question, as the dart will just divert Sticky Rice for a moment here. Thrown up. Shoulder peek is not available, but Polkin will dip their head out early to take down Hunter. Sticky Rice now double the job, and caught by the recon bolt makes it difficult. Vulcan will tease, but Sticky Rice opens things up. Dummy watching. Vulcan, though, the snake around the pedestal. And finally, Cincinnati will grab a round back after that 3-long drought.
Oh, and you can hardly even say that RIT makes a mistake in that round. Yeah, they get a bit over aggressive. They push and push and push, right? And they limit test until it doesn't work, and that is the round where it doesn't work. They get punished in mid. A couple players go down. They even get the opening kill, but they get traded on because they're so committed into mid. So at least Cincinnati do get that. But it did turn into 1v1. That's the thing. Like when they need to act, RIT, they stop going for those overextensions and they play fundamentally, and in that 2 versus 3 they did as much as they possibly could have. It's just the trades came through for Cincinnati well enough, so nicely done on the post plant. But now into this round, fast again for Cincy. Looks like they've come up with kind of a solution. Double in the mid, but there's a lot of walls cutting off every player from everyone else, so it's hard for Cincinnati to help each other on their mid takes. 2 harbor walls in mid, or I think it just comes around and curves or something like that, so it lets them take top mid at least. Viper kind of knows about this from the side of the defense, so plays very, very safe all the way back inside of spawn. And now Cincinnati that's kind of getting crunched by their own little aggression. Cypher sitting back B site needs to try and get at least one for the rest of his team to try and help him.
Oh, Waldy. Poor guy.
Spike planted.
But spike will get planted as we begin our journey back here.
Blinded.
It's the last bird in the tank for Goon Guy, who will be able to
One
stabilize
enemy
and land
remaining.
shots onto Vulcan. The shoulder push is good for one as well, but Hunter is
One
the
enemy
standing.
remaining.
So Taka can 1v1 both of these. We'll start with Hunter. Now down to 36 health. Goon Guy almost double that. But has to be the one to aggress, has to be the one to press the trigger, and tapping that spike the very first time. Taka's gonna poke their head out, but it's the wrong way. A coin flip that goes the way of Goon Guy, and we'll hand the lead back over to Rochester.
Oh, might have been a bit of a late comms there. I don't think that Goon Guy understood exactly where Taco was at the end of the round, but something happened and something he just ended up looking the right way at the end. I think someone said that, oh, he killed me from backside, not mid. He's able to get that, and Taco was the one a little bit lost towards the end there, so nicely done yet again from RIT, making it close, and this time winning it out in the 1v1. Last time didn't end up working out, but they come into this one, and I think it's even better that they win this round because they have so many more ults. They have 3, which is not that many more, I guess, but they have 2 very impactful ones in terms of Wills and Goon Guy. If they want to use those in the defense, it could be pretty decent to just lock down one of the sites itself. They're playing them on opposite sites, so if anything, they find out Cincinnati is just hitting one of them, and it looks like that's what they're doing. No map control for the offense right now. Everyone inside B main could be fast, but there's a couple kill trips and the Viper smokes to try and help them out backside, so this could be a bit risky.
Oh, the water wall thrown up again. Very early this time. But it's a good way to make sure that this weight can be held by RIT, as they'll extend over to elbow as well. Back to doors. A lot of control held by this Jet at the moment on mid. But Cincinnati will not poke the bear too hard. Head back over to T, set their sights on A. That has a lot less behind it, as Goon Guy will prove. And so the question is, will RIT... Oh, how much will Goon Guy get out of this, first of all? Gonna confirm that the push is coming, and yeah, gonna go ahead and back out here. But the flank is caught by Hunter Waldy, doesn't get jack. Goon Guy dares to challenge. The second bird will get used for it, but someone is not caught. Sticky Rice the refrag, and still available here with this operator. But with
30 seconds
the Viper's pit tossed in, it certainly makes it a little more difficult to use. The second proc on the neural theft will alert them to Vulcan's position, but Vulcan the one to frag out first. Wills will refrag though on the dummy, and so now it's playing inside the pit that matters for Cincinnati more than anything else. Spike has a long way to go though, and Rochester has a lot left. Vision Killer just waits for Vulcan to poke their head out. They do, they get killed for it. Projectile, cheeky kill on the Judge though, and now the setup on the snake bite to make sure Sticky Rice can only get halfway there on the defusal. They are still able to play outside of the pit though, so it shouldn't make it too difficult to hold the other side, but Projectile is able to kill Wills as well, and now is coming to the outside of the pyramid. Sticky Rice is no match for Projectile's Viper. Clutch that ties us back up at 4.
What a nice performance on the Judge, showing us it's got the power to do its work when you know how to use it, even after the nerfs, and on the Viper as well. Maybe it looks like a bit of an accident that the pit was half outside the spike. Maybe it was, but he played that perfectly anyways, adapted to that situation, and understood that maybe he just didn't need to get off the spike at the end. I think, I don't know if he necessarily knew, but maybe one of his teammates was kind of telling him, looking at the minimap or something like that. But he plays that, again, absolutely perfectly, hugs the pyramids just to make sure he has the close range fights, and is able to win out that 1v1 and break the economy of RIT, which is not something we've seen ever in this series. This is the first time that they have ecoed, if I'm correct, and now they have only 4 sheriffs, not even any blade storm or anything like that. So this should be, keyword, a very clean round for Cincinnati. They're gonna walk into the sky, but see if over here with a flash. Gets nothing.
And so the rest of Cincinnati have no trouble getting in.
Spike planted.
But do they expect the 4 stack coming from T? They should at least expect one with the strap wire. Waldy very low here. Bird stalling. It matters not. Sticky Rice opener, and nobody from Cincinnati is able to refrag it first. Now the Harbor ult thrown onto site. RIT are going for this. Dummy is able to dance things through, but there's so much presence.
Enemy remaining.
RIT are able to get some opening blows in, but Projectile is holding just that one lone angle that is necessary for the gun diff to shine through that much more heavily. Wills attempts to get rid of the operator, but fails as Cincinnati take back the lead, now up 5-4.
Yeah, nicely done from Projectile. That was a little bit scary. I think RIT played that once again. They played that very, very well, right? They've sent everyone into one place where it's really difficult to trade out that quickly. But Projectile with the spray control is able to land 3. Thank goodness he was, because you just, in that kind of situation where you have 4 pistols running into you, you just have to have one guy just step up and get all the kills, because it's difficult to land the shots on running players. Everyone knows that. So nicely done once again from the Viper. Is able to stack up the ultimate as well. So used it not too long ago and is able to have at least 4 points on it. So now they come into this one even grounds on both teams, and kind of a swing round for them as well for both sides, because there is a decent amount of money on Cincinnati. Vulcan's got enough to buy for a couple, but everyone else is kind of struggling. Waldy and Projectile not too long for the bankroll. Rochester also the same. The entire team is very, very low, so they have to hope that they themselves win this round. And with that, don't want to lose a life too early. Wills just backs right off, gives them the B site. Just wants to wait for the teammates to get back to try and go for a retake. But Cincinnati are pushing up fairly close. The Seeker's going to find that, though. Right past the wall, the half wall, Sticky Rice. It's a very awkward fight, but Dummy's the first one to go down.
And the rest of RIT will be able to push their way on the site from here. It's just a diff personnel-wise. It seems to be a lot of what has dragged RIT over the line. Once they get one up, there's really no turning back for them, as they'll have a flawless round 10 here to tie things up yet again. Keeping it really close here on the defense is major, I'm going to say. If they keep this up on the attack, despite having this swamp comp in the ring, it really looks good for Rochester here.
I need to set back up.
Yeah, I think like this double smoker comp is probably a little bit better on the attack. You might not have the spear smokes, you might have the pulls from Astra, but or the blinds from Omen. I think those are really good as well on Breeze. But they certainly have their plans, and the double walls can have so much map control because they both recharge. The Viper wall, you might have to put it down once and it can't be moved again, but it still does recharge, so it guarantees you a section of map control no matter what. And Hunter has his wall, which you can put anywhere every 45 seconds, so it's fairly good. So Cincinnati maybe not too happy with the scoreline so far, based on the first map. It should be pretty decent for them, but they would like, once again, to get to a sunset, and at least have a chance to win the series. But for the time being, they do still have to try and win off the last 2 rounds on their attack, which would be very, very good for them in the second half, which is a good start. Waldy with a pistol gets a nice little right click on the one, but pulled back right in return by Sticky Rice.
And they will use that to kind of push them out of A site here, really spread them out. A lot of early presence on this B site. It is inconsequential if they lose, I think. Waldy dying here is kind of major, but Taka has made it all the way back to shoulder, so Wills is a little trapped. Over in the caddy corner, actually, Taka. There's another. Sticky Rice now gone, and will drag out the blades as Wills has now made themselves known. Oh, watch the right way. You have 2 directions to look, and both are now on your tail. Nothing more for Taka, and Dummy has been found out, and Wills will track it down to give Rochester the lead back again. Now 6-5.
Oh, it's difficult to land 2 shots of 180. I mean, if you did that, that would have been the play of the probably of the day, to be honest. And even if they don't end up winning the round, but even still, nicely done from RIT to make sure that he had no way back into that round. Popping the blades even, and that one's a little bit of a problem. No, not the biggest issue. They have the full buy, but they would have loved at least a backup plan coming into the final round of the half. But Cincinnati now, first time in a while that they've been on the back foot. Last time was about round 5 that RIT took, and they were 1 round up again. Now, same thing. They potentially either tie up the half, or they come into the second half with an advantage for RIT. So that could be very, very good for them going into RIT's attack. But Cincinnati, last round of the half, they're going to decide to go for some kind of A split single through mid. It's only the Viper, and he's going to get maybe spotted out by the dog. Everyone else is going to speed up towards his A set itself. And it's already a kill for Hunter, though.
Yeah, huge instant denial there.
Welcome to my world.
It'll get tossed up, and the invasion is going all right. Waldy is able to get an early kill on a Sticky Rice over in mid, so there still has to be presence from Rochester there. Luckily, there's not much presence anywhere else, as Hunter will eliminate Vulcan next, and my goodness, that is a very low projectile in the pit, waiting to find a moment to plant. This may be it as Waldy will get the kill. Projectile is going to walk around this. Wills
Last
spotted in
player
the box.
standing.
Projectile still unfound, but Wills just gets it all done on his lonesome. What has happened here? Regardless, RIT is up
Switching
7-5 now.
sides.
Deja vu, Viper's getting a triple kill with a Vandal just spraying them down. I mean, that one was calculated, right? Just tap, tap, tap. Not entirely a spray down, but he's found himself not only up in the half in terms of the map, but also top of the entire scoreboard in the game. 16-7 for Wills on the Viper, no less. Not even like... I mentioned, like, even in the last map, like, the Jet, not needed. They don't need the dive to be able to get all the kills. All they need is some space taking. So far, it's been on the defense, so it's not even that. It's that Wills has been able to hold down his sights so well. Now on the attack, what can they do, right? Wills is going to be playing this lurk towards his A most rounds, or towards B, depending on where they want to go. They're going to have a lot of map control towards his mid. Looks like RIT are sending 3 over there. And because of the fact that they do have the double smokes, they have a lot of options for keeping map control. Viper towards A, Cypher towards B, and everyone else splitting the A side itself. Cincinnati are pressured a lot. Waldy's going to have to
Spike
get one,
down
I
mid.
say that, but his teammates do all the work for him. It's already a 2-on-5 for the side of RIT.
Yeah, they have enough time to just spam
Toxin
through this
screen
so
down.
much, and it's enough damage to absolutely demolish the squad. They understand that they cannot just blindly run behind this wall. It has to be a little bit tougher than that. Vision killer, a little bit of a preview to what fight they've got ahead of them first. It's Jectile who will fall. Now the rest of Cincinnati just holding down the fort. Shouldn't be too much more difficult here. They kind of figured it out very early on.
Last player
Cyber
standing.
Brigade will allow them enough time for Wills to at least get the opener. Oh, buddy. Yikes. You hate to see it. Ready for round 2. Now hit with the Owl Drone dart. There's 40 seconds here. I mean, Wills does have a little bit of time to actually play with this. But only 41 more bullets, so it's going to be a little tough. Also doesn't know if all 3 of them are here or not, but...
One
now
enemy
only 2 of
remaining.
them. Oh, Wills! Oh, I swear to God if you get this. Okay. Dude.
Oh, I was about to say, they're all peeking.
Are
They're
you joking? Check PC, please.
like, they're giving him fight. Yeah, they don't know. He doesn't know. He might as well just try, right? He's got 40 bullets. That's enough. Just go for the spam. Like, honestly, like, after the patch, I didn't know that was completely spammable with a ghost, but apparently we find out now. Jeez. It's crazy how they're... Admittedly, it's a little bit of a mistake for Cincinnati to actually give them the duels there. Like, they're all just peeking one by one. And of course, like, at eventually, they're just stopping, but at that point, it's still... You still go a bit far. But they do take the round. They have the advantage going to the second. It's rifles now on the side of the defense, as you can hear. But we've done the hard part for the side of RIT. We've gone on site with all 5 players, and the plant is going down. So we will have to be a retake, and it's going to take a while for the Viper to get here. So depending on how successful these guys are, this could be a bit dangerous.
Oh, the gun diff is still there, so everyone's still able to at least get their ones, and that should be enough to drag them over the line as long as the rest of the
One
team
enemy
is the same.
remaining.
Vulcan is good for 2, and that is enough indeed. The rest of Cincinnati will get the job done on site, and they will indeed tie things up. Now 7-7.
Spike diffused.
Well, the thing is, RIT are playing just like how they do in Split, right? They go for the ults. They make sure they have all... Well, okay, Wills did get a lot of kills in round number 1, so that also helps. But he has Viper's Pit going into 3. 20-9. I mean, this guy's... You can see why he has the rifle in the second round, no matter what.
I need this.
First one to buy it up. Hunt is going to be the last one to try and invest. I think he's just talking some stuff out. And, yeah, clean stuff for the buy on the side of RIT. Full armor for everyone. No one really close to their ults other than Wills, because he has been the one just farming not only orbs, but also kills. Cincinnati, no one has really stepped up that far in terms of their kill count, so they're going to be very passive in terms of their ult count. Very active in terms of what they're wanting to do in terms of positioning. They're just walking up with Paka, swatting one all the way in the back, and Wills is going to be driven off already, but he does have a trip to watch his flank. RIT pushing very quickly up the mid position, and it looks like with the aggression outside A, maybe they think that there's a bit of a heavier stack there just in case one falls. There is some reinforcement, so they walk towards B looking for a split, and it's only Viper here for now as the Sova has gone all the way back towards spawn because they think that RIT have done just this,
Poison orb
but how is this guy
emitted.
going to hold down alone?
Poison's off.
Oh. I think that was going to get aggressed for this. Just a little bit, though. As RIT will prio site, make sure nobody drops early on. I think is good, especially considering that Hunt is in such a cheeky spot here. How much do you get away with here? Ooh, bird tossed. Oh, that's actually gonna give him away. Oh, you're not getting anything, Hunter. That's 2 initiator tools tossed in early. Oh, but projectile from shoulder on the Marshall. What are these plays coming from Cincinnati?
Yikes.
Wills, Sticky Rice though, can hold it down. Now Wills is the playmaker. 2 stars on this squad are just saving graces over and over again. And it turns out to be a pretty stable bonus round after all.
Yeah, it's just, oh my god, it's so satisfying watching these two guys play alongside each other. It's like a dance. It's kind of like they're actually doing ballet. It's so beautiful. 23-9. I've called out his scoreline like multiple times, but he's the only guy above 20 kills. No one else in the server is above 13. So Wills is going above and beyond for his team right now, not only in terms of his own utility, because the Viper is very, very useful, obviously on Breeze, but he's just fragging everyone. He's able to get the flank on the people in mid. Nicely done from Cincy to clear out the position in there and try and get back in the site, but they get reflanked anyways. So it's RIT now. They have the initiative, they have the full guns, they have still the Viper's pit, and they have the position all the way top mid now. Vulcan's gonna peek into a lot, and he's not gonna get a single one.
I'll use that to take over, cut this board in half. And now Sticky Rice is on a little bit of a journey here. Seeing if they can make sure that this counter push comes sooner rather than later and is dealt with sooner rather than later. Check out the box now. Now Sticky Rice is caught again. A punish for alert. Now with the neural theft, Wally is aware that Gukai is right on top of this, but 3 kills from this guy is just so much to make up for already. Cincinnati still down by 1 as the spike will get planted, so at least they know where 1 is. It is confirmed by Vision Killer placing out that camera. Almost a taunt, but it's really for the intel. Cage to guarantee the swing. Unaware of Taka. Unaware of how good Taka is. That's a second now that Wills has to defy. But as the Viper, or this Barber Wall, excuse me, is up. So tough, the spam given away, but Wills finds the kill and will toss the snake bite on top of it. That might do it, but it doesn't even matter because Wills can just get the kill anyway. I can't explain that one, but it is 9-7 Rochester.
I mean, he's giving it to him at the end. I can see why. This guy needs to take 1 bullet. It took 1 shot anywhere from Taka onto Wills to secure the round. Maybe you could say the snake bite could have done it, but like even still, not a single bullet lands. That is a massive double kill from Taka to come back into the site, and then a big whiff. Because that is his round to lose. I think Wills has 1 HP there. He does well to spam through the smoke, but even at the end, it's so difficult. Caught out in the middle of nowhere with a Vandal. And he still managed to win that out. It is miraculous how this guy is able to make the rounds work. Cincinnati are tossing the sink in right now. They have to try anything. And it's a 1-tap from Sticky Rice onto their opposing duelist. Gets saved, at least. Dummy does get out because the Viper wall comes up. But he's even getting spotted. Doesn't manage to get bit. He does keep his life, but RIT know a little bit about what's going on in the A site right now, so they're going to rotate all the way to B very, very quickly. Dummy wants to get some space back, but he's going to get his head taken off by Wills, of course.
Screen down.
That's facts from Taka.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's been on that OG grind. You know, good for him. I haven't touched it. I'm too scared. I'm just gonna get like swarmed by sweats. It's just not even worth it. I don't want to get my dreams crushed.
I feel that.
Ooh, Ejectile crushing some other dreams. I get these consistent dinks on the Marshall. This is crazy, man. Giving Cincinnati another shot in this round, as they have been doing every time that Cincinnati has been, or that RIT has been in control of a round, which they still are here, as the spike doesn't have much time left behind it, and has such a great advantage. Oh, everything RIT does is really under. Nice second as well. Well done to hand RIT a 10-7 lead. I mean, is this really the end of things? Have they figured it out? Have they cracked the code?
Oh, I mean, on the attack, it's. I think we kind of agreed that this map was attack favored, anyways. Like we knew that Cincinnati kind of needed it a little bit more in the first half, but this is. Even just looking at the scoreboard, just the win conditions of the round, right? I mean, kills, defuse, kills, kills, kills. That RIT have had very on-point aim over the last couple. Like, not to mention Wills, right? He's yet again stacking up the KD. He's 22.6 KD right now, not even including assists. The rest of the team also stepping up. Hunter there with 2 clean 1-taps at the end. It's just looking at them, it's just a little bit of aim
My eyes
lapse.
are down.
They'll look away from the sky as soon as he does so while he spots 4. So he kind of knows what's going on. At RAT understand that Cincinnati also know, so they're not going to go completely fast. It's going to slow it down, put some question marks in. There is a big question mark in A main right now. I don't even know if they tap the orb. They're just going to take the position, have the Cypher call out this 4 here, wait on the site, and 3 of them walk away with the Sky. Let's see what happened. I mean, they all have ults, so they don't need to tap the orb. So they're going to keep 2 here with the wall and the flash. That's a 2-person fake. Is it going to pull anyone over from Cincy? Yeah, it's going to pull everyone over from Cincinnati.
Yeah, the Blade Storm is going to get popped as well, so they really do think this is what they're going to push off of. And so
Poison's off.
with that attention paid, they don't have much time to push onto this B site, which has been bluffed for, but it is just enough. Cyber Cage set up in the box cover. Rochester is here, and they are here to play. Now with the Blades arriving.
Welcome to my world.
And the Viper's Pit as well. They want to guarantee this round because they know that it is such an easy portal to a 12-7. Seekers out here from Cincinnati. They'll play from shoulder. They'll play from that distance. They'll have to breach this the old-fashioned way as the Seekers are let blown out from the pit as well. Everybody from RIT is getting theirs. Dummy has been able to grab at least one sticky rice on a warpath. Stop there, but that is all they'll find. Wills is unstoppable inside this cloud, and RIT is up to 11.
It's tacking on what you said, up to 12, right? Like, this is, there's no weapons for Cincinnati. There is one, right? Okay, not no weapons. Dummy does have a Vandal. Wally's gonna pick up the Marshall, try and do what Jack Cal's been doing over the past couple rounds. No, they did. Okay, they have to force. There's literally no other option. If they give up 12, winning 5 in a row to get to OT and then 2 more after that, they know already, just like I think most of us watching already know, that that is a little bit too far given what their opponents have done in not only this map but also map number 1. So they're gonna play for a win now. If they lose this one, that is kind of the game given, and it looks like Hunter and Sticky Rice are guaranteeing it. They just get 2 and 1 respectively, and they run onto the B site. And already Wills does get shut down, though. That's been the standout best player on their team. And the second one pulled back. They haven't even gotten the plant down yet. Already pulled it to a 2 versus 3, so Cincinnati with a chance.
Where?
There's the neural theft put down as well, just to guarantee things. Knowing where both are. Chance to take a fight. Sticky Rice just dares to challenge them both. And we'll win it out. RIT just 1 round away from taking this match.
Let's end this.
Hasn't been that long. Needs to be a bit longer as Cincinnati are gonna pull a timeout. Man, what? Okay, let's take a look. Right, what can they talk about? What has been working for RIT? Let's ignore their aim because that can't be fixed in 1 game. That takes some time. Wills is 28-11. It's very clear that this man's having a lot of success both in and around his utility. He's made the clutches happen on A, and even last round, 2 rounds ago with a Viper's Pit on B site in the post plant, guy swivels and just kind of knows. It looks like he has a very amazing game sense. Have to either try and shut him down early, maybe go for some early kills and some fast plays, because there's nothing to lose. You might have to lose the map, but you just have to throw this kitchen sink at the window at this point, because playing passive clearly does not work. It didn't work on split. You let RIT set up. You let them walk up it right outside the mains. Even in this map where they just give up mid entirely, they don't really try and hold it. The RIT just take it no matter what. They take mid. They have easy B splits, easy A splits. If they try and hold it, RIT just have the great position to take a main. It's tough to really say what Cincinnati need to do, but I think they just try and take a lot, take more. Not only hold mid, but start going for flanks. They've had a couple situations where they do that, but it's been the sites that have fallen very fast. They've had players that itself fall on the sites. Now they're probably just gonna fight A main right now with 3. Flash goes through, hits nothing, so they don't know other than the 1 gunshot. But that jump spot's gonna find out. Hawka's gonna keep himself in his corner. They're committed to this position.
Yeah, they really want to hold it close. They want to get the drop on this one time. But they are prepped for it. They are oh so prepped for it. Hunter's Fury from a distance, but the rest of the team has gotten swarmed. Vulcan will at least find 1, but everyone from RIT will safely get here except for the one holding the operator. Sticky Rice is going to overextend so hard here, but knows where Vulcan is. Now also knows where Jectile is ready for this double swing. Neither one paying attention to Sticky Rice or Vision Killer, who came in for double doors to get that last kill anyway. So it is RIT who will win again, 13-7, to take a 2-0 victory against University of Cincinnati.
Such a convincing victory, not only in map number 1, of course, the 13-0, but also map 2 on Breeze, showing us that it's not a fluke, right? Not even close to a fluke. 13-7 is fairly convincing. Wills at the top of the scoreboard didn't end up getting any kills in the last couple of rounds. I think he stayed at 28, but have dropped a 30 bomb if he managed to have some success. But yeah, Cincinnati, they tried and fought back, right? They did as much as they could. But even in the last round, it's really clear to see the way that RIT play with their composition on this map. Like the double smokes, they pick it for a reason. They know exactly what they can do with it and break certain crossfires. Like our Cincinnati were 3 stacked up on A main. Look back at RIT's, like how they got in, look at their perspective, and they take a fight. The guy on the right side's got a wall in his face. They can't do anything about it. So RIT putting on a masterclass in how to play the double wall smokes, the double slice smokes on the map of Breeze. Maybe in the future we might see teams kind of reading and trying to anti-strat them, but for now it really looked like Cincinnati were not ready to play. Maybe today as a whole, maybe they just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. The 13-0 on split really shows that. But now they try and fight back, and even still, they're getting outthought and outshot by Rochester. So again, congratulations for Rochester for that 2-0 victory. Very convincing from them, only losing 7 rounds in the entire series.
Yeah, a big step in the season for sure. A big step in the standings. We'll get to talk to one of the primo players for the squad. Wills is coming on for an interview in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Off of a, at first, stunning and at second, just plain awesome win against University of Cincinnati, we have Wills in the booth with us to discuss Rochester's win to take them back over the line. Wills, no doubt this has secured you guys as a playoff contender this time around for the season, or at least for this first half. How do you guys feel after taking down Cincinnati, not just so well, but so swiftly?
We're feeling pretty good. I mean, past week we realized after the last 2 losses we got to step it up. We took it to grind time. We took a lot of practice, a lot of VOD review, and we knew this was our time. This is the time to show that we're back in it already.
That is super good to hear. I mean, to start out, I think it's difficult to ignore. 13-0, map number 1. What happened? Like, is it because of the oodles amount of practice that you guys have been doing so far, or were you guys just in flow state? Do you think Cincinnati were kind of lacking today? What was going on? The whole story behind Split.
I don't think Cincinnati was lacking at all. There was some parts where I knew that they had a good shift change. They had some good plans. I think it was just our IGL Vision Killer. He made some great calls. He kept us under control. He kept us disciplined, and he knew to make the right calls at the right times. And the wins definitely go out to him.
That's also good to hear as well. So with that leading on to map number 2, I mean, yeah, so I guess most people would expect more questions for Split, but there's really nothing much to talk about. Going into Breeze, you lose the pistol round and you also lose the follow-up. But then in the 3rd round, you guys not only have not lost the confidence from map number 1, but you guys end up getting the push, end up getting the opening kill. Like, what is the mindset there after losing the pistol and losing the follow-up? Like, are you guys pulling back at all? Are you guys continuing? You're just playing your own game? What's going on there in terms of what you react to in terms of what your opponent's doing?
We definitely weren't phased at all. I mean, I remember after they got the first 2 rounds, I'm like, all right, they finally won some rounds. Let's get back into our momentum. Let's get back into our game time now.
For sure, yeah. RIT definitely stole the spotlight for this show, and we were so glad to see it. Wills, thanks so much for hopping on tonight. Anything you want to say or shout out before we say goodnight?
Just shout out to the team. I mean, being a freshman and getting picked up, it was a dream to get on a team like this, and I'm proud to see the progress we made, and I can't wait to keep playing with them.
Well, we can't wait to see more from you, Wills. So much more this year, even in store. Till then, take care, man.
Thank you, y'all too.
With that, our opening match is complete. Again, Rochester, a stunning victory against Cincinnati. So we'll take it to the other side of the standings where two teams, UConn and Montana State, vie for control of the bottom of the pack. Stay tuned to find out how that goes.
At these guys' match histories, and not all of the players have had matches during their respective past matches that are in the system. So today we do have Q-Tips, Halt, Phantom. I'm gonna probably ask him how to pronounce that name in the lobby real quick. And Hamrid for the side of MSU. For their opponents of Connecticut, Ball, Stan, K-Pin, Press, and God. I've said his name before, but I'm pretty sure I get it wrong literally every single time. But Queji. And yeah, so if we get in the maps right now, we've got some more pretty standard stuff, Bind and Lotus to start out. And curious to see, we have a lot of Sunset Deciders lately. I don't know exactly why that is, but so far, at least today, we haven't needed to get there.
Yeah, a Split and Sunset were the two maps that UConn and Montana went to back in week 1 when they played each other. They were the last two choices for map 3. The ban was onto Split, so Sunset, like you said, being that decider. I think it's funny, it's taken the place of Haven as that kind of map 3 pool toss because it's still so like such a baby map. But Bind and Lotus getting picked early on interests me and excites me. I think both these teams have a lot to show for themselves on both these sites. I think both these maps provide a lot of space for the teams to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're definitely, I think, contrasting in terms of playstyles. Bind, of course, 2 sites, and you've got probably the fastest rotations between the sites in the entire game. With the TPs for both teams, you can get away short and long to showers from B to A. And Lotus, quite the opposite, considering that it's not only 3 site, but it's, I think, harder to get through B than it is on Haven. So it's a little bit longer of a cut through than on that map. So we have a chance for both teams, I think, to show that either one of them is successful on one certain playstyle, or they're both just, well, one of the teams is just going to be better. Who knows? We'll have to get into it and see. But I think the players are just discussing servers right now in terms of where they want to play on. But yeah, if we're going to get into the maps itself, just for a tad bit, I think Bind, we might get to see some newer stuff. Of course, newer as in, like, it's been a couple weeks coming, right? The Cypher buffs have come into play, and I think teams have, at least at this point, had the scrim potential to maybe integrate or not, depending on if they want to or not. But I think with the new buffs, Cypher is quite useful on a plethora of maps, Bind being one of them, of course, being KJ. Probably one of her weakest maps, if not the absolute weakest map for that character. So I'm looking to see some Cyphers, at least on Bind. Lotus, even some potential for Cypher there. We've seen some pro teams even bring him out before the buffs even, but like way back. So it would be curious to see. But yeah, I think at least for map number 1 showing, this might prove, at least right off the bat, which team is more adaptable more quickly, in my opinion.
UConn, so far this season, as far as I can tell, is 1-on-1 on Bind. Meanwhile, Montana State is 0-2 on Bind, but they've kept it close both times. Most recently, they took Hawaii to 24 on it, which is pretty impressive. It's always impressive to take Hawaii to 24. But yeah, I think coming into this opening map, both teams, like you said, have a lot to prove, and we're going to get a good idea of how the rest of this match is going to go from here. Looking at the comps, I see Boss hovering over the deadlock once again. Same with ISO. We're getting played. It's not going to happen. We're gonna see a pretty standard composition here, I think.
Oh my God, if speaking hypothetically real quick, if this double Senti ends up happening, it won't. Like you mentioned, maybe we're just trying to curse it into existence, but even still, no, okay. Phoenix makes a lot more sense. Not the most sense, I think. This makes more sense. But even Phoenix would be more reasonable than Deadlock, in my opinion, at least before the reworks happen to come in, whenever they might. But fingers crossed, we'll see her in play someday, but not quite today. While in the sky, he's really trying to play with their hearts here, but their opponents are going to be fairly standard. No Cypher on the side of MSU. They're going to stick with the Chamber, who is a little bit more selfish in terms of what he can do for himself, but also team-wide, he provides team economy because he does have a free sniper rifle every 8 rounds, even if you die every single round. So it could be pretty decent for MSU. We'll have to see how their own mechanics are shaping up, but that's up to Q-Tips to worry about in the future. But their opponents seem to... I mean, if they lock in the Sage, it's still going to be a little bit interesting. This isn't what we see usually. There's definitely some teams that like Sage here. I think NRG has shown in the past why it might not be the best option, but they're going to lock it in anyways. So they have a double Senti with a Sage and a Cypher for some information, even still. Single duelist, Kuji, that's his name. I read it. He literally gave it to us. I just didn't read it before, so that is his name. Kuji on the solo duelist on their opponent's side, also a solo duelist. So they have double smokes versus double sentinel, which is, at least on the defense side, not something we see very often.
Yeah, so trading out the Viper and Chamber for the Cypher and Sage.
Mm-hmm.
A very, I mean, honestly, very, very, like,
curious.
very meta. No, I mean, not really very curious. I think both are very meta. I think both of these are very good picks.
Okay.
I don't know who picked what map, because I don't know who picked what side. But if I were to guess based on composition, I would think Montana chose Bind. It feels like they're okay either way here.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
MSU picked Bind.
let's go. I mean, 50%.
Nice intuition.
50% chance, but like, by the looks of it, by picking that Chamber, they flaunt versatility on this map, and I expect it from this MSU squad. They'll get dove in on early by Kuji, who will grab an opening 2 though for UConn's favor as they'll duck back. Real push is over on B site as a 3v1 for Steam here. Cam will over to 2 of them. Sage, Phantom, great dancing around even as it fades. Steam stands no chance. So Montana actually crack out the site, but they'll use it to invade backline, where Prez is waiting and ready, but unfortunately cannot get a kill for themselves. So it is a 3v2 actually, as Montana have completely bamboozled UConn so far, but can they hold on to this round?
Flanning back site, it gives them a good chance to at least keep control of the spawn. There's one player coming from each extremity for the side of UConn. The raise through defender spawn itself, which is gonna get spotted out and destroyed by Ursa. Very nice shot there, and even nades the correct position. Balls needs to wait a little bit. A little bit more delay. Flash goes through. Has a chance to clutch, because 2 of these players, or excuse me, everyone on MSU is low. So there is a big chance here. He just has to read where these guys are, because playing double in heaven is a big mind game for Balls to expect 2 up there. Looking at spawn first, is going to find one with the flash. Goes through with the tap, is going to stick it to half at least. It gives him a bit more of a chance, but doesn't quite understand that the Heaven Peak's the one that's going to come first. So Ursa takes the 3rd kill of the round for the Raise, and MSU with a good start.
Yeah, that was a great flow state that MSU entered to start this map off. That is very exciting to see. Very creative, but also very consistent with their composition. Mobility is key for them to be able to conquer, and with the help of this Raze and Sky duo, they've been doing it very effectively, even if they lose one early on. That short push is not really going to be a problem. Even if UConn takes it over, that's kind of guaranteed with the double Sentinel. Montana State is more worried about taking site, which they were able to do for both sides in tandem with each other. They just chose to go on to that second one. UConn this time is going to try and breach showers. They will do so successfully because no one from MSU is there to meet them. 2 are here in short to wait for it. Phantom holding on to the Spectre. And is going to let it fly way too far. Preston will get the opening kill for that one.
Here.
Oh, you really didn't expect him to walk all the way out, but at least they do get a kill back inside hookah. Balls should not be long for this world. On a second, that is unreal what he's just done there. And these pistols making some stuff happen for Connecticut. They're left with 2. They're both stuck in the teleporter, but they also know where the spike is. Halt freeze, spotted out as well. Some shots going through. I mean, this is the Jiggle Peaks from Capin. Has not put a lot of pressure on. Even a heal through the smoke. A couple of shots landing from Halt, but not enough. And now the control of the spike is in Connecticut's hands. Molly to try and cut off the corner, but the spam is going to take more damage off of this Brimstone. How can he do this? Smoke down to at least let him have a 50-50 shot of getting the spike. Still so much pressure on both sides. Crossfire! No, he just tries to get it. And K-Pin, along with the rest of his team as well, everyone on Connecticut landing the shots in that massive hole in hookah, winning that anti-eco round.
A really monumental round there for UConn, as they'll hold on to 2 and immediately reverse the momentum and pressure for this round. Really just getting the drop there. I am amazed that Teeth was able to hold on to hookah for so dang long. That was beyond impressive. Such a stonewall and huge going in round 3.
Yeah, we have full guns for the side of Con now. Like everyone knows at this point that when you win the second round after losing your pistol, it is a better outcome than if you just lost your pistol, lost the second, and then have a third round to bonus. The bonus now is better for Connecticut than if MSU had won that round. So now, full pistols with a single sheriff on Ursa's side. And a bunch of, again, full rifles for the side of Con. They have full armor on everyone. They have 3K on 2 extra people. Like, it's so difficult to lose this round. It should be absolutely unreal for MSU to win it, but that was what was Connecticut's fate last round. But even still, Press is going to make a little bit more of a show as he spams Q-tips through the smoke. And everyone else trying to get in through showers. They're going to get caught in the corner here. 2 for Kingpin.
Immediately walled away again. No real way for them to enter. This round is just about done. Then gonna go for the 4.
1 enemy remaining.
And get shot at by fans. Does anything in that kill. Nothing else though. So it'll be UConn's second round. Obviously, this is where, at this point, Montana now have to make up for lost time.
Yeah, now, because of those fruitful successes for Connecticut, they have full guns again for Montana State's matching by. Ursa is getting close to the showstopper, so there's something for MSU to play for, but having lost the anti-eco as well as the third, like, that would be hard for the third anyways. Now they come into this one, and they should be playing for this ultimate. Ursa's looking towards Long B, so I'm hoping this guy's going to go and have some help. There is someone behind him to try and get this Long B orb. They're going to have a showstopper to play with in this round before their opponents have very much. No, excuse me. It's going to match that over towards the other half of the map. Favored orb for the defense over towards Showers, so they're going to spend a Sage wall to get that one, and even spend the Sage to try and keep control of the position as a whole. Viper kind of looking towards it, but as soon as he saw one, that's a great shot from Q-tips to shoot this guy out of the sky and even get out with the chamber. Beautiful stuff, and that's exactly why you bring this agent.
That is such an unfortunate decision for Kuji to make. That is pretty easy pickings for the side of Montana here. Settle on B. They're throwing a dog out of first. Have a lot of pressure on both ends of the front line push, so we play from elbow. Steve is able to span through the smoke and find an early pick. And with the close hold, Teeth might be able to get away with it. Well, heard though, and timing's everything. Ursa good for 2. Montana swipe back advantage.
30 seconds left.
Paint shells to ward away. Press who is stuck
standing.
in hookah with Kipin. Not for long. Ursa again. Now good for 3 this round. And Prez might as well save at this point, I think. But will instead immediately headed off by Halt. Montana fight back with a vengeance for round 4.
Very nicely done from MSU, and especially Ursa. Heads up play, walking to the smoke, knows exactly where they are, pretty much behind it. And maybe he has a sixth sense or something, heard something walking to the right, but he goes for the peek, and a beautiful spray continuation to get 2. Basically just wins the round there. Connecticut, I mean, they understand. I think Prez had the sense of mind to just go for that because they know they have the money. At that point, anyone that MSU loses is a big hit to their own economy on the offense, so might as well take as many guns out. Doesn't get too much, so only Q-tips is struggling at all. But him having saved the round pretty much as a whole, very nicely done outside short. But now outside Showers, it's Kuji to make the play. Again, another aggressive push, And he gets out for free because the Sage Wall is there. Q-Tips pulls one back, though. Yet again, making some stuff happen down that short position. Takes the U-Haul player out. And now that pull is already one of these guys off of the B site. Connecticut are stacking 3 strong on A, leaving the Cypher alone with his trips. But he's playing so far back that he can't really act off of them either.
Tips able to diff again and again. MSU continue the domination. Koji now fighting against a swath of Montana State players who are just waiting to tap, waiting to bait whatever is remaining of UConn out. We will wait though.
Spike planted.
Now let's see Miss here. Play off of this and see what those Q-tips. The dog will reveal.
Last
Both
player
positions
standing.
are known.
One
Ursa
enemy
procs the
remaining.
showstopper, but fails. Dies, but there's just enough left in MSU's tank of players to continue on and grab the round. It cost a lot though, didn't it, Anton? Ursa's showstopper, a very unnecessary investment there.
Yeah, a lot spent. They do have a little bit in their back pocket. They have Seekers, they have the sniper rifle and Q-tips, but the latter probably is going to get pulled out. But at least they do have some stuff to use into the future. K-Pin and Stan, though, have their ults ready as well on the defense, and Baus is close to his. So it really is kind of matched on the side of Connecticut. So MSU, I would honestly, coming into this, I would think they would need more, but they have been showing quite a lot. And as I say that, Q-Tips does pull out the sniper and gets the opening kill on the aggressive push once again from Connecticut down short. There's another one from a teammate. I think some more shots through the wall to try and take Q-Tips out, but smoke comes down, and that is what staunches the push. But they've already come out with so much winning. Stan does pull one back, but he has to try and get out alive.
And they will, for a moment, halt. Able to snake and get that other kill as well. Oh, Press, what an entry!
Spike down B.
To find 2 immediately! And UConn is even the playing field instantly. Now holding on to Spike as well. Ursa, walled out by the smoke, but for how long? Press is in a dangerous position. Very egotistical, but can get through it and get somewhere more reserved. 40 seconds left for these remaining members of Montana to play off of each other. Both waiting in the sand, waiting to invade. UConn, unsure of where to peek. A lot of directions to check, but at least one player has
enemy
the right
remaining.
idea. There's 1, and there's 2. UConn will hold on and tie us back up.
And don't need to protect the president when he can protect himself. 2 clean 1-taps there to close out for Connecticut. And they end up the round with 3 ults in their pockets, not having to use the 2 that they kept into that one. K-Pin and Balls, excuse me, they did use 1. So they're down to 3. Still looking a lot better than their opponents. MSU did expend a lot into that round. Q-tips, of course, with the sniper, did end up getting the opener, but not able to convert. Great stuff from Stan to make that flank happen so darn fast. Able to pull a kill back, and then, of course, the 2 players were just able to cut off the spike inside of Hookah itself. Happened a couple times, but now it's still evened up 3-3. It's still anyone's game. Advantage Connecticut into the round just in terms of ults, as well as the ult cycle, as Balls does collect the orb inside Showers every single time. Connecticut playing very well for that Showers orb. That's why they have had such success keeping their ult cycle up. Kuji is 2 away from Showstopper, knowing that some guy spawning backside. Q-tips going for the ping, expecting someone to be baiting, but that is a different position. K-Pin, though, does reveal his location and also drop off of it. Understands that might be not quite safe after he throws that slow orb down, so he does have to get out, and luckily for him, he does.
Now once again forced to play the long game. No way of holding on to site for very long, so they kind of need to take a little bit of a fight now. Orbital strike crossing the elbow to at least gain a little bit of sight.
One enemy
Fuji is
remaining.
holding on to back
Spike down B.
and is able to single-handedly deal with most of the rest of
30
MSU.
seconds left.
Ults alone, no spike in hand. It's just gonna save. 25 seconds to go, no chance. But outside of TP, they might be able to find this pretty quickly. Ult does not run farther away from TP back to spawn, and so it's a pretty easy kill for UConn to find, as they will now have 5 ults to hold on to as they look to finally get this snowball rolling.
Oh boy, yep, snowball is probably the best word for it. 7k in the bank for Prez, 5 ults like you said, and then everyone else is not close in economy, but they're gonna get there, probably. It's full eco for Montana. They have 3 sheriffs to work with. 1 ult, not even the weapon from Q-Tips, because he pulled out during a buy round. The Phantom S Seekers, so that's all they really got to do. And this is going to be a little bit of a miracle round. Not sure what their answer is going to be here, but they really have to try and maybe find some kind of team play and just go for something together, a 5-man onto a site. The thing is, for Connecticut, they have clearly thought this through. They have the defense, and it's a double sentinel on B, strong side A, but because of the double sentinel B, they're able to do that. They have so much slowing power. Kill trips, of course, from Cypher were always good. Now they're even better, and you can see them doing some work while the Cypher just sits an elbow and just waits for people to walk into his trips on the site itself. And now we've got the slows and the wall and the potential to be in any kind of elevation, because we see already in the previous round Kingpin is willing to play like Grimwall. I don't want to like put a name to it, but like they're pretty much just Grimwalls, right? He's on top of hookah basically. Yeah. So he's willing to do this kind of stuff. So for MSU, there's so much stuff you need to check. Maybe you can like nade some stuff off for the Cypher, the raid or the Sage, but even last round where you can see they're trying to be thorough. They ult out elbow to make sure that the Sage doesn't have an angle, so the crossfire is a little bit mitigated. But even still, Kuji is able to get kills from the pocket on the site. You have other players getting kills on the site itself, and you have spawn. There's so many players, so many places to watch, and so many places where you can get shot by from this double sentinel setup. It's so clean for cons. So it's clear that they thought this through. I questioned it a bit at the start, but I can understand it now. So I appreciate that.
Well, we also appreciate you guys waiting with us, as you've seen, we have a couple of internet issues. I believe we have issues on both sides. One player on each side has a bit of a problem. I believe Boz, aka Teeth, has entirely crashed, and I believe Halt had some internet issues that they have restarted for as well. Well, it looks like one has come back while one has just left, so hopefully we're almost back in the game here, which, like you said, looks to really be leaning the right direction at the moment. I do want to ask, do you feel that MSU will feel any more comfortable on the defense with this chamber raise comp? Do you think they'll be able to kind of stall as well as UConn has been able to do?
Yeah, I think it'll be a different type of stalling. Of course, it's not like really hard. Like I click a button and then you can't move, right? Because you've got that with Sage.
Yeah, it's got to be more dynamic, right?
Well, like Q-Tips has kind of made that stuff happen. Like this dude shot the raise out of the sky. Like it's this guy can aim. So I can get why he's picked this the chamber. It's really relies on, I think, MSU as a whole to make sure that he can do what he needs to. Like we've seen him different times with different teams, like not even in collegiate level, but even in higher level with pro play, where you have a chamber and we know the chamber is capable. Like multiple times we see like artists playing chamber, and we know this guy is cracked as all hell. This guy can aim like better than 90% of the players in the player base, but like the rest of his team fails somewhere else, and even though he's solo a site, it doesn't matter because he might be the weak site, but if you can take the strong site on the offense, like what matters. So MSU as a whole, like the rest of them are going to have to step up, not just Q-Tips making some stuff happen. Because like he got entries short A as well. Like him and another dude got 2 entries short A, and they still weren't able to take the round. So with that kind of thing, I think around the board, everyone needs to step up and get kills from MSU, which is like, it's not just on the defense, right? That needs to happen on both sides, but even more so on the defense, because then Connecticut are the ones that are able to set the tempo. They're the ones that are able to choose where they want to go. If they see the chamber and they're like, okay, he might be on the weak side, but this guy can aim. He's gotten some ridiculous kills before, and he potentially has an op a lot of the rounds on defense, depending on what MSU want to do. They could just say, okay, well, doesn't matter. This guy's alone. If the rest of the team just falls apart for the side of MSU, just go toward A anyways. Like if he's holding long B, we just walk A and 5v4 this. And so far, it's 4-3. We haven't completely run away with it. But if they get on the attack and they have that kind of confidence, I do worry a little bit for MSU.
Yeah, if they're able to kind of just continue playing off of each other and have, like you said, that confidence, then there's really no stopping them. Their attack scares me a lot. The smokes plus the barrier orb, they're going to be attacking short every time. And, I mean, the composition that MSU has is one that can fight that. But it's still a scary prospect to have to deal with this team walking into you. Especially when, again, 5 weeks ago, they were able to 2-0 you. Again, the maps were different, Split and an even younger Sunset. So not a really great baseline, I guess, for this matchup going forward. But one that I think MSU is really trying to get rid of, get completely out of the picture and state that they really are the better team now. And they're putting up one hell of a fight so far.
Yeah, I think it's still possible, right? Because it's not only one team that's evolving and getting better. It's both teams alongside each other. It's been weeks for both of them, so hopefully, for MSU's sake, they're able to cook up something in the back rooms throughout this month and a little bit. But it looks like we will be getting back into the game fairly soon. It looks like Halt has reconnected, and Ballas had done so quite a little bit ago. So it looks like they're all good. Everyone's moving. And if we can get back to talking about the game at hand, at least, with a bunch of sheriffs, it looks like Humrid has opted for a Stinger. They have a lot of money on Halt. So even so, yeah, he's going to go for it as well. Just a couple SMGs. They're going to go fast and right off the pause. It is quick into the round 3 for the defense, as this mid-aggression works out a lot for Connecticut, not so much for MSU.
Yeah, this is instant denial again up short. The problem is this is a great composition for defending it. It's not the best composition for attacking.
Toxin screen down.
A big part of that, though, is the toxic screen held by Homerid. Will be attempting to shout out from boxes.
Last player
A little
standing.
bit of a drop, but unfortunately, there's just not enough pressure. Block's gonna be good for 3 now. Homerid able to strike back for 1, but and really have a shot at being able to 1v3 this. It's not really too much
Toxins
to
going
play
up.
off of. You could throw your orb down and rotate into boxes here if you want to, but beyond that,
Toxin
you're
screen
kind of
down.
locked into A side here. Could farm orb and also pit from
Toxins going
showers
up.
if you really wanted to be a little silly with it, but
Enemy
gonna
down.
dry peek it.
My
We'll
ultimate is
find
ready.
Uji, so does now have to hit, and they're gonna go for it. Oh yes, I love this play. This is so
30
exciting.
seconds left.
Oh, but Kapin. Oh, Kapin might just go for the res. Oh no, they're just gonna neural theft instead. There's gonna be a second
player
ping, and so
standing.
Homerid has to go secret agent mode, and they'll use it to take care of Kapin as well. It is now a 1v1 with a pit in Homerid's hands, and the cage is gonna miss. Steam might fall directly into the trap. Oh my goodness, what a clutch play from Homerid. If this works out, Steam has to play this perfectly. Has no cam, has no trip, has no cage, has a chance! Knows where Homerid is more prepared, and will clutch up for Connecticut.
I don't understand how he's come to the conclusion that he has gotten around the cage. Maybe he saw it, like when he walked closer, that there's a little gap. But whatever the case, that is some insane maneuvering, first of all, from Hummer. It's a very nicely done to just even get to bench. But then the read from Steam, yeah, if they end up winning this series, this is a long ways off. We're only in map 1, but you gotta ask him about that play. Like, how the heck, what is running through his brain there? It's probably a lot more things to ask later on, but even still, that is an immediate timeout off of the tech pause that happened earlier. But of course, teams aren't really allowed to talk during those. So we're gonna get into the situation where MSU are going to have time to talk. After that very tight 1v1 ended up failing for them. It was a nice try from Hamred. Again, with the orb, there was a potential, but he just wanted to catch someone off guard, and he does so, gets the raise immediately to get back onto the site. And even another kill at the back, playing off the neural theft perfectly as well. But in the 1v1, Steam was just a little bit smarter, a little bit more prepared for the position. And when you peek like that, you're always going to have the advantage in the engage. So nicely done from Steam to preempt that position. But right now, MSU with full guns still, so it's a good time to talk about what you've got going on. Last round, they just kind of threw whatever they can, and even still, they made it close, so it was a good job from them to make it into a 1v1 at the end. But now, what the plan? looks like they're still playing fairly standard. It's surprising with the Viper that they're not going for some more long control and the B long orb. But I mean, whatever the case, they're the ones playing. They're going to be going for an A split here with double into showers. No one in the defense is even playing forward this time, so not going for the orb first time in a while. But as you can see why, everyone's got ult, so they don't really need to hold showers. I was going to hold the corner, just get really deep into it. Actually, full commit. I think he got spotted as well, so maybe burying some teeth with the dog. Oh, he backs out.
Yeah, they gotta use the boom bot to get him out of there. So
Enemy down.
Open, good presence. Great invasion to shut down Q-tips and again restrict MSU. We're now bottle-nosed into a site.
I've got your
Spike up
trail.
short. Now the Seekers are thrown into the mix to get the drop on the back site, which the invasion will begin. They will take that front half of the A site, but they want the back half too. They want it before they play Spike, and they do get the drop onto Yukon. Gucci holding on to Clutch, but there's enough of a sightline and enough bullets in the mag.
Down A.
And will Clutch back up. It does have the res available. Is going to try and make it over to a body. There's none nearby. Can just wallbang to find the final kill. An amazing adjustment coming in to continue this streak for UConn.
That is some nice stuff from Capin. Not only starting up that round as well, but also ending it all the way back towards A. I mean, if you notice what happened, gets a kill in market and just sprints right back through B, through spawn, and books it towards A. Like, literally no hesitation. This guy, he knows he gets that kill. Montana State understand that they can't go back. Like, there's so much they need to clear. It would take so much time. They have to commit. So he just rotates to A immediately. Like, it's so smart from this guy. And then the amazing 1v1 at the end as well. Knows he doesn't need to peek, just understands micro plays through the box. Fair enough, just wins the 50-50. So now 6-3, Connecticut guarantee a tied half at least. And they don't even use an ult into that round. They came in with 4, they leave with 4. And Stan just charges up because he died. So it's just great for the defense. They would love to have this circumstance even more. And MSU, they do have another instance of fast shower control because Connecticut still don't need ults because they still didn't use any in the previous round. So MSU with that, what are they going to do? They pick up orbs. I'm pretty sure they have to have already picked up an orb on someone. I would guess it's a Phantom because he's a little bit closer. But they still don't really have anything to play off of. I would be surprised Ursa didn't just make his way over, but they're going to try and just brute force this, it seems like.
Out of charges.
It's going to start off okay. Showstopper is going to get thrown in. Kuji does not really find anything. UConn are left a little stranded here. One where Ursa is going to throw in his own Showstopper and catch Kuji up in the caddy corner.
Spike
Team also
planted.
blown away.
Last
Shell,
player
so no way of
standing.
getting back on, and MSU have this round completely figured out thanks to Ursa's amazing frontlining. The scalpel that will work well enough to take this round pretty handedly. Unless Steam goes crazy, which of course is always possible. Not checking the right way though, and giving away the shot is going to start getting encroached on here. Not really much time, kind of has to go for the rush down, and now already committed to the fight, just has to see how much they can take with themselves. Flawless. Very well timed to give MSU a flawless round 10 and a way back into this half.
You can only see the Jaws theme at the end there, just encroaching on U-Haul, but there was no way that guy was getting out alive. Nice done from MSU. And it kind of felt like simple stuff, right? They just set up. Like last round, showers control didn't mean anything. This time it does. They're able to split the site, get the entry onto the short position, just on top of the box. Like it was literally nothing to it. Brimstone stands on top of the box, gets a kill, and they walk in. It's kind of that simple. And Connecticut don't want to let that happen again. Not only do they need ults now, because they threw 2 of them into that round, the Seekers and the Showstopper, but they also don't want to let MSU take this position again. They flash out, they understand that there's people here, and there's 4 from the defense holding the showers. The wall is going to get committed to get Kuji the orb again. This Showstopper so impactful and such a priority for the defense to charge up every single time, and they're just going to get out. I'm not sure how much Montana State is reading into that, but there's a lot of people. There's a couple of gunshots being thrown out of showers, so it doesn't completely reveal this 4 here. Otherwise, I would think they would completely run down B. But the Cypher does have a moment of reprieve as he does see the chamber. I don't think the chamber's field of view is high enough to actually catch that cam. But as it shuts down, he might have some kind of inkling. But there should be a kill trip here. Maybe catching 1 player or 2.
They
see
found
how
my
much value
wire.
there is.
Shot one.
Cage triggered.
Tap. Oh, now the overstrike cost down. Forward, and they found it. 40 seconds to go. They should have a way in. Gosh, here's Spike.
Spike planted.
Spotted as well. Connor very set up here.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
finding the kills. Oh, Press is lit up. So, and there's only Homerid left. Has nothing left already in the kit. Oh, but spots a gun, is able to get at least one, but no, it is UConn who will have the guaranteed lead coming out of this half. Well done.
Yep. Nice shots there from Press. I think Press with the Forsaken crosshair at the end, just white instead of black. But nice stuff with the Marshall.
Last round
And
before the switch.
maybe given a chance for the Vandal spray down, but MSU, his aim just was not steady enough. So UConn come into the second half guaranteed with a lead. We're gonna have to wait one more round before we get there, and maybe a little longer because we did have another disconnect. So another tech pause temporarily. It happens. I mean, never know what Tech can do, but I mean, apparently Tech can 13-0 a team last game, but full guns should see a rifle being bought up for the final player when we see the Sage come back. But yeah, full guns for everyone. Alts advantage in favor of Connecticut in terms of one impact alt, one information alt. Maybe we see Steam use his, probably at some point in the round. But there is an orbital strike in the hands of Halt, so that could be one of their biggest win conditions now. It does look like they're well, we'll have to see later because there is a lot of time left. But it does look like they're looking towards A. So U-Haul might be completely off limits for Connecticut, and it looks like they already know that. They're just playing super far forward, and no one's just holding up in there, because that is super, like, that is just a free kill for MSU if they do. So everyone playing outside. The double Senti setup likely also towards this B that we've seen multiple rounds, so they're going to have everyone else just locking this A site down. Last time we saw a fight here, though, it was heavily in favor of Connecticut on the defense. They also didn't have guns on Montana State, so maybe this is the round. Maybe this is the round where they take the duels and win out in terms of like everyone on the map, and not just short A. And also the fact that they were able to win it so hard on Connecticut's side last time to get to a 1v1 at the end on the A side itself does prove a little bit better for MSU's chances if this is what they stick with. But Connecticut are just kind of hovering around as the pause continues on. They don't really know where they want to go so far. Could just be waiting on the timer to commence, which it does. And the final solution is probably going to be farming up another orb inside showers for the Rays and just holding down this A. They're going to send 3 there. Flash is going to go through, and Kuji up forward. He wants to take a risk. He actually wants to walk through this.
Huge block, but MSU reads it. Oh, Boss is the
Spike
second
down
man
A.
up, though, and we'll get it all done. Healed back up as well. Spike is UConn's.
One enemy remaining.
And game might be as well with the way that they clean up that round. Wow. That was a stunning drop.
Switching
that
sides.
worked out so well.
Yet again, Swift off of the pause. Another technical one. I mean, the one before was also technical down short. This time it's outside showers, and they might lose the opening engage, but then they pick up 3 off the sky. Nice help, not only with the flash, but also just with the gun. Just gets a triple kill. It's that simple. It really does look like Connecticut are just able to have their individuals step up when they need to. Montana State, the rounds that they've won might have been a bit more team-based, but Connecticut are just kind of shooting better right now, at least as a whole. There's a couple players on MSU that you're really looking to step up. Ursa being one of them. Q-Tips earlier on was quite loud. Now he's quieted down quite a little bit. He's 7-11. He's been on that kill count for quite a little bit. So hopefully for them in the second half, they can find a little bit more success if they do slow down the short push a little bit. But there is a fight inside showers with the aforementioned player. Q-Tips has not landed a shot, but also neither has his opponent. He does finally, and he gets 2 off the back of that.
Massive start off Q-Tips here as now the rest of MSU is able to defend from land. The rest of UConn is going to come bombarding in a 3v3 now, but low health for 2 team members, and only one of them can get healed up at a time. Spike continues to tick. MSU will will tap once. One member will be sent out to contest. They do it for quite some time.
One enemy remaining.
But will fall eventually. Homerid will invade the lamps and find the other, and Prez's position is pretty obvious. And so MSU is able to clear the board and get away with a pistol round.
Nicely done from MSU. The shots even, and I like literally as soon as I call him out, Q-Tips just pops off inside showers, gets the first outside, and then swivels a 180 to find the second headshot. That is kind of amazing. So this guy, I would think that Q-Tips just straight up won the round right there. There was a chance for Connecticut. They made the heads up play, right? They push triple into U-Haul with the fake flash, but they make a little bit of a critical error at the end. They heal the wrong person. K-Pin pulls out the heal, and I think heals the Brim, but optimally, he heals the Sky, because if most people in the chat don't know, this is a weird interaction with Sky. If everyone is standing in the Sky heal, doesn't matter how much heal is left, they all get healed at the same time. So she might have only 100 health in her pool, but everyone, not just one person, gets healed to 100. So a little bit of a micro play. A mistake from Connecticut lets MSU at least have the confidence advantage. Maybe maybe Balls just didn't feel confident challenging so much. But whatever the case, they come into the second round with a massive advantage in terms of weaponry. There is a single Marshall on the defense in the hands of Steam. Don't know how much he can do with it as these guys just hop onto the site. It's shots landing from the side of MSU, but there's a couple pulled back though.
Spike down A.
They've gotten back on the site as well. They've kind of split this apart. They might be able to ISO some fights. Phantom is a little scared to launch a lot of his util early with the rest of MSU.
One enemy remaining.
Not a successful concuss, but a successful stop in lamps here onto Steam, and his K-Pin knocked out by a bird, then hit by a snake bite. Might just die in this. Yeah, they're gonna. And so that'll end the round and continue things for MSU here.
Still been no ults picked up, and I think this is one of the things that you can see the differences between these two teams. MSU are not really opting for going for that shower resort very often, where Connecticut are just hard forcing it no matter what every single time. That might be part of the reason is probably because they have a Sage, and it's really easy to take it with the Sage Orb. The other reason, and maybe also because their playstyle doesn't look like MSU have plans to even try and do that right now. There's no one out there. There's no way they know, but they're not even going to try and fight for it. Everyone down short A. They're just looking down. I guess with the eco, they don't really have anything else to play for, so they're just going to try for some kind of gamble fight. No one's going to look that direction. Everyone from UConn is towards long B right now, with the Cypher just looking towards Hookah. Might go for a late lurk, but the B site itself has already been compromised.
Oh, Steam! Able to shut down 2 for 1 there. And Spike will cleanly get planted. MSU's gotta just gamble swing this, see what they can find. 1 for 2 is already okay. They have a lot of util to spare.
Last player standing.
Matt is unable to do anything, and ult is stopped. So 4 will stay up for UConn as they will enter a 9-6 lead and hope to get this momentum started on this attacking half. Which, again, I have to say, I think that that this is ultimately their stronger half composition. And I don't think they've had the time or space to utilize that yet. I think this might be the round that they do that.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yeah, I think definitely, like, not only that, but also MSU, I believe that their attacking side was a stronger side compositionally, and they were not able to convert that strength. Maybe things have changed. Maybe the Viper isn't as good on the offense as I believe it is. But whatever the case, we come into this one 9-6, and still, even on the offense, Connecticut are playing the orbs very well. Like Steam has alt presses 1 off of orbital strike. They're just hitting the B site itself. This time though, MSU do have guns to stop it, and maybe some work. Nope, press and stand. They pull it right back and maybe keep themselves in this round. 2 versus 5 turned into a 2-on-3, and they know where everyone is. It's walking up, another head spotted, not quite able to convert, but there's still more fights at the back of the site. Halt doesn't overturn, and suddenly 3 kills in favor of Connecticut, and it's a 2-on-2. Both players low though. Q-Tips wanting to get out early. Stan just takes a kill and cleans up for the 4th. That is 10 rounds now for Con.
An unreal adjustment coming from UConn to be able to re-extend and take back those fights. Certainly a close one, but one that is entirely theirs. And that ult cycle looks better than ever as well, doesn't it, Anton? with that orbital strike ready to go, those Seekers on the way, their entry onto B site is now the more enticing opportunity. And they don't get to say that often. Short is kind of their entire MO with this composition. And hey, that's okay. Short's pretty reliable. But with this in the bank and Q-tips ready with that tour de force that's going to be used on an entirely stacked on saved A site for MSU, it's never a better time to go for this B site, really.
Yep, they have it for free. There goes the wall. That's a wall to let them into to elbow, I think. I'm not sure if there's a gap there that I'm seeing.
There is.
But
I think it looks.
that is quite interesting. Well, that's an option if they want it. But they do get a kill on the other side of the site. Stan goes 1 for 1. That's a 4-on-4 retake with a gun. Not even with a gun. They haven't picked up the rifle off of the bodies, so they're going to go into this with a couple stingers and some sheriffs. But the hold from the attack of Connecticut should be quite strong. Everyone is coming from this short position. 1 kill for Q-tips could be the thing to break through, though. Prez needs to win this fight. He thought it was a flash, but instead it's a smoke and a player. A smoker. First down. Kuj gets another, but the bullets used from Prez make sure that he does lose his life. But there's still double hole in the site. And it is, oh my god. Now they're just teasing. Now they're just having fun with it. There's no way to win the round. And these guys on Connecticut know it. They're just going to run at this point. Ursa can't even survive. And that is 11th. Only 2 left to take the first map for Connecticut.
Connecticut feels confident going into these last 2 rounds that they need to hold on to. Q-tips is going to relinquish the shields to go for the operator. MSU full sending it to hold on to this defense. And I completely understand the choice. I don't think they should be waiting for 12-6. I think they should hold on to what they have, which is not entirely enough for this, but they could get the showstopper going. They could have an early entry. They have a lot of options that UConn has to be scared of in this round. They'll spend a lot for the entry, starting off with that dog outside of hookah. Paint shells to divert for a moment for the rotation, potentially the adjustment, potentially MSU has, again, a lot of ways to poke about this, but then again, so does UConn. Not necessarily anymore, as Q-tips will end up diffing K-pin on that operator to start out the round, and will end up anchoring a site under a very fearful UConn.
Such an important kill to Prez. Another one. Pulls it back. Oh, and the State Phantom! A quick transfer. And even more 1-for-1s across the board for MSU to shut that right down.
Wow. Able to instantly collapse on the rest of this team. But granted, they didn't really move far. With no Sage Barrier available to help them at that point, they really didn't have a consistent way to at least split the fight for a microsecond, or even have that option in the first place. Now, definitely a lot more intimidating when you don't have that 5th for the entry. That collateral is super important for the B take. So that's why we see UConn now setting their sights once again on A, the full 5 stack ready to go, even with the half buy here. They have a lot of util in stack though. They still have some ults. They have a lot of ways to enter this. So
Satchel out.
they play it right. Kuji is gonna splash back up in clamps here, and very early. He's gonna get that strike, and Kuji will get caught along beforehand. UConn now a little bit stuck, but Spike is still getting things in here, and maybe we'll see if they can find at least 1 more kill. Not really.
1 enemy remaining.
No, Steam staying alive for a little while, but unfortunately, that shotgun, and yeah, it's easy to know where Prez is by that point. It's a flawless round number 19 here for Montana State. We're still very much in this game.
Yeah, at least we know they can win the rounds that they really should be winning. Full eco. Well, I guess full. There's a good judge on Connecticut, as you can see, jumping right through the smoke. Maybe catching a couple members of MSU off guard, but unfortunately looking the wrong way. But yeah, MSU just clean up. That is the round that they should be winning, right? Massive gun advantage, and they also have the ults to work with. They are using them quite well as well to guarantee a kill with it after hearing the raises committed into U-Haul. Everything just going well. They keep their economy true, which might not matter that much because it is 11-8. So there's not much room to lose, so they can't really break their economy. But at least they have guaranteed buys for the rest of their losses. So every single round they play is going to be a fight. Connecticut, this is the swing round for them. If they lose this, then MSU have a massive advantage in the future. So this has to be a win for MSU if they want to be able to at least have a chance. And that would give them a massive chance. Ursa just going for some taps! It was going to happen eventually. We're just nudging on closer, and the one bullet onto the sky in the opposing team. They want to res, okay, they go for it. Invest in ult for a bullet. How worth it is that for the side of Connecticut? They're gonna keep trying to walk in, maybe get an ult orb, and just trying to brute force entry. I mean, he just jumps through. They still want to fight for this on NSU side.
So Kuji can come in with a showstopper to take down Showers. Homerid watching from heaven, though, can still shut down the presence, so this Shower entrance is still half denied. Cole taken down to half health, now fully killed by Press coming in through short, where that control still lies, and where it looks like the rest of UConn is going to rotate towards. Maybe they'll head towards B, knowing that that presence is still here, knowing that they might not have any fight to take on B site, and they are correct in that estimation.
30
They will
seconds
have
left.
no one to deal with, but Montana will be able to reaggress this. They have the pit if they really want to put it into this.
I've got your trail.
Fulcrum of a round. Toxic Screen, a little bit of time provided for them to start rotating, but with this slow orb on backside,
10 seconds
Fairy
left.
orb up elbow. These players for UConn so ready. This might just be game. Q-Tip's gonna be the first to aggress. With this operator, has to wait for the smoke to dissipate. Homer Red gonna have to swing off of it.
One enemy remaining.
Simultaneous K-Pit just watching it
They
and
were not
holding it
good
down. No help required. UConn have 4 rounds of game points.
Match point.
Solidly mechanically superior as well in that, because like not many people you would see hold that angle, not only with a Phantom but also ADS full spray with a Phantom. Like some people tap, he goes for the spray headshots on 2 different players with the gun that really is not suited for, oh, I guess it's suited for spraying, but you don't really see it ADS that often, so fair enough. Good job by Capin. Up to 12, 1 ult for the offense to work with, and nothing soon. So that is the one thing that Montana State have to work off of, is that Connecticut don't have any extra tools that are outside of their own belts so far. Right up and along. Instant kill. Easy shot for Q-Tips. Prez didn't expect him that wide. And there's a second one, but the pre-fire is going to take him down very, very low. Lucky he didn't take a second bullet, but surely he goes down now. Kuji, quick on the trigger. Even faster is the defense. Halt gets a kill back, but Kuji follows up along his first kill, but does get traded back by the brim at the back of the site. This guy is doing everything to keep them in this game. Not long for this world, and even a second. Stan might want to end it here and now. 1 versus 3 turned into a one-on-one. And has the entire map to play with, but now he's committed. Can't leave and knows that this player is on the other side of the tube, and Phantom too quick on the shots.
An entirely too close round, and it was Holt from backside that made it that way. Unstoppable for a clear moment as UConn tried to barrel their way onto the site, and it almost worked out. Crazy clutch attempt as well to grab the win now, but it's going to take a little longer than that. Perhaps another round, and UConn understanding that they'll lean into the Sheriff buy. They'll try to play this long game. They'll try to get rid of this operator that Q-Tips is still holding on to now. And the Viper's Pit is going to get utilized immediately up A short as well.
They got to use whatever they can to win every single one of these rounds. Connecticut know it's just a matter of time before they have an even count again. And they're probably just going to try and farm some orbs. Steam, unfortunately, gets immediately deleted outside Hookah. Nice shot from Montana State. Just to make sure they can at least keep their own mechanics in check. Kuji continuing to farm these orbs. Surprising it's not actually on... No, excuse me, no, I was looking at the wrong team. No, that makes complete sense. He's 5 out of 8, so he might even have a showstopper in this round if he gets some success. Q-Tips is stuck at the back of the site, but he's not going to miss these shots! And even saved by his teammate. Omraid's going to keep him safe, keeps the op up. And a 2-on-5 for these 2 players to play with, but they have completely walked through the B site.
This is some interesting presence that they're going to work off of. Everyone from Montana just still stacked on this A side. There's been no giveaway that there's a B push yet.
30 seconds
Luckily,
left.
Press will not be pressed on the TP.
Launching smoke.
Now this is interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, getting Spike down is really half the battle here. It is a 2v5 with guns that are bad. So it's entirely very much out of the question 99.9% of the time. But that's why it makes it so dang fun for us to hope every single time anyway, because that 0.01% is that much more fun. Press gets right early, K-pin, the jump in, nobody can really do much, unfortunately. And of course, we are the 99% today. Phantom gonna get half, and here's the second. MSU will, of course, take us as well.
There was always a world, but we don't live in it. Oh, farming up one more, up to 6. And similar stories for both sides. There are not going to be ults unless Kuji wants to farm up both orbs, or he gets a kill. As a potential for that as well. But yeah, in the future runs, we might just have a couple gun games, and we're just playing Valorant right now. They're the closest player to any ults on both teams is Halt and Kuji, 6 out of 8 on both of them. So we have full guns yet again. Like I mentioned, Montana State will have weapons no matter how many rounds they lost in this map. Flash going through is going to catch the Cypher, unfortunately, so there is some information given away down short. Q-Tips looking the other way, which there are going to be 2 people here. The dog is going to come in. Is he going to catch him in time? Yeah, of course. He has to come back. Doesn't manage to bite him, but at least he does expend his teleport, and that's what that's what Connecticut we're hoping for. And with that space taken, question mark being put into showers, they walk right back towards B, and that one dog, and I think some short presence as well, pulls the Viper all the way over, but there's a timing on that. Little window missed. She's going to come back. But it is still a weak site with just 2. The Rays and the Viper, no Sentinels this time. To speak of, the chamber is over towards A with the sniper, and these guys have to try and hold it down.
Ults, Molly,
Spike
absolutely
down, B.
gigantic for stopping the majority of this push. Nothing on the side of Yukon to compare. Stan is going to try. At least gets 1 and can duck back into the smoke. Has the cam and the neural theft to play with as well. So 1 kill change everything here. But Dog
30
confirmed
seconds
he's
left.
still in tree, and the spike is stranded. Only 27 seconds to go. He does have to play from here too. And so really MSU can play from here. Everyone can peek at their convenience. And Q-Tips is well, when they have to dry peek him. And they will. So we're taken to another game point, but one in which it feels like UConn just has no chance of surviving. MSU, they look destined to take this to OT.
A gift.
Yeah, surely. I mean, the money is weak now at this point for Connecticut. They have 3 rifles. One of them a little bit worse. Press is on the Guardian with the K-pin on the Judge. On the offense, not looking too great. It's not. I would think that he would throw it over to Rays actually, and Kuji gives up the rifle. But this is what they're going with. The Sage with the shotgun. Ball is with an SMG, and this is looking a little bit tough for them to close. But they do have a couple of ults to play with. Steam's got the neural theft confirmed, like you mentioned last round, and Kuji is 1 off the showstopper, which is going to be farmed up. There is literally no way they don't go get this orb for him. He's sitting inside market right now, which worries me a little bit. But this is literally the last round of the half. They lose Prez, which means the other player that's close to an ult is no longer available. But Kuji is going to commit to hookah. He's not going to have this ult, so they're going to work this round with only a neural theft, and they're going to run into a 3-stack.
Take, but it's not what they're going to. Oh, I know exactly. Shut down. Stan will hop in, but they're the only one on site here. They're getting it done anyway, though. That's another kill, and we'll hop down into mid-site to take a 3rd. Stan single-handedly carrying this site, and the last 2 defenders are nowhere to be found where the spike actually is. Planted on A, but it might not even matter. Stan might want to take this ace off for themselves, but they're not that greedy. They'll head back to TP to defend. They want this round. They want this map now. And so they will play for the 3v2. But so will Montana. Barrier orbit their way to their second. They'll burn that pretty quickly. At least they'll try to. 2 blocks left again. This spike is ticking pretty quickly. I must say, it's getting a little scary, isn't it? They don't have much time to contest this. UConn might just be able to play this off with swings. First tap is early though, and Q-Tips finds Stan. Phantom's able to hold it. Q-Tips gonna hold it down. Q-Tips gonna continue holding it down. Q-Tips will hold it down to let Montana take it to overtime.
How flashy is this guy every time he needs to? Every time it really doesn't look like it's possible. The Rays are in his face. The 2v3, well, he's basically 1v3 because he has to have a teammate hold the spike down forever. He gets every single headshot. and he keeps them in this game. MSU thanking their lucky stars, thanking Q-Tips. Like I mentioned, he was on 7 kills for so long. He's now at 20. He's definitely really stepped up ever since I called him out, especially on the defense, which is where Chamber really should step up, at least in this current meta. In this iteration of Chamber, he really does only shine on the defense. It's difficult to get pushes going with him at this point. So very nicely done from Q-Tips. Now they have to win 2 more in a row. Full rifles for everyone. No ops for Connecticut. But another orb being farmed up. He just does every single round. Doesn't get punished. There is a heal. Easy enough. Gets him back up to full. Maybe losing a little bit of armor, but that's all. And he just has one closer to that showstopper, especially in OT where everyone's only 3 away.
MSU begin the push up A. This is committal, but the right call. UConn is prepped though. They have enough presence on this site. Yaris is going to start fishing and reconsidering. And in fact, it'll be the noisemaker that Yersa is that will keep 4 here. And now, let MSU play with their food a little bit. 35 seconds to go. They're going to try and play long. So they either want to drag the TP into B, which it looks like they're going to do
30
here.
seconds left.
And yeah, UConn are going to guess this early. They'll rotate, but the TP has to be called now. So UConn are still in CT when this comes. They will be a little more ready than MSU expects, but MSU still have a good amount of time to play with. Kuchi press are online, though they are able to get a lot of the work done. Kuchi has enough to drag out the showstopper, in fact, and it'll be used to get a 3rd on the halt. Stan coming in from showers to deal with Q-Tips as well, and MSU simply does not have enough time to play with in either circumstance this time around. They will flunk the attack test and will now be forced to a 5th game point.
Switching sides.
That one's a little bit rough. I think
Match
MSU
point.
quick on the trigger. Like there was a solid idea in that round, send everyone towards B. If they hear the footsteps off of A, send everyone back. Straight to the TP. That's what Bind lets you do. But they do it so quickly, it feels like they just heard the footsteps. And as soon as the last one faded, they just had everyone teleport. I don't think they were that close on the clock. I'm pretty sure they had some time to play with, so I'm surprised they went that quickly. But yeah, like you said, MSU were just, or excuse me, Connecticut were just there so quickly in spawn. They didn't even leave. So MSU just not ready and not able to win out the fights. Puts them in another situation where they have to win a round, otherwise they just straight up lose the map. On the defense this time, no one's farming an orb. They do not like contesting these orbs early on, even if it doesn't lend them a potential at a victory. Like Kuji did straight up get a kill, a direct hit with the showstopper last round. So it does make a big difference, these ults. There's a reason they're called ults. So big difference in the way these two teams prioritize their positioning at the start of these rounds. And MSU, they're just kind of sitting on the sites. Connecticut poking a little bit towards A. I think they're finally sending Steam towards this B site, looking into Hookah, gets his cam shot out, immediately doesn't get too much information other than the fact that there's a guy inside spawn. But everyone else looking towards this A site, the rotation happening at this the worst time for Montana, so no smoke's able to come down. But there's a kill from Q-Tips at least.
Gucci able to reaggress. Their way onto the site. It hasn't been fully cleared out yet.
30
Once
seconds
again,
left.
it is the defenders that are here a little early. But with this Sage barrier, there's a little more time and space these members can play with. Capen is actually going to
Spike
lead.
down
Oh,
A.
Spike wasn't completely committed to. Oh,
Last player
that's
standing.
fall apart quick. Yeah, MSU have complete control now. That sucks, dude.
10 seconds left.
That's a tragic miscomm from UConn there, as they tried to hold
Switching
on to A side.
sides.
It looks like a little too
Overtime.
long, and
Just some good
fell
old
into
hard
a little
yakka,
whirlpool
standing in
there.
between us and victory.
So we'll go into OT2.
Guns now. I mean, yeah, a little bit of anti-synergy. It is quite unfortunate that the wall got shot open. So nicely done from MSU to just make sure that stuff doesn't stay up forever. Like some people forget, and maybe that round a little bit of panic set in. But you can shoot Sage walls down. It is not that powerful. Maybe it takes a mag or so, which might be a lot in today's economy. But it is still worth doing, especially when you have that many there. So now round number 27, going the long haul in map number 1. This is just the beginning of this third series of the day between, well, first the only series between these two teams, but the third series in general on EGF Official 2. Looking towards B, Montana State stalled by smokes, but with these smokes, it does let them get pretty close and close enough where they can set up for their own exec if they want to. Up long, they're just kind of waiting. They're just kind of feeling out of timing right now because nothing's really happening. Flash is going towards B for Connecticut. Is going to find nothing outside showers. There is no team prodding until first little piece of util happens, and they send the Rays in with the dog. This thing gets bit. This should be quite a free kill, but Capin saves his life, and even another kill back sight. I can't believe stays alive. Wants to go for another and gets a second, and still stays alive back sight as well.
One stay alive for so long and get away with so much. Has enough for the ult, and it's not necessary. Prez shuts it down. And it looks like the defense on Bind is just so strong at this point on both sides. So the question is UConn able to wall break for what is now the 6th chance they have to end this and continue their win streak against the members of Montana State, as again they 2-0'd them in week 1. It got pretty close on Sunset, 13-10, but ultimately UConn did not get this close to losing against Montana. Then again, Montana has been leveling up lately. They've been showing a couple better results, have been keeping things very, very tight in the maps that they drop. I know they've, again, they took Hawaii to 24 last week, and that is always an achievement. They've taken a couple other teams to OT, I do believe, a couple 14-12s that unfortunately they also have not been able to grab for themselves. Again, their only win so far this season is against Howard University. That was a 2-0 victory. But here on Bind, they are still winless. They are looking for that first victory, and they are going to need to figure out this attack to get it. But first, they got to make sure that UConn doesn't figure out the attack before them.
That is the hard part, right? Because it has felt like UConn have been just slightly on the forward foot in terms of the adaptations in this game. This time there's no op, so that is a conscious choice by MSU not to put that in the hands of Q-Tips. Gonna have the rifle only with full bullets in the headhunter just in case. But once again, they are not going to be going for any kind of orb, and even the Brim just sitting in spawn, just waiting for any kind of aggression just to make sure he can smoke for both sites. Towards B first, they are looking towards long. They are smoking off hookah and double holding this position. It's a high-low, so they should get quite a lot out of this. I would be surprised if they don't get at least 2, but Connecticut are the ones that have had the aim in their favor, and they have at least 4 on this position.
Turned on, still good to trade for 1. But MSU is ultimately getting pressured. Holtz is going to have to take a step back and wait for the rest of the team, as it is a 3v3 with Boss planting.
Spike planted.
And UConn don't have a lot of space. They'll try and take at least what is theirs, which is tree. Which means they can play for the lineups. Prez, though, is just playing for the front.
Smoke's down.
Look at this position from Capin, though. Very impressive. The drop is the halt. And so they're able to break the barrier orb without a lot of interruption. The dog is going to get thrown in next here to try and back things out. There's a lot of presence coming.
Take it down.
One enemy
Turn on
remaining.
1, turn on 2, but the smoke is protecting Q-Tips the entire time that they are defusing. And UConn let go of another opportunity with a time of 14.
Switching sides.
Oh, that one
Overtime.
should have been a little bit easier. After those 2 kills came out, nicely done from the Brim to even get those frags in the first place. That was some nice shots. But then shooting just too high. Is it like straight up just shooting too high? Like someone defusing is going to be at about crouch height. He's just shooting at head level. So nice crosshair placement, I guess. A little bit of a mistake coming out from the side of Connecticut. Not able to close again. We're at 28 now. Round number 29 on the docket. We're just kind of going back and forth. I don't know how long it takes for these two teams to run out of plans. But once again, it is another shower control for the defense. Doesn't want to commit just yet. Ball's going to go out, and it's going to get shredded this time by MSU. This is something that hasn't happened yet. Usually they just let this up. They just let them have a free orb. This is the first round that MSU have actually denied the orb from Showers and kept people all the way back. Usually they take it later, but now Dog's going to find out it's completely clear. The Sky can't just decide to stay there, so she has to back out. Flash is going to catch some info, but not even a blind. And the Sixth Sense tells him to back all the way to triple. But a double push up short does find a gunfight, but no one's going to fall yet. Only the Sage takes some damage in the Brim on the offense, too.
And so we've reset with much drier pushes incoming from both sides. MSU attempting to maybe wear out UConn here. Huge lurk from Stan here in Sand. Able to find Homerid. Unaware of this second from
30 seconds left.
Main, but way too slow is Phantom.
Tagged.
And now the Cam is going to catch Q-tips as well. They're going to crunch this, and I don't think Stan is going to find another.
Camera taken out.
But he's already done really great work, and it's going to find 3! Are you
Spike
kidding
down,
me?
B.
All right, UConn's round, sure. Yeah, that's just the
10
round.
seconds
I don't even
left.
think that MSU has time to
I got
plant.
the spot.
They can just play 1v2s if they want to.
Last
But no,
player
they're going to wait it out. K-Pin
Spike
traded for 1,
planted.
and Phantom in a 1v2, trying to clutch things out. Stuck, Bird gone, rest of UConn able to peek back, and Sandwich to grab another defensive victory, which means we have now what is the 7th game point in favor of University of Connecticut here on Vine.
You would think eventually they would be able to do it.
Switching
Certainly
sides.
in this round, where
Match
they're on their
point.
attack, they're on their favorite side. This is the side that they won more rounds on in the standard time as well, and where they've been doing solidly on the OTs, and now they're back on it with the advantage, with the linchpin of if MSU loses, this is it, right? So this is definitely the round where it is up to Connecticut to show us. Or excuse me, it's up to MSU to show us what the heck they have on their defense, because it has been a bit interesting. Q-tips, again, not on the op. He's still opting for the rifle. There's really no chance for him to really get tour de forces because of how unwilling MSU are at getting orbs. He's going to be getting super aggressive, gets spotted out by the Cam. Luckily for him, no one is challenging at the same time, and the smoke's going to come down before he actually gets a proper duel. But that happens for both sides. Smoke's down everywhere. That is pretty much every smoke on the map, and these guys have to commit to it. Connecticut are up the U-Haul already.
And they're just going to hold on to it.
Spike
Tips
planted.
aggressive Showers. Oh, the Boombot just suddenly finding him. Kuchi going to be able to get a scrap of health. Now 2 dedicated to Lamps to take care of this very present threat. It is now safe back out. Handed over to control. Mistake make 2. K-Pin is lost, playing around the barrier orb. Now traded again. Phantom for Boss. They take him out of their sight. The
One
Organ starts
enemy
to rip back
remaining.
on, but Kuji makes themselves known. Good for 1 onto Phantom. It's Prez versus 2 with a little bit of time to hold on to it. An orbital strike just 1 kill away. Has to defuse him, but has to face 2. And so Montana State will be able to clutch up again and take us to another overtime.
30 rounds! We're gonna get to midnight and this map
Switching
isn't gonna be ended.
Overtime.
Oh my god. I don't know what to say. This is just... It is just back and forth. That, like, straight up, we're devolving into deathmatch. There's nothing else really to it. They just walk on 6 smokes on A site. They walk on, get the plant, and they just 5v5 DM until one team is dead. And in that case, it was Connecticut that was dead. 2 left for MSU. There's not really any macro to talk about because the money is irrelevant. Every round, everyone has the same thing. They're just gonna try stuff, and it looks like it's a B split this time. 1 through hookah. It's gonna be empty. There is 1 person on the site to defend, and it's just a Cypher with kill trips though. Still, these are a little bit better kill trips than before, but the Raze is going to be past it. The rest of the team are the ones that are gonna have to worry, and Stan does get a kill off of the first one, so advantage already for Connecticut.
Yeah, and Yersa's high ground doesn't warrant much when they're able to invade from backside anyway, and with all of these smokes soon to go, MSU has to play against this retake that just looks a lot stronger as well. Yersa has a good angle to play off of. Hall's also committed to
Cage
this
triggered.
Nobody can really break that. Teams has the whole thing inside now from the front. Kuzi able to invade. Showstopper available. So gonna toss that in.
One
Almost
enemy
doesn't do
remaining.
anything. Kuzi can just re-peek and catch Yersa. And now everybody from UConn is available to do the rest of the dirty work. So, that is now game point number 8 that UConn has to try to win this out.
Mind you guys in the chat,
Switching sides.
I don't know if this has been patched
Match
out,
point.
but custom games have a time limit of 90 minutes. So if we get there, it might be a bit awkward. Now it'll take a while. I think usually we reach about the 26th round count for both teams, so we've got a ways to go. But it doesn't seem like either team is willing to give up right now. It's just both teams that are winning are ending up with like 2 players left alive. And again, in that round, it was straight up deathmatch, right? It's like Cypher, yeah, 1 kill trip, good job, very nicely done from MSU. Then everyone else from Connecticut just retook and killed everyone. Now they're getting a bit aggressive. The Raze is down long, not able to get the showers orb because the chamber is there. But they're gonna send this guy solo defending this long position. The Cypher's all the way back on the site, at least on top of a box. So he's got some high ground to work with. Ray's trying to do the same, but doesn't land the satchel. Flash going through to clear out. Long, and actually, they blast out a hookah with that, and they get the entries favored towards them. So 3 versus 2. These 2 defenders are very, very far out.
This might be the key. This is going to be a tough one for MSU. They don't have a lot to work with. But Q-Tips is still up, and when they're up, I kind of just am still terrified. Because the amount that they can do is in just one swing is unreal. K-Pin is actually going to rotate back around to Hookah. So take a second angle off of this. Dog is going to get thrown out early here. There's not much time. I think this is it. UConn should have it from here. And yeah, the slower Custon as well. They really don't have a way onto this spike consistently. First tap from Phantom is not a go. They're not going to even buck for it. Knowing that K-Pin has the peek and the instant kill. Q-Tip's only good for 1. And UConn will finally take us out of map 1. Continue the map win streak. Now up 1-0 over Montana.
It took a while. It took an explosion out of Hookah. Great job by the side of Connecticut to make that stuff happen. But 3 on the site, all taken out. Montana State just not enough to hold on in this case. So Connecticut, long again. Oh my goodness, the scoreboard is hilarious. It is literally a ladder all the way until the bottom. But we see everyone on both teams stepping up for both sides. And just, like I mentioned, it's this deathmatch at the end. There are 6 players on the server that break 20 kills in this game. 17 rounds to the win. And that is what, like, if I can do math on broadcast, that's half a stack of rounds. It's 32 rounds in total for this game. That is map number 1 of our 3rd series of the day, Tenrek.
Yeah, well, hopefully we head into a more decisive map 2. We'll see if UConn is able to continue the streak or if MSU still has more to say. Lotus is map 2 coming up after this.
Have 5 people there. They're going to trade out favorably no matter what happens. That is how they close. And with that amount of adaptation, I expect even if Lotus gets that long, for both these teams' sake, or maybe for Connecticut, maybe Montana State want to play a 3rd map, but for their sake, it is quite late, so don't want to see their performance degrade that much. We'll see, though. For their sake, hopefully Connecticut, they would love to close it out in 2. It might go long, but if it does, I would think that they are definitely the ones with the edge in this matchup.
I agree. I think they'll have it in them to be able to take this out. But we'll see how well they can contest on this defense. A noticeably or a notably tough side to hold here on Lotus. And yeah, I mean, like you said, with this double controller, standard boss. They really have their pick of the litter with where they place things. A lot of these toxic screens, though, are going to be up A site, which is where MSU will head to first. They will start out on the attack with a very gung-ho comp that Q-Tips is heading up the flank for as they grab that open kill on K-Ping, quickly re-hit, but it means that MSU get A site practically free. They'll enter with just a little bit of util, get that spike down here. So all the way up the drop actually already. They'll take a pretty aggressive stance up here with the help of this smoke up the zip. as the same will be done over on the door. Burkhart way back, and Phantom able to get the drop on that as well. Halt the double invasion upstairs, as the spike is actually not committed to. In fact, Montana is doing it again. They're going to go through CT and head over to C site, and UConn is unable to catch up to them initially. Stan attempting to look back, but can't do it, and now they'll have another shot at it. Paranoia tossed out, doesn't catch a thing. They'll all back out, and Yursa another kill. Kuji unable to refrag, and now desperately searching for something on such low health. Montana State University will exact for round one, seemingly almost instantly here, as a fun rotation leads to a much better conclusion for them here than I think they would have gotten on A.
How they've done it again. Like you said, they did the exact same thing on Bind, and they've done it again here. Just rotate through the defender spawn. The difference is, like I mentioned before Bind even started, the rotations are a lot different between these two maps. Like you can't just TP and be on the other side immediately, as the defense that has to try and retake. So it takes some. Ironically, it takes longer for the attack because we're actually walking through the defender spawn. But they get there, they manage to dodge out the paranoia from the Omen that was inside a waterfall, and just get the kill on him. 1v3 is never really going to happen in that kind of situation. So Montana State start off yet again in the favor on this map. But remember map 1, they did the same thing. They started out, and then Connecticut won the anti-eco, and they're 4 here right now, so this could be a little bit scary.
Walking quite a bit here, but not really any trouble with it so far.
One enemy remaining.
Comes in from UConn, they'll just walk right into death. Nothing doing on the counter push. Montana State comfortably execute for round 2.
Keeping it much cleaner, thank goodness. At least for their sake, they would love to at least have some more say into this map and not have it go like snowball that far. Because given the fact that it got that far into OT, who knows if they could have straight up won the map if they didn't lose the anti-eco. That is such a big boon to Connecticut when it happens, and such a big loss for whichever team wins the pistol, which was Montana, if I'm correct, at least in the previous map. So here we go again. This time, the normal state of affairs with the first 3 rounds. Bonus for the side of MSU, but they actually have some rifles to work with, which is quite impressive because they had enough brought into the previous round as well. Yursa and Halt both on Vandals, and they have a Bulldog even on Q-tips. So looking pretty decent to at least get some kills into this one, especially as they're walking closer to this A site. But given their positions across the map, I would think they were going for a B split, just putting some question marks here inside tree. But luckily for the defense, they're just playing people inside it, so there is not too much question being asked about that position. And with that, and Kuchi getting a kill, that's actually a big difference. Montana State are going to be questioning themselves where they actually want to go with this.
Yeah, they'll be a little more on the fence for sure here, as I mean, rightfully so. They want to play for as many picks as they can, and it's tough to search for those points in which you can find them. In this round in particular, that's the whole idea. Boys will notice the push. Will get
Poison orb emitted.
taunted by
Poison's
the orb
off.
getting
30
taunted.
seconds left.
And we'll just try to blockade so the rest of UConn can start scurrying on over here. But the door will finally actually get hit by the members of Montana, and they'll use it to head over to B side. Looks like they might want to commit. No, they'll try to shred through to Waterfall instead. Constantly changing up this game plan,
10
looking for
seconds
chaos first and asking
One
questions
enemy
later. But as the
remaining.
clock ticks down,
Spike planted.
not much time to do either anymore. So they must commit, they must aggress, they must plant B site, where UConn will quickly take it back and keep 4 standing for round 3.
As the normal state of affairs in terms of round count, but that was quite interesting what happened at the end. Everyone's just playing COD, but fair enough. Close range, know what you got to do. So they clean it up 1-2. Keep 4 alive, which is actually quite impressive considering what Montana State was bringing into that round. 3 rifles. So decent stuff for the defense of Connecticut. Ults even close for Prez. I apologize, I haven't been paying the closest attention to see whether or not they're actually going for orbs, but he's at 7 out of 8 in terms of Seekers. So he's been doing very well in terms of ult cycle. Their opponent's not even close to anything, honestly. So Prez likely going to have the first one in this game, and they're going for a little bit of aggressive play towards B. Flash is going to flash out the teammate, but it's also going to flash out Q-Tips. Not a chance to win the fight against Capin, who didn't get hit by that. So that is the orb, and that is the ult confirmed for Prez. So nicely done, even aggressing outside B, which is attacker favor in this map, to guarantee an ult.
UConn very slowly head up the back. They really don't want to get caught on invasion. They are willing to give away space. They know they have that advantage. They know they can ultimately play for it back. Seesaw and
Toxin screen
play
down.
that slow. But Yursa is going to be able to spot Stan. And so the opening kill for MSU
Here.
means that there's not a lot more stalling power available
Poison orb
for
emitting.
UConn, but they have a little more in the hands of the Secret. Gonna get tossed in and confirm the commitment to B7. He's now gonna go for Capin first to enter, first to die. Press the next to
30
do both.
seconds left.
Nobody from UConn able to find a shred of damage.
Last
Just
player standing.
Kuji inside, checking the wrong spot. Yursa connects, and Boss now stands alone. Already cut pretty down by the paint shells, and yet to get to so far this round. That will not change yet. Yursa up to 3. Same can be said for Montana.
You'd think that at least that final fight would be favored for the defender, but not quite. Not able to get on the scoreboard. And even with the weapons, I was looking at the economy. I thought they would actually be able to buy up in this run. I think they can. They're just opting not to. Half armor Sheriff for most players, but probably just not enough util to work with if they go for the rifles. So they're just going to end up half buying Spectre, Stinger, Sheriff. And again, a couple half armors. Yeah, third Sheriff on the board for Prez as well. They're going to go for something quick towards A. Flash going through. I think it did end up hitting Yursa. Not going to full flash him. Dodged an info gained, which made Connecticut a bit confident. They're going to continue this push, probably, and I think they honestly should, especially if Ball sees a lot. He does! Can he get alive? Enough. How quick is this flank going to be? They are very fast, but it's up to Montana to go faster to get this guy off the site.
Poison's off.
Orb fades, too
Last
much
player
staring them
standing.
down. No chance for anybody on UConn. As MSU can wrap it up pretty quickly from there. A series of unfortunate events, but that is par for the course for these kinds of rounds. UConn,
morale's gonna
again,
be pretty
this is
low
defense
over
on
there.
Lotus with a Neon. They are going to try and play for singular sites and hard rotates, and it's not going to work very often. So grabbing even 3 rounds, I think they'll be happy with here.
Well, they are firing squad, question mark. I think they are actually going for this, expecting something fast, like you said. Just hard push. Connecticut are not looking for that right now. They're not looking to walk up B. They might do the same thing A, though. Nade, stun. Excuse me, no nade. Just a stun. And some bullets being thrown through. Yursa is going to try and counter. Okay, that one that one got close. Could have went down, but luckily for him, doesn't quite lose his life. Only a bullet lands. And the time in their heads has been ticking. They are content with just leaving B. Same thing with Connecticut, though. There was never going to be a push there. So now, with the question marks being put in A lobby, I mean, this isn't the strongest pressure you could possibly put through. Yursa has to kind of either walk in or get a kill or just stay here forever, because if he walks away now, there is nothing for Connecticut that really says that they have to reinforce A at all. And with that, they're sitting pretty. Like, they've got 2 on C, and even some question marks on the positioning of Stan. Of course, as soon as I say that, he gets out. The timing of that is the most unfortunate thing, because Vows now is left alone, has his own smokes and mollies to work with, but the rest of his team is going to take a while to get here.
Yeah, they are going to be slow to the punch.
30 seconds left.
As they are still uncertain of where so much of this presence is.
I've got your trail.
Cult is a shining example.
Cover going out.
The wrong way. Oh, neither is K-Pin. Check your corners! UConn is going to be replaying those 5 seconds again and again and again over the next week.
10 seconds
Minimal
left.
time, it matters not.
Spike planted.
Montana gets spiked down and
Last
able to
player
dip pretty
standing.
easily in the rest of the gap. Price is going to fight for his life here and grab at least 2 here. Good adjustment, but runs out of bullets and cannot get the ace clutch. And so Montana State are now up to 5.
Oh, he was kind of going flow state there. You gotta still be careful. Connecticut are nothing to mess with, especially after... I mean, they straight up took map 1 after a grueling fight. Maybe they get a bit tired, but even still, individual mechanics shining through. You can see that at least one of them is ready to fight. And ready to fight they are. They have one ult. They have Seekers yet again, close, that they used before. So this would be his second Seekers in 7 rounds. So now, a bunch of Sheriffs, though. They're not going to have too much to work with in this one. They're just going to 4-stack A. Try and find some kind of kill. They have known that Ursa does like playing very aggressive. He's going to have a nade to maybe save himself, but the Neon will delete him through the smoke, even though the rest of his team tried to save him. And there is an Omen that has made their way onto A site with his ultimate, so this could be quite interesting of what they do here. They don't exactly know where he is, so he's not going to actually be pressuring them, but he has the potential of a very fast late flank. That's contradicting, but even still, the Neon out running out at the wrong time. Now they know how fast they're going to plant. They have plenty of time to get this plant down on C.
Oh, the lurks are so good.
Spike planted.
Coming through. They have this on lock, but still gotta go in. Unless you're Kuji. Kuji's still gonna try at least a little bit here. See if they can find anything this time around, but at this stage,
Last player standing.
And that will not change here. 4 up, 6-1. This is an astounding attack.
Yeah, this is even better than Connecticut had in the first half on Bind. So this is, yeah, Montana are looking great. This is a bit weird because this is actually not their map pick. MSU picked Bind, so they're looking better on Lewis. I guess sometimes that happens, or sometimes you just straight up win your opponent's map picks. This isn't even just winning at this point. It is only the first half. And if it could happen, Connecticut could have an amazing attack as well, but we'll have to get there to see. And so far, the compositions, it would kind of scream that Ursa is better on the Raze than K-Pin has been on the Neon, but again, it's only been a quarter. And K-Pin is now trying to shut me up. Has the swivel, but the Omen is not actually confident enough to go for a second peek. Is content with just one and keeps his position. And not only that, the rest of the team does so as well. Connecticut have to try and come back, and it's only going to be K-Pin for the time being.
Looks like they'll try and hit B. Playing from the door, this is such a risky position. In the caddy corner. Toxic Orb will give them enough space to jump into the door. And now with the dog tossed in as well, through main, they should have enough to work with. But Kuji is shut down from the steps. And now will back away. The alarm bot revealing his presence in main. But not stopping MSU from getting the spike down. The Viper's hit. Kuji will question the lockdown, but ultimately throw it in response. Has to press this, and will do so perfectly. Nothing will work. And Montana will get another on the board. Boss,
What a way to die.
can't do it all. 7-1 now, Montana. This is so
I will
tough.
choke their sight.
Ooh, this is it's so tough for Connecticut. It's just as tough, if not tougher, for Connecticut in this kind of situation than it was for MSU in map 1. It's 7-1 is such utter domination on their attack. I mean, yeah, Lotus 3 sites could say it's attacker side. It kind of, yeah, on their comp, I would understand it. So Connecticut may be understandable why they haven't had that much footing, but also just Montana State are playing so much better as a team on this map than they have been on Bind. Maybe it's Connecticut playing a little bit looser, but things that MSU are doing is certainly getting into Connecticut's heads. Maybe not like mentally in terms of emotions, but the question marks they're putting at least like towards A, towards B usually when they go for the B splits. This time they continue to do that towards A, and Connecticut takes some time to clear it, and they've done so fairly fast, but there is another position inside B main that this Killjoy seems to be aware of, but the question is how deep does he check? Maybe not deep enough as the rest of the team tries to make their way in. Fowles does get that kill, so now it's a little bit more dangerous for MSU.
How heavy do you commit to this if you decide to go that side instead? Well, the hold from the mount isn't exactly that strong. MSU might instead just decide to prey on that. And indeed, they will come back over to T. 30 seconds to go, though.
30 seconds left.
Forgo it. They have too much to fight. They'll have to commit to C side, it looks like. And with that, they've actually diverted a lot of UConn. They've made this a 3v2. Akuji's able to still shut down partially. Stand for one, now for two.
Spike
so
down,
it's a trade
C.
that ultimately leads to MSU under a bit of pressure here.
10 seconds left.
Kfin has got to work wonders if UConn still wants a shot at this round.
Spike planted.
Plan, it's just not looking like it's going to happen. Still, though, Boss has the Viper's pick. Spike has a lot of time left on it. Kfin already
One enemy remaining.
It has one
Last
more.
player
Shot needs
standing.
one more, but only 2 bullets left, and Homerid has the better gun, the better angle, and the better TTK. Montana up 8-1.
Maybe they want to compensate for how fast that, or for how not fast that first map went, and they're taking this one quite quickly. 8. Connecticut do have a round, but it was the bonus, so it wasn't. It's not like that. That noteworthy. Yeah, that's the word. MSU have literally won every other round by killing every single player. Yeah, they might have planted, but even after they planted, they just kill everyone. So Connecticut, it's weird to see that where they just haven't been able to win fights. Kpin, the only one to win a fight. Press is there to help him, but he actually just goes down to Homerid with that spray transfer. And maybe they lined up or something like that, but still very nicely done from MSU to make those shots happen and even cancel the TP. Omen has no chance. They got some info. I guess they got what they came for, is knowing that everyone on the team is here. But they just howled the retake from heaven. Now there is one flank potentially from the Viper, but it's going to take forever to get here.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation. Halt. Still able to adjust back. A little bit frantic there, but it's fine. And these really are just foregone conclusions. They really have no way in. Boz is able to grab 2, but there's not enough time. They'll play for some more kills, maybe. No, there's not enough time. UConn once again
Last player
barricaded.
standing.
MSU up to 9. Stand, good kill. So, I mean, MSU at least lose some guns, but, I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. They have so much. They're so in control of this half. And it spells disaster for UConn's attack, especially if MSU can grab these pistol rounds, which they have been doing quite consistently.
Yeah, even in this round, even with those small victories at the end, they don't have enough to pull by. At least they do have ults. They do have a weapon ult. It's not too conventional. It's not like a sniper or knives, but Kpin does have the neon ulti, which he's done good with before. He was able to take one down outside A and then run all the way back. It's unlucky that he actually ran out before securing a second kill. Maybe if that didn't happen, they could have straight up won the round, but it just didn't come true. So perhaps playing a bit faster. I would think that Connecticut want to do that. It is a timeout for them, so they're thinking about something. So I would expect some kind of fast play outside some kind of main, probably A, just straight up taking duels. I would be shocked to see if their confidence at this point had waned that far. Yeah, they're 1-9, but I mean, they did straight up win map 1, and it might not have been a 13-0, but do you think that at least with some of the way that some of these guys on the team played absolutely phenomenally in terms of their own aim, do you think that they still be going for stuff like this, and this kind of scoreline wouldn't waver them that much? But you never know. This game is a very mental game, as everyone knows. So MSU are going to meet with just 1 against the 2 from Connecticut. But straight up goes Kingpin, and not going to pop the ult yet. In fact, he actually has a rifle, no armor on the Neon. And the entire team of Connecticut is actually pushing up. Montana are ready to receive, but they lose the first one. And with that, Connecticut slow it right down, know that they have the advantage, and don't need to push any further.
Yeah, they'll just hold on to this space. It's hard watching that because this comp feels so built for just building on top of it, but they understand that they cannot win on those. They cannot win on those dry peaks. They cannot win when they are pushing in. They understand that MSU is too aware on this site, on this map. B entry looks to be pretty guaranteed here, as they have ults to throw into this, but some pretty solid holds. Door tossed in, boss gone. Paranoia not really gonna be able to get anything except stand out of there so that they can't try and push that fight.
I've got your
30
trail.
seconds left.
But that will hand C-Site over to MSU completely and totally, as the Seeker will confirm that Stan is moving back towards T. So a 4v4 post plant here in round 11. That'll start with the cabbages being tossed out by Press. They will meet Yursa very early, and Yursa will still win out that duel. And now backside entirely in control of Montana State. Showstopper tossed out after the fact, and it's worthwhile because Tathan and Stan have gotten their kills. Yursa, beautiful toss of the Showstopper to be able to catch Stan early, and now the paint shells to stall Kuji the first tap, so now Homerid has to jump in.
One
Kuji
enemy
for the
remaining.
one. K-pin the trade-off after Homerid is able to find theirs. And so, Yukon is able to grab a second round.
It's showing off a little bit. Like I said, they are still they still have their confidence. Just takes them a while to be able to work off of it in order to
Last round
find some
in the
results, but
half.
they do it after 7 rounds in a row for MSU, past the bonus that Connecticut was able to take. The unfortunate thing is this is the last round and a half. Even with that win, the fact that they lost so many players means that they aren't going to have full buy going into this round. They have 2 Bulldogs. On the 2 Bulldogs, they have half armors, and they only have 1 ult, which is on K-Pin. So that does shock me a little bit more why he doesn't toss a rifle out and just commit to his ult, but I guess because it does expire at some point, unlike the other 2 weapons, he just wants the gun. It's fair enough. They're going to go for a play. Outside B, go for the entry and get both! That is 2 big headshots immediately to open up the last round of the half.
Yeah, this is a marvelous start here. Sight, Halt is able to ultimately win the fight. Actually, doesn't lose that much health either. Oh, and Phantom has refracted the steps as well. This is another potential comeback here to get them to the N2 half. Could be major for MSU.
Time to hunt.
The rest of UConn playing from the steps. They have to enter the long way. Again, not much time to do this. This is difficult. Playing.
One
Houston's
enemy
able to peek
remaining.
out, only good for 1, dropping from drop, but has to get both of the remainder, and they cannot do that. So MSU exit the half with 10 rounds to call their own.
Switching
Will it be
sides.
enough to get them over, or does UConn's attack just go so hard? We're about to find out.
Good God. I mean, given the way that round went, I mean, how can 10 not be enough? They had... that was a 3v5. By the way, instant 2 kills happening outside B, and then their Omen just walks onto A site just for free. And then... can't jump in. K-Pin lands an immediate headshot on the outside B, and then whiffs like 20 bullets on the Omen that's in front of him. Yeah, it might be longer range. That is a little bit unlucky. Maybe kicking himself a little bit. And that might give the map over. Perhaps. We got a little bit to find out. But that is not a good sign for Connecticut. That might be one of the straws. Maybe not the last one.
Time to hunt.
But that's up to Montana. Like, if they can take this quite clean. Looking at B is Connecticut. And it looks like they just want to brute force into this. Omen is going to just go through with the flash and take 1 kill. No
down,
response
B.
just yet. And that is the Smike committed first with the Neon, trying to get the plant down in the first 20 seconds.
I got the spot.
Quick to follow, the rest of MSU collapsing onto site, and each player very good at towing the line
I'm out of stuff.
and ultimately winning
Last
theirs.
player standing.
In fact, everyone going to. And MSU
What?
perform another flawless pistol round. I mean, that was just incredible.
Yeah, look at the health on
Yeah,
the entire
everybody
MSU.
took it.
Everyone's red. Like, what happened? I genuinely don't understand. Like it is really weird. Cause like it's not like they're not just. I guess they're not landing the shots because like no one's landing headshots on Connecticut side. That's kind of obvious. Everyone's just going for bodies. Maybe now, after a couple more rounds that I said that their confidence wasn't waving. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just that they have been affected a little bit. It's 11-2. So that's understandable. SMGs for the entire
Spike
defense. They're looking to be again. They've actually done better than they did in the previous round. They've actually gotten the spike down, which is nuts. But they did lose K-Pin. There is a molly on the spike. Halt's gonna bait it out right away. But there are guns, a lot bigger guns on MSU's side.
It's a very decisive victory in the hands of MSU here. As long
Last
as that
player
wasn't
standing.
wrong. No huge lineup, no huge collapse. No, they'll keep it clean, keep 3 standing. And they'll be able to pretty easily take this 12th round themselves.
Match
So
point.
they will have 10 rounds
Sample your tech in my
of
lab.
game point
I'll fix it
to
up.
take us to 3. That should be enough for them. We'll see how many it takes for them to really pull it, as they do have pretty solid gun. I mean, wow, this is a terrible buy.
Yeah, I mean,
Con. Jeez. This is a
they did force
bonus?
in the
Are you
last round.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they just
So
tried.
yeah,
It's-
Here.
yeah.
The
this
funny thing
tough.
is they actually have a better buy than MSU because MSU are bonusing now,
It's true.
which is weird. So maybe they could get around. It's possible. Hamrad's gonna have to hold it down. Can he? Of course he can. The K-Pin,
Yeah.
no success.
Unfortunately, this Neon is just not really getting in as much as it should be. Versus Raze is getting a little more value. Kuji, though, is going to get the kill credit as the rest of UConn is going to blitz B site. And everybody left on MSU set up their waterfall lane, so it's a little bit awkward. Cute's only good for 1, and Phantom is low, so looks like UConn should be able to get this site. Phantom might just save unless anybody kind of walks into them.
Poison's
And,
off.
looks like MSU might just hold on for this 4th round in the half. Oh, we'll see though. Phantom maybe waiting for a bird at least to try and grab 1. Yeah, there it is. See what they find. That's 1. That's all. All right. So
here.
that's gonna be UConn's 3rd round of the game. We'll see what they pick up off of that.
It's a much better average round acquisition time. Yeah, can you say that? The first one was after 7. This one was after 3. So looking a lot better, given the fact that they forced as well, and Montana didn't. But with that round win, surprisingly, Montana hasn't had the best economy management. They went for pretty heavy NA buy in the second round because they had a couple rifles, and they ended up losing it because Connecticut they forced a better force than Montana did. So it's sheriffs now. So there's a big chance for a second aggressive from Montana. They're gonna find literally 0 outside B. But with that, they have a fast flank. There's 3 people, potentially 4 even going on it. I'm surprised they don't send one back because the KJ was towards C anyways. But they have a very massive flank. In fact,
planted.
everyone is flanking because of how fast Connecticut have gotten on the site.
They're jumping on this pretty quick. Oh, but UConn, they might actually rotate their CT themselves. Yeah, Stan is gonna go. Oh, this is an interesting CT to try and get an idea
You
of
should
who is
run.
out here. Oh, but yeah, they're gonna use that as that opportunity to go back in a tree and get the kill. The lockdown placed by UConn here is an attempt to ward everybody off the site for a little bit longer, and it will work pretty well. MSU now doesn't really have much time to get back on site, and they still try to hold on to this. Somerid's gonna try and hold the defuse. He's halfway there, but
One
Kuji
enemy
has to come in
remaining.
and put a top to it, as well as the rest of the squad. Everybody dies on site, but UConn will win a 4th.
Well, they will win in terms of the rounds, but I think that's honestly a win for MSU given the fact that everyone goes down. They have more money, arguably. Guardian, yeah, no, they do a bunch of half armors on Connecticut. Guardian almost being bought by Stan, but I think Kuji's sacrificing a little bit of his own economy to make sure Stan has a full rifle. So there is rifles on both sides. Montana up 1 ulti, Phantom with the only one in the server. And the only one even Prez is close. So both the Skies have been prioritizing their own ults so far, and Phantom is going to want to stay back just in case he wants to use his. But there's already very fast A main take coming out from Connecticut, giving themselves some options, even pinging the door. It looks like they do want to go towards this B, but there's no lurk right now in B main. So they are only going through this choke point, maybe having to worry about a couple different angles, and especially the one on the site itself. Palmer able to lock it down for the time being, but Prez removes him after a little bit. And they want to go further. This could be a bit of a risk, but no. They take Kuji out and make their way onto C.
Okay, so this is still available for UConn. They still have a chance at this, but it's a very risky plant. And the Seekers are already tossed down. MSU is going to be able to be pretty aggressive on this as well. Paranoia is available, though.
Last player
All sprays
standing.
right into the smoke. Doesn't really get anything here. So Prez has to 1v3. That's a start. Now looking for the rest and can't do it. So Montana State, they don't require much more to take the victory here on Lotus, and it is a 13-4 that will take us to map number 3.
Oh, I tried to be the hero. I mean, understandably, you needed a hero play to win out that round, and Stan was not the one to do it. So nicely done from MSU. That is quite convincing, a lot more so than our first map. And I mean, I don't really know what to say about that, because the first map did devolve into DM, like I mentioned at the end, and it was Connecticut able to break out of the mold. This time, Montana State just didn't need to, right? They made their strats work. They made their A splits, B splits work, and when it was called upon, they just won their fights. So it's interesting to see the dynamic shift between these two teams on the different maps that we have. And we are actually going to see something interesting because it's Sunset. We have had that as a decider quite a bit. We haven't needed to get there because we've had a lot of 2-0s lately. But this one is our first third map, at least not only of tonight, but I think of over a couple of weeks as well. So this is going to be quite interesting to see.
It's true. We'll see if Montana can maintain their discipline or if UConn can drag us back to deathmatch in the ever-awaiting, ever-infant Sunset. We go to the decider after this short break. Don't go anywhere. after a tumultuous bind and a pretty decisive Lotus, we take ourselves to the newest map in the pool. Sunset. Tenrek and Anton bringing you through University of Connecticut's second bout with Montana State University. Already, MSU has done far better than before, not only getting the most rounds they ever had in a map against UConn in map number 1, but winning against them for the first time in map 2. Again, decisively so. So Anton, coming into Sunset, who do you think is going to bring their skill set to the table more? UConn from Bind with their ever-changing, ever-increasing tempo of skill sets as they just try to go for this deathmatch playstyle, or Montana State's more disciplined, more consistent approach to rounds?
Oh, this is a difficult question, I think, because on Bind, it literally looked like Connecticut was a different team than on Lotus. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the shift was in between map 1 and 2. I don't think it could have just been the map, because Montana State was just shooting better. So I feel like maybe even if we ignore the maps that they're on, I feel like Montana should have the advantage going into map number 3, simply because they have been looking better on Lotus. They actually look like they're just winning every single fight, and the ridiculous showings that their opponents were having in Bind, that Connecticut was just like showing up, like each individual player, like K-Pin, of course, and Kuji, were just doing their own due diligence to make sure that they just didn't lose rounds. That did not exist. Like, just straight up didn't exist. Like, especially the second pistol, when everyone on MSU is red health. That is really the telling point. For me, that's like, I don't know what happened to Connecticut. Is Montana State, I think, played okay on both maps. Like, they brought them into overtime. A lot of overtimes. But, like, Connecticut were matching them and better than them on Bind, and then they just did not exist on Lotus. So hopefully on Sunset, maybe they have a mental reset, and they're actually bringing out Arena, which is not like, it's not like close to meta. This doesn't exist on Sunset. So they're actually just straight up saying, fight us and we'll fight you back. There's nothing. Maybe I just haven't looked deep enough into it, but I don't think there's anything deeper than Reyna is just gonna go and click on people.
Well, we will see how heavily UConn is able to hold on to things on the attack, as Prez has gone for that Reyna. The double dive living well with this Cypher buff. And yet, Montana opting for that double initiator, as they will use it to try to take down mid early. Ursa will not fit the bill, though. And UConn will get that opening pick, try to take mid, succeed, and try to head into B. Classic play. This is what we tend to see a lot of Sunset at the moment. This is a lot of what the defined meta is for pushing, and Montana is aware of it as well. That's why they are set up here. That's why Q-Tips and Phantom are ready and waiting. And Q-Tips is now up to 3. Just Stan left on site. The rest of Montana screaming back onto it. Q-Tips almost doesn't need any help, but Homerit is there for it to give Montana the opening round.
Nicely done. Yet again, Q-Tips, he's been one of the consistent members on MSU. Even on Bind, he was one of the players that were you could kind of rely on to land his shot, even when it's kind of ridiculous. When he's, again, shooting arrays out of the sky with a rocket in hands, that is really difficult to do, because not only are they, one, your crosshairs go up, they're moving, and when they shoot the rocket, they kind of jump up a little bit more. So there's a lot of moving parts, metaphorically and literally, in doing that. So Q-Tips having done that, and also making different multi-kills happen throughout the map, really shows that he is one of the most consistent players on this team. So him showing up again, round number 1 on map 3, is very good for them. And even better, Ursa opening frag, second round of the game, with the Marshal down mid. Thing is, he's still looking at 4. He doesn't know it yet, but he's gonna have to take some more fights, dash out. And for now, he's safe, but how long is that gonna be? Gets another through the smoke, and Homerid is there to help. Doesn't need anything. Ursa claims 3.
Yeah, this is just a dominant display for a reason. The gun diff really shining through again on the blitz here from UConn. Nothing really working out. So this round playing a big role. How well does UConn know how to attack on this site? We are going to find out here. This is where they have to definitely win. The attack on Sunset is too consistent normally to to deny that. If they lose here, then it spells a little bit of a disaster for the first 6 rounds of this game, I fear. They'll attempt another entry onto mid to start things out, do so pretty cleanly with just the smoke, and Stan is going to spray right through to find Homerade. Already a great start.
Oh, that. I don't think Prez has any idea how close he was to another kill. But that could have been quite ridiculous because Connecticut with a free entry. This is what they need. I think the guns really do make it a little bit easier in this round, but the macro game is not really what this map really shows for. Because right, there's just 5 to take mid, which is weird. Like that's not something that you really should be doing. I think on this map of Sunset, but it works. They send everyone there from Montana, but like at the same time, the people on the A side itself also rotate. So that's one thing that you don't really want is because they're closer to B. But at least Stan does get a lot of space, and he is right next to. As I say that, he backs off and actually flashes it. A bit of delay, I guess, but yeah, Montana State, they're content with just resetting, letting everyone get close, and even letting a shot on Stan. There is a kill back though, so Baugh is keeping them in it.
And still keeping him in it, holding on to Boba.
One enemy
Lock
remaining.
at this point, and they will use that to take care of the rest of Montana. So ultimately, the round is won, and from here, where they go matters so much. I don't know if Prez is going to be able to get a full buy actually this round because of how closely they skirted by. So a good chance that Montana can hold on to advantage. No, okay. They will still be able to get the buy down. Good stuff. Montana definitely has their work cut out for them, but this is, again, another big litmus round for how the remainder of this map is going to go. It'll show who is more practiced very quickly.
Now they may take Stan instant smoke. There goes a flash to make sure no one's pushed out. And Montana State are not that aggressive. Might have won the last map fairly decisively, but they know that they shouldn't really walk out into mid that quickly. And it is, once again, taken. Fade Eye not going to spot a thing. Lot shot. So they know there's like, there's a lot of people in mid. Both teams understand this. Connecticut are going to back out after putting a very big question mark inside of it, which makes Montana State have to run 2 top mid. 1 on A side, 1 on B side, and Astra the only one really forward on A itself. So this is a little bit risky, but at least there's a lot to be able to escape from in terms of the elbow position. So he's gonna not shoot the dog though. That's a bit of a problem. He gets in the corner just quite, but there's no way he survives here. Surely he only gets 1. Right there.
Yeah, absolutely no way. Pretty well gate kept at the mo.
Spike planted. Miles, walk out.
Now comes the drop down. MSU gonna commit a bit heavier to Link here. Q-Tip's good for 1. The double swing and attempt, but there's still so much space that UConn gets to play with. Boz on a tear. And Homerid may have too much work cut out for them. It's gonna be a tap after the Hawk. Actually just gonna hold on to half. Oh, almost. But just barely lets it go. Then catch drop it potentially. Almost the spray control. Stan the last one standing though, and so UConn can tie things up at 2.
That is unlucky. I don't know if it'd change the result of the round, but certainly maybe put some pressure in his head to make some kill happen earlier. So that definitely does not help. But 2-2, at least it is still even. Still early days on this map. MSU now on the back foot. 1 ult, not the most impactful one. A bunch of sheriffs with Homerid questioning whether to bring that or a stinger. Looks like they're gonna settle on the 6-shooter. And with a breach now, a different points where you can focus your ult points, but again, it's not Montana that's been really trying to do that. It has been Connecticut. They have 3 ults, but Montana have the ones with the aim. Perhaps a second. Yersa is doing a lot, and he dashes straight into Kuji's face. I don't think he expects a second player there, but there are some weapons recovered. Now, a little bit of a problem. Ball is trying to mitigate that. Still a 3-on-3 though.
One that is not entirely managed by
Weapon
MSU.
here.
It might be a coin flip depending on where you look. No, they'll rotate back
Spike
to Link
planted.
actually. They'll play far more conservatively. They will not invade from mid. They don't want to risk that.
One
Back
enemy
Stan, an
remaining.
easy one, but Q-Tips is there for the double and the neural theft to guarantee where Boss is. That is huge. And the haunt too. Oh, rub it in, why don't you? Q-Tips is just gonna hold this down. No reason not to. Absolutely no way they get away with this, boss!
Don't even try me.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, I don't know what to say about that. Like, yo, if you're Q-Tips, I feel like you're kind of slamming your keyboard at that point. I have full trust in Phantom, and there's. I get it, right? It's so impossible for him to get around the left corner and not be shot out by your teammate. So maybe Phantom might be kicking himself as well. That is definitely that should never happen. Connecticut with the round, even after Ursa's stunning performance towards the early game. This time he has the blades, but he's not able to find anything off of it. Instantly taken out. First, the Cypher now the only one left on this B site.
Q-Tip's gonna get totally backed out here. UConn has too much presence on this site. They might have figured out this B. They might have it down. We're in good uncanny angle and the Rolling Thunder to drive out 2. The TP back to main will still hand presence over to UConn, who's still
One
in personnel
enemy
advantage.
remaining.
And Prez on the Empress. And Boz on the off angle. They haven't even had to plant yet. Homerade is going to try and swing the moment it's tapped and held, but Stan has the wide swing from the smoke and can easily make it work for the remainder of UConn, who are now up by 2.
That clutch has to be a big confidence boost for UConn, and maybe kind of breaking for MSU. That round, I mean, it kind of instantly fell apart. Fair enough, right? Like, guy gets picked, and then you are one on the site. Hard to defend. Q-Tips did what he could. Like, he just lost a fight. Connecticut snowballing into that round, and now probably into the game. As MSU don't have anything to buy, they might go for some stingers, some specters. Ursa's got some money because he invested. He didn't invest. He just went for the blades. Last round, didn't find a thing. So now 3K, 3.7. There is some leeway for MSU to invest into this round, so they could go for some funny business, like pushing in mid, go for some A-main aggression or something like that. So it's possible. But Connecticut with full guns, a lot of money. Ball's, I think, should when this timeout goes, he should buy for Kuji, who's sitting at 200 in no armor. So 6K in the bank for this guy has a lot to do. But yeah, with the alt economy, with the actual economy, Connecticut should theoretically take some more rounds, because Montana State, ever since we've reached the gun rounds, they haven't had footing. This is kind of the opposite from last game. It's as soon as we reach gun rounds in what's it called, in Lotus, MSU did not falter. Like, it just did not look like they could die. And now Connecticut are the ones that don't look like they can lose. Maybe it's early, but ever since they've got rifles, Ursa has not landed the martial shots, and their sheriff might have opened up in the round where Ursa just pushed up mid and got a couple, but ever since then it hasn't really done too much, and even not being able to convert off of that one's got a sting.
A little bit of space gained. A lot more intimidation that they can use to kind of hit the ground running. Just like MSU got to do on the attack on Lotus. Such is the way of Sunset. Tomerade will swing back in, Q-Tips will swing back in, MSU will grab some kills! MSU! Q-Tips on fire with this Sheriff to reduce press to the only member of the squad on site here. Can challenge Ursa. Now has to be Q-Tips, and they can't! Q-Tips with a massive thrifty clutch to give Montana their 3rd round of the game.
Clicking heads, most people, including me, don't necessarily believe that the Sheriff has the same first bullet accuracy as the Vandal. Q-Tip shows that that is absolutely the case. One taps 3 people on the site. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, sure it is Q-Tips. He's the one that has been doing this kind of crazy stuff throughout this entire series. But like, goodness great. Okay, well, ooh, I thought that missed. No, that one's a good one way. This guy, the hard lockdown on B side, even without the KJ, does it himself. And they're not even going to walk in if they don't want anything to do with the Cypher. I think the Cypher has run B pretty much every single round. He has not moved So not having too much adaptation. I would like to see Montana move him around. That might actually help them quite a bit. They're not even running trip top mid. They're just trying to hope that they can play out the kill trips inside market, but it's not happening. They get entried off of market, and now Q-Tips is now stuck on site alone.
Will get bolstered in a moment here, but the Spike's position is still kind of in the air as this insane flank on
This
the
jet.
blades. Yeah, this is so far. Nobody's gonna be expecting this.
Give me
How
those
many do you
back.
find? That's one. Now looking for another.
Give me those
There's
back.
two. Holy! One more blade. Can you find a head? You've already walled out the rest of the team here, as the Spike will easily now make its way to A site. What a job from K-Pin already. Now has the rest of the team to help out, but I feel like they want them to keep going first. Just watch to make sure nobody's coming back. Full CT. No one is. It's both.
Last
They can
player
get that
standing.
call probably now. And
Flawless.
they'll give K-Pin a third, as Yukon will restabilize and grab round 5 for this.
Another fight? Clean
Yeah,
slate.
K-Fin just single-handedly
Let's
won that
leave
round.
whatever happens to us.
There's nothing else to it. He walked all the way through A into defender spawn. That's almost unheard of. But yeah, like not having your sentinel in a great spot. Montana State are just solidly holding him on B. Fine, there you go. They've done it. They run him mid. Thank goodness. The trip mid is basically all you need. Like, what has Connecticut been doing so far? Every time they take mid, they leave. They don't go up mid. So you have that guy there. The thing is, they're playing it. Montana State are playing it. I guess they have sheriffs. All right, fair enough. It's an eco. They're just walking down mid and hoping they can get some kills and control, which they might be able to do. There's no way Connecticut walk into this kind of stack. They know there's a lot of people here. So they're going to accelerate onto a site. But this makes Montana State retake a little bit easier. The fact that they have this much space and the fact that that right outside A main is kind of under their control. They can have the fade walk up fairly fast. But this will be a confirmed plant for Connecticut. And unless Q-Tips has another thing to say about this round, this should be clean.
Yeah,
They found my
nothing
wire.
really going wrong here.
No charges left.
Wondering how much invest in this. If it's gonna piss it off, they will. Yeah, K-Pin on a tear. Jeez, they're just gonna get another
Last
win from
player
this round.
standing.
Full clear from just 2 of the players, I believe. No, I think they got 3 in there. But Yukon, yeah, very easily takes round 9 there. And looks like they should have a pretty good half to jump off of.
Oh,
This is the nice spot.
They have 3 ults on MSU. Not close to the other 2, but these are pretty big ones. Q-Tips, obviously, he's consistently getting kills, so they can have a lot of information if they manage to find openings, at least with him. But this time he's playing with the trip in mid and body on A. Like this a lot more as well, having the trip in mid and also having the Cypher just float around. So maybe Connecticut get caught off guard. But Phantom is the one that has to hold down market for now, and it looks like there's 3 people in mid that want to look in his direction, and they're going to send all the util at him. He's completely blind. Should not be long for this world. If he can get one, it's quite lucky, and he does just that and more! What in the world, Phantom?
That was a ridiculous streak found by Phantom, but it still might not be enough. The rest of Yukon have filled in the gap, and the neural theft from Kuji has confirmed that the 2 remaining players from MSU are a bit stuck in mid. And so if the flank comes at the right time, oh, it won't
Right
though.
there.
The remaining defenders in tiles will head back over to A. But luckily, Stan
They
will
found
guess
my
right
wire.
and head over to B site while Kuji can now hold from courtyard. A bit of a risky position to take. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is
Planted.
very greedy for Kuji. But he
There's no way
hears-
to check him, though.
He hears both. He hears both.
One enemy
And he'll
remaining.
grab one. So now we'll force the fight. And that's already a lot of time wasted. Stan can actually come in and support. They're going to play courtyard before this and chaperone each other back over to B site. Oh, that was marvelously played by Yukon.
They just won the round with that play. That was absolutely phenomenal. Ursus is going to save. Understandably so. I wonder... God, I mean, it's hard to look at that round, and especially our perspective from who we were spectating, and not look at Ursa and be like, why was you running? Because he was full sprinting down mid. I wonder if Stan actually heard him from spawn, because he was kind of close at that point to A. So I wonder if that was actually audible. He just decides to just go back because he knows they're full sprinting towards A. That we'll have to watch the VOD and see that. But like whatever the case, nice job from Connecticut to convert that. It got a bit dicey. Phantom almost straight up won the round for MSU, and then everyone from Connecticut one by one just pulled the kills back. He should not have gotten 3. Like, there's no way he gets 3 in that position while being blind, while having 3 people in the smoke and the door. They kind of got stacked up, so it was kind of lucky for Phantom, but even still, very nicely done. Connecticut still winning, still not making mistakes, even though that, the beginning of that round fell apart. His Capin entries, Phantom, yet again, one of the only players on MSU that got kills in the last round, and he starts it off with a trade.
Really important start. Oh, but Ursa found early in market. And Montana just are not able to hold down these angles. They just get red too early. Will that carry over to the defense? Who's to say?
Found one.
But UConn would like to have a 9-3 half to go into a win. And they look on track to. It's going to be 8. As no one else falls, everyone hits their shots, everyone gets their lineup.
Last round before the
perfectly done
switch.
by UConn.
Oh, what are the odds that we get a quadruple overtime map 1 and then 2 maps that just get blown out of the water by both these guys?
It's quite possible.
It's so weird. Maybe I should watch the games back, because like it doesn't feel like the map made a difference. It really did seem like the teams were just awake and then not. Like both these teams were fighting so hard on bind, then Lotus, Connecticut just decided to turn off the monitors, and then now Montana State are doing the same thing. Like, no offense, like I think both winning teams are playing great. Like Connecticut are playing amazing on Sunset. Montana State played a freaking masterclass in Lotus, but it is so weird to not see any kind of pushback. Like the only one so far. We've seen Phantom have a couple one hero play. It didn't work. Like it wasn't enough. Q-Tips had a couple, and they have been pretty decent. He got a 3K in the pistol, just held it down pretty much alone on the B side with some util support. I think Comrade was able to trade him out at the end. And then the round raise at Sheriff and just 3 taps, or 1 taps 3 people on A. That's also nice. But the fact that they've had to rely on the hero plays instead of just being close in the round itself is a little bit worrying for the fan of MSU. And also the fact that like they without the hero plays, it really doesn't seem like they've had any footing. Like they've had to have Phantom get the 3K to look like they have a chance. They had to have Q-Tips just straight up shoot 3 people in the head to look like they have a chance. And now Connecticut are taking mid again. They're going into B. Another B split, and the breach is gonna die instantly. K-Pin with the entry kill. And they're gonna walk out. Big question mark in market. And now they have the freedom to go anywhere else they want.
Yeah, they have so much agency. He's gonna be watching here and is gonna be able to grab 1. But UConn again can move really as they please. They have all these lurks as well. Ursa has to take so much more time. But destroying this trap wire as well is already a dead giveaway. But the funny thing is the rotation has already come back to Boba. So Ursa's going to actually hear this plant before anybody else does. And is going to alert the rest of the team to come on over.
Spike planted.
But they're still going to check this, and for good reason. Oh, the timing! So Koji gets inside, and B side is UConn's. I believe the round is as well now.
Time to hunt.
Last player standing.
That, oh my god. Oh, hold on a second. 1v2.
That's 2. Cosmic Divide
he
as
knows.
well. There's time. You have ult. Not enough time to put it down though. And yeah, Stan can just peek it out. So a team ace for UConn, who will take it to a 9-3 half, 4 rounds
Switching
away
sides.
from being able to take this series and once again prove that they are above Montana on the power rankings.
Oh my gosh, you have to look at that and be like, that is so deflating if you're Ursa. Like that is actually one of the most demoralizing things. Not only is it late, it's like it's probably midnight for one of these teams. Not Montana, I think, is in the northwest.
It's
So
1 a.m. in Connecticut.
yeah, so that's great for Connecticut. Like, these guys are loving life right now. But Montana, goodness gracious, the timing on that might have been round changing. So not being able to get that kill and keeping control of main, no flank, no nothing. You have to completely retake from back B. Almost doable. You can see the Stan understood the circumstance after those 2 kills came through. Like, it's never over until it's over. But this one, we'll see the pistol round. There's still a chance. But yeah, that's pretty nice. The opening from Capin. Phantom pulls one back again. He always seems to get the trade, but it might not be enough.
Press dipping in, getting the win early on damage-wise, but that may not be enough. But
One
Stan
enemy
is walked
remaining.
in and is able to
Spike
take
down,
both. A complete crunch. Stan good for 4. And Yukon, a rarity, winning this pistol round, but it is massive to take this match.
MSU are gonna have to pull a miracle out. They have to win either the bonus and then the next. Like, they would have to take the bonus and then the follow-up round. They can't just win the bonus and then lose the next one. Or they just gotta win the anti-eco. Like, they got Q-Tips. It's possible. They got Phantom. Phantom hasn't had the ridiculous showings on the Sheriff like Q-Tips has, but he has been the other player to be the one to step up and shoot people in the head. Sometimes it's that simple, because Connecticut are doing that really, really well right now, especially on their defense. They have a lot of guns. They are full NA buy, rifle for Prez, like full rifle, full armor. Actually, did he get bought up? I'm not sure if he got enough kills to make that happen himself. But Kingpin is going to do the
Spike
first
down
job
mid.
with only a Sheriff and Stan following up with a Bulldog. It's upgrading per kill in this round. Jeez.
Tossing some disrespect is Yukon in chat. They're saying that Capin is saying jet diff, but they can't. But Capin can't say it because he's comm banned. That's so funny. This round looking pretty good for Yukon. This game looking pretty good for Yukon. I mean, if they can, you know, back it up, then more power to them. I guess they'll take the dubs. And,
This round in particular.
yeah, I mean, they'll have a site. Like, Montana will get some creds here. But
30 seconds
this
left.
should be 11-3 pretty easily. I mean, shoot, Stan's gonna get ultimate this round.
I need it.
Are they planning safe too, really? I would think they plant kind of open. I know they plant behind the box. Well, oh no, it's in front of the box. All right, it's not
Yeah.
terrible.
No,
That's a
it's-
chance.
I like that spot. Or, well, yeah, it's on the outside. So it's something. The aftershock is also.
Last player standing.
Elbow, important spot.
Ooh.
A lot of work done here by Yukon, though. Oh, yeah. What are you aiming at, buddy?
It's. All I was gonna say is a chance if he's alive, but yeah, smoke down, not able to help, even. And the Sheriff is not the best for the range that he was finding himself in. 11-3 now for Connecticut.
Tan's got his ult.
Yeah, this is tough.
17-4-8. Huh?
On the Omen.
That's nuts, bro.
They kind of just want to close it 2 rounds. Lesser buy.
Yeah.
Bulldog, rifle, Bulldog.
I mean, yeah, they're just holding on to what they had. Capin was the one guy who died, so
Mm-hmm.
we'll see if Yukon can upset here, or if the attack is just proven. Again, 2 rounds by MSU were 1 on the Yukon followed up with that. Trading 1 for 2 ain't too bad to start things out. They'll take over tiles and head through to A main, where Capin is waiting. Sheriff in hand mode. Fuji's going to get caught in the trap wire. I think that's just for sillies. A little bit, but
Last player
Capin gets
standing.
cleared. Stan only good for 1, and yeah, this bonus should go MSU's way unless Kuji pops off. If Kuji does pop off, then Yukon wins, no questions asked, and that'd be nuts. There's
Spike
another
planted.
trap wire here, so They already know where Kuji's at. Should be no problem here. Way too little time. Way too much util. Way too good guns. But he's still gonna walk into this. He's gonna give this a shot. Oh, maybe just lurk on it.
Oh, he did go for exits here. Ooh.
Ooh, he's gonna look for one. Yeah, I can't find Q-tips, and that'll probably be. Oh yeah, that'll be all they go for. Kuji, he's gonna chase this down. Does he go?
He should.
Oh yeah, he's gonna look for something at least. Ah no.
That's no time.
Gets hit by the camera. Yeah, that's gonna be decided. Oh, after. Oh,
Hold on.
Still gonna head him off here.
Oh.
A little silly, but it's gonna leave no one alive for UConn there, as the bonus is taken up by Montana. So the question is, you know, now that the gun diff is not present, will that still carry on?
Yeah, Phantom with another 3 in the round. That's happened quite a few times in this map specifically. MSU have multiple people have gotten just 3, 3, 3. Nicely done. They keep rifles, but Halt is the only one without full armor. I would think that they have full util on everyone. Scrolling around right now, and no one's really struggling. Jet, actually, Ursa doesn't have everything. He only has 1 smoke, so this could be a little bit weird. Pops the dash immediately to try and peek bottom mid. Smoke, both sides. So MSU should have mid, just like Connecticut take it early on in most of these rounds. Connecticut, though, don't have the Sentinel playing top mid, just like Montana don't. They have him locking down the B site. There is a trip here. Could be a little bit dangerous for Ursa, but he's going to see it, shoot it down, and he's going to lose his life to Kuji. Beautiful stuff, holding his own setup.
Onto it, Kuji. Not looking the right way. Has a second chance and will use it wisely. The blind onto Phantom as well. And UConn shut it all down. They look very well practiced here on Sunset and are looking to
Match point.
take their own 13-4 victory here if they just take this last round, which they are primed to do with a bit of a shoddy buy coming from Montana here.
Yeah, 1 ulti. That's on Phantom because he did get the triple kill before. And that's really all he had to play with. Homrid with the rifle, Q-tips has the Guardian, and his headshot aim has been quite good, so there is a chance. But Connecticut coming into this one are very, very poised to take this win. So Montana State are the ones that have to try and make a difference, and Ursa immediately falls, goes for an early fight. The Cypher just one-taps him off of B main. Could not get any worse. You have no dive. You have no blades or anything. You only have a couple more rifles. And one of them goes down. Q-tips, one of the best players on Montana State, at least in terms of his own individual skill. Removed second.
Oh, Prez, the opener as well. Here in mid, it is pretty much decided from here, unless Homrid has something else to say about it too.
Mid.
Is all they'll get. And Halt has not much really. Oh, also get hit a little early here from Tiles. Stan just gonna hop in. Oh, they're gonna style on him a little bit.
Defenders
Cape in the last kill, and UConn will indeed win it out 13-4, winning the series once more, and cementing themselves above MSU coming into the season break.
Yeah, dude, I guess they just wanted to give us a 3-map show because there should have been no way this Connecticut lost that second map and this Montana win that second map. But also vice versa. If these 2 maps happened in the other order, I would have said the same thing. Like, there's no way that either of these teams should have had their respective performance on the other map. It's so weird to see this kind of situation happen, but Connecticut, at the end of the day, literally at the end of the day, I guess at the beginning of the day for some other people, for them, they come out with the win. 19-6 for Stan, like you mentioned. You called him out in the middle of the game. This guy has been above and beyond for Connecticut. 15 for K-Pin, Balls and Kuji not too far behind. It's just everyone in Connecticut is doing exactly what they need to do. And ironically, it's the Reina at the bottom, but like Prez didn't really need to do that much, so it was just everyone else getting the kills. Fair stuff. 7 first bloods, by the way, for K-Pin. So it's a kind of showing and telling exactly what went on most of the time in Sunset, at least. So fair enough. I mean, Connecticut, they showed up at the end. And that is what matters when you win map number 3. That is how simple this game sometimes is. So nicely done from Connecticut taking this 2-1.
Yeah, really well done. Able to kind of carry this as far as they needed to, just as MSU had done before. I don't believe we're gonna get an interview with UConn tonight. Unfortunately, I think they're all too tired. This was a very late game. It is indeed 1 a.m. for them, so I don't think they're gonna be up for that. They just want to go to bed after a well-deserved and well-fought victory. We're definitely excited to see what they can accomplish next week, as that will, or excuse me, not next week, 2 weeks from now, as December 1st will be our next broadcast for Valorant. Anton, that's gonna do it. That's gonna be our last match for the night. It's definitely been an entertaining 2 that we've gotten to cast, but you know, we only have one more match for this fall season.
Yeah, so
Or one more
like you mentioned,
series.
it's one, yeah, one more. Is it one more series? Is it only 2
One more,
games
one
next
more
year? I'm actually
series of matches, I guess.
Ser-
Like,
yeah, we got there in time.
one more
but
club.
wait, eventually one more something group of games that are played
Yeah.
in succession.
Yeah.
It's good. It will be like you mentioned in 2 weeks. Thanksgiving break next week. For those of you that are celebrating it, if you're not, then have a happy break basically. But for the time being, we will be taking a little bit of a time off just to spend some time with family and friends. So congratulations once again to both all 3 of the winning teams. Sorry, both of the ones that we casted and the one prior. So this week. And for you guys at home, thank you so much for watching, and we will catch you in 2 weeks. You guys can take some time and relax. And for now, have a good night, everyone.